and he's behind bars and everything, and they're kind of doing these mind games or whatever. I do kind of feel like that sometimes, where like I'm Hannibal and I'm playing these mind, and Glenn is kind of like, am I supposed to laugh at this, or am I supposed to like feed in? Is this a joke or is he serious?
See, but Glenn's playing the master stroke. He puts up with this for another year. His harassment suit.
He's got a case, yeah.
He'll have an island and a staff, and he will be living large the rest of 1 year of putting up with this. If he survives,
yeah,
and you don't harvest his organs,
that's the risk he takes.
That's the downstroke. But if he survives, it's all gravy after that. He's done working at the in his mid-20s.
But yeah, it's good to have you back. And yeah, if anybody doesn't know what the heck we're talking about, the team here. We have two younger people that have started to be on the network more and more. They're great. They give such a new view to these Forex markets that you and I have been I've been looking at for 10 years, that you've been looking at for 60 years. How old are you now?
Yeah, for 112 years, Frank. Thanks.
But they
used to make our own coins, stamp them, and trade them.
They come on twice a week, usually with you. On a Wednesday and
Bridget's
Friday.
Perfect. She's that young, excited, wants to, understand traded product, wants to get more involved, and she's the perfect person for a new trader who's interested in FX.
Exactly.
How do I adopt it? Her journey is their journey to an extent, and that's really exciting for us to do, and we're certainly getting a lot to talk about today. Euro down 103.
What happened
last night?
What happened here?
Eurozone PMIs came out and were weak. So remember the Purchasing Managers Index, or PMIs, they do them globally. We'll get ours in the U.S. a little later on today. But oversized reaction, absolutely. I mean, 130 pips downstroke on this, down to right above 103. But remember, we're also at a level where there's not a lot of footing underneath of recently traded ranges. So you get stops triggering some other stuff. You get a kind of that outsized move, reflexive move down.
Well, if we could pull up the chart here, you'll see that it's been a rough week here for the euro. They held in last week around the 106 to 107 range, which has been, we'll go through the data in just a second, has been a historical low for this market that we've bounced off a couple of times since the parity price point that we hit a couple of years ago. But yeah, Pete, maybe walk us through what happens, because you might be getting to your platform today and saying, oh, there must be like Russia must have sent off a bunch of missiles or something crazy must have happened. But this happened right at the same time as this PMI that comes out, and I'll show you the data. But I want you to walk us through, Pete. Where is it? Here it is. And I had to add the medium importance price economic calendar points.
This is, was it weak? Anything below 50 is considered contractionary territory. This is kind of fueling the loop. As this came out, there was a statement from one of the ECB governors that maybe it's 50 basis points they're going to be cutting towards the end of the year.
Gotcha.
So remember that interest rate differential plays into FX, the relationship between two countries. Here we're talking about there's not 100% certainty the Fed's going to cut by 25 basis points. So we may get a cut in DEES, we may not. Here they're talking about increasing the size of the cut.
It might have to be a big one.
In Europe. Yeah. And that will impact whether or not they do it is a different thing. But that sentiment, along with us plumbing levels we haven't seen in a very long time, creates...
Well, so not only is the euro area vulnerable from an actual macroeconomic standpoint, to your point.
The risk sentiment, again, Russia launching bigger missiles, the Ukrainians shooting missiles deeper into Russia. Does it help? Absolutely not. It adds, and today's Friday, and what's great about FX is you can get at product 24 hours a day, starting Sunday night at 3 through Friday at 4. But over the weekend, you've got event risk.
Yeah,
so
100%.
You see that play into the equation. So, because you would say, tier 2 number, it's not a big number.
Not a big
Granted, it
number.
was weak, but why did we see such an outside move? We were at new lows. They're really testing anyone who wants to be long here, their resolve. We're going into a weekend. Liquidity will be a little bit thinner.
Yeah.
And we saw the downdraft and then a little bit of bounce back. But, you know, we've seen this market progressively kind of trade lower. Its best it could do on the upside is kind of put together very small. When we say it's done better, when we look back a little bit of time, what we're seeing is, yeah, we've been able to put some lows in and rally 40, 50, 60 pips.
But not back to 108 or 109.
No, it doesn't challenge the shorts. It basically is some profit taking, a little bit of people probably dabbling, picking some bottoms, but it hasn't put anyone who's short this market to the test.
Well, and that's why I wanted you to add some more of that price action context,
Right.
because this is one of those scenarios. It's not the same as, remember when, Brexit was going on and we knew that the vote might have already gone through, but there was like some number or something that happened during Asia, and they moved that pound market down through its lows, and it looked like this, where it was a massive
Right.
gap lower.
But that was
And
what wasn't that 112 down to 105, I think,
exactly.
or something. Yeah.
So not the same thing, but I do want to bring that up, and there are examples, every year of
sure.
stuff like this, where the number that comes out doesn't necessarily correlate to the move that you're seeing. Right. And this is a perfect storm scenario like that, where it's like you have a euro dollar market that's already weak.
Right.
I mean, yesterday we're staring at 105 all day, and it's not holding 105. And we'll show you the historical data in a second. 105 has been historically a level that they've bounced off
Right.
of a lot of times. And so we're already down there, already in that vulnerable state. To your point, everybody's on edge with the Russian-Ukraine
Right.
story once again escalating. You've got the Trump presidency and what that means for tariffs and how much the U.S. is going to help the euro area amid geopolitical risk and everything else. And then you have this mid-tier number come out.
Right.
And it doesn't just miss, but to your point, they were expecting a 50 PMI, which is pretty much right in the middle, saying we're not growing, but we're not declining. They get a 48, which pretty clearly tells you we are declining. And you've got the interest rate story to boot, where the differential between how much they're going to cut versus the U.S. is going to cut is really moving this market, because in the same time that, they're now pricing in maybe a 50 bip
Right.
cut, the U.S. is pricing in maybe a no cut.
Right.
And so you've got all these dynamics at play. But this is why you have to watch the market. This is why we show up, because anybody that you see on Twitter or wherever, that everybody loves to come out with these clean matrices of like, this is, if non-farm does this, S&Ps will do this, and Eurodollar will do this. You have no clue.
Right.
Anytime you see stuff like that, and they're like, if this number does this, then this. This is the HCOB PMI composite flash that came out last night, and it's absolutely annihilating this euro down to lows that we have not seen in years. And same, we'll get to pound in a second, but same with pound, misses on this number that is a medium tier number that you and I have not looked at in over a year, or I don't know if we've ever talked about it. And now you have this euro dollar market, Pete, that is, you can see here, I mean, this is a vicious move through the year lows, and now getting two lows that we haven't seen since the time that we hit parity.
Right. So it'll be an interesting day today. There'll be a lot. I think it'll be interesting to see if they can stage a little bit of bounce off of this. Sometimes it's a house cleaning. They've squeezed the longs out now, and in that kind of price action, or we end up towards the end of the day just kind of grinding a little bit lower. If we do, then chances are Sunday they'll put the markets to the test again, and we'll see. But absolutely play through in different ways. Aussie got hit on the Chinese stock markets, giving back some ground last night. We can take a look at cable to get a little bit of sense of where we are there. Lots of markets going on, moving by varying degrees. Dollar story, yes, but this is really again, sterling playing through on those numbers, not to the same degree. We're on a percentage basis. Are we off the 129, 130 highs? We are. But euro percentage wise, and we can look at euro sterling. Euro is the weakest link here. So
yeah, I think we're getting Beth and Bat and Tom through. Oh, there we go. They fixed it. Perfect. Thanks so much out there. Such a great team. But anyways, 125 here in the pound is not the equivalent of 104 for euro dollar. But this is starting to gain steam as a move here.
Right, and let's back it out a little bit in terms of time-wise, too, and we'll see, are we getting to those levels where we start to, not quite there yet, but if we trade down towards the lower end of 124, we're going to really put, everybody who's been long in this run-up throughout the year is really going to kind of be put to the test a little bit. So
we'll and you could see euro maybe start to hold in a little bit better than we see this classic all the time.
And those are actually really interesting trades and points like this when we get to extremes. And you know, I think it really speaks to, okay, which way are you, a contrarian or a momentum? If you're a momentum guy and you're short, I mean, the world's working out for you really well
very
right
nice.
now. If you're a contrarian and you're disciplined that this is incredibly cheap, but the markets are demonstrating a little bit more elasticity, so I'm going to define what's cheap, and I'm going to put some guide rails. I'm not going to say that if we had said this, 106 was cheap, 105 was cheap, 104 was cheap until it went to 103.
You love 103 half.
Well, and you don't want to get yourself in that box. So if you're going to be a contrarian, you know that momentum right now is leading to the downside. Is it overextended? At some point, it will be, and we'll see a more substantial correction. I don't know if that comes from par or that comes from here. We don't know. So setting your guide rails around, if I'm going to trade the extremes here, I'm going to be the contrarian, thinking about, okay, if you can't say in good conscience, okay, I'm going to nibble a little bit here, but if the market does roll over this afternoon, I'm going to get out. And it's you can't look at it like I'm getting out of a place that I think it's so cheap. It's what you're trying to get out of it. It's setting realistic expectations on both sides of the trade here. This is where contrarians sometimes get stuck, is they are not willing to accept that what was cheap is not cheap. The market's perfect, prices incredibly efficiently. Yeah. So what's cheap is an assumption by us, but put those guide rails around it of managing, and don't feel that if I'm selling lows, if I'm going to take a little bit more heat here through 104 or 103 and a half, I'm going to stick to that and I'm going to manage it. Maybe that is the low or not. But if you play that game at 106 and 107, you actually are still able to sit in the game and you're not stuck with really bad longs at this point. So think about, look and think a little bit about where you want to manage these expectations a little bit and work from that. And that will let you continue to be a contrarian and not get so one way that you're, because I've seen this happen in my 40 years of trading. Guys get one way and they're like, I can't sell them. You get 150 point rally in euros. It's like, why don't you take some off? Oh, I can't, I'm long for this bad.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying all you're going to do is trade one side of the market, one side that isn't working, and you're not going to be able to manage your position. You're not giving yourself.
You're married to one price.
Right, and you're not giving yourself the flexibility you need to. What's great here is there's liquidity throughout the day. You can trade these all night long, all day long. You can use, if you're so inclined to, you can use stops to manage those levels. All those tools let you better engage with product and come back into, sure, we all have an assumption as to what's cheap and rich. The market will tell you that. And managing, maybe my idea of cheap isn't cheap. I think this is a really interesting, I mean, we have had, we had the big downdraft post-election, huge rally in euro, huge rally in yen that was sold into, and we're continuing to see that selling. Now you've had, when you look at this chart, I'm glad you've had spots where you've gotten decent bounces. So what is your expectation? If you're long from 110 and you're waiting for 110, that's the problem.
Well, and
keep the expectations realistic as to what the market's giving you.
Well, and I can very honestly say, using Pete as an example, I have seen you in whatever market and I don't want to give specific examples, but whatever market, get, short at the extreme or long at the extreme with looking for a contrarian play and bail out of that market at a further extreme, which feels awful, right? Like, as an example, let's say, you're looking at the gold market a couple of months ago and you sell 2750s, but you tell yourself with good mechanics, I'm only taking this market for $20 on either side of 2750, and you feel awful buying 2770s. It feels awful. But then if it gets to 2800 or 2850, you're in the game that you can trade again, and you're not married to that 2750 to 2800 to 2850 and so on. And so it might feel awful, but again, I have seen you do exactly that thing, which feels bad in the moment, but it frees up the rest of your day, the rest of your week, your whole portfolio, even though it's like, oh man, I bought, 104s and I have to sell the 103.75s. And it's like, it feels bad. It's like, I can't believe I'm selling 103.75s to get out of this position. Especially when you look at this chart. But look at, man, we traded below parity for weeks. Now, it wasn't years, but it was weeks.
Right, but it's keeping yourself balanced as to being able to trade both sides of the market. That doesn't mean like I've got to always be long and short. It's the flexibility that you're not married to one position in one direction. That will keep you engaged in the game. So,
and here I present you one more thing before we get out of here. We only have a couple minutes. Is, okay, maybe you're long euros from a bad price or whatever, or maybe you've just got so much, short US dollar exposure that's accumulating because US dollar is beating the heck out of so many different currencies. I present to you this euro sterling market, because another point here that you could make is if I'm looking at my portfolio, Pete, and I'm long Aussie and I'm long euros, and I'm long maybe even sterling as well. I'm long Kiwi, all these different things.
Short a lot of dollars.
Short a lot of dollar. I'm long CAD, which CAD has actually come back a little bit. Anyways, you look at a currency cross like this, and you might say to yourself, well, if I'm essentially long $10,000 worth of all these different markets and short $10,000 worth of USD, what if I peeled off long $1,000 or $2,000 of my euro dollar exposure and transferred that into long euro sterling exposure? Because this is actually a pretty crazy extreme. And now you technically maybe missed the low. Maybe it gets back down here at some point today. But I mean,
was put in a very interesting at a different time.
And this is a crazy one as well. This takes your US dollar exposure out of it, Pete, but it still keeps you in that long euro exposure, and it just diversifies you a little bit differently, because I mean, this is just as historic and extreme as that euro dollar. And you get the US dollar is just really, it's hurting a lot of people right now who are stuck on the short side of it, because it is unrelenting across all these different pairs. You could take a look at a cross like this.
One of the great things with SpotFX, building this, possible to do with ETFs, difficult to do with futures. Here you could trade it as a single contract, which is great, a single trade. Euro sterling, pulling out that dollar component, next level diversification. It is something worth looking at as you go down your FX journey. You're going to see, again, 80 FX pairs doesn't mean you become a master of all of them. Turkish lira, no. There's some people who love that for carry play. That's not where we're going to start the discussion. But next level diversification, diversifying out of some of your dollar exposure and looking at non-dollar pairs, it's a simple step to make, and it's really just looking at a different set of extremes. So if we're indifferent traders, and as tasty traders we are, we're indifferent to product, it's liquid, it's available to me, I can trade it, it's got capital efficiency, this is a great product to start to get involved in and look at that next level of diversity. And you're right, when we start talking about how do we peel away just being short or long dollars. Being short or long dollars is one way to find occurrences outside of our core equities portfolio.
Sure.
This is the next step to it, and something we'll continue to simplify for everyone in the process. So if you do want to learn more, tastyfx.com. There is stuff for if you're new to FX or you're an experienced trader, lots of resources there. It's easy to open an account or fund, and we have a demo environment. You can actually kick around a little bit. So very straightforward process, and we're here to help you along on that journey.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
this is exciting. Good way to wrap up the week. Interesting tape action. We're getting some ranges, which is great to see. And you know, if you want stuff cheap, you've got it cheap. So we'll see what that turns out to be next week.
Yeah.
But we've got extremes, we've got movement, all good things for FX.
Cool, man. Well, let's do it again next week and hand it off to our good friends who I see are on the screen and probably ready to go.
They are. All right, let's turn it over to Tom Sazov, Tony Batista, and Vanetta Logan. We'll see you back here on Monday, guys. Have a great day.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I will pay for the first bar mitzvah that has eggplant parmesan as the primary dish.
Can you throw weddings in? I'm done with bar. I'm done with bar mitzvahs. If you throw weddings, right? If you throw weddings in.
Hold on. Cancel the quinceañera. You're a Jew now. All right, we got it.
If I got married again, I would have eggplant parmesan as my dinner.
If I get married again, how stupid are you?
Not if I get married again. If I
That's
was
exactly
getting
what
married.
you said.
Don't cut that out, Beth, for him.
If I got married again, I would have eggplant parmesan as my dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
One of the things that was most intriguing about the financial space to us is just that there wasn't a lot of vision, there wasn't a lot of innovation, and I think that left a door open for us, which we really liked. After almost 20 years of open outcry standing in the pit trading, I felt like all the markets were moving from kind of traditional open outcry to electronic trading. I saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to be first. Building the best technology in the world for traders was one of the coolest things anybody could ever do. I loved every second of it.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. Most of our competitors have legacy technology, and some of them are multiple firms. Their technology has just been rolled up into a single platform. That's not the best way to build a platform. We built ours literally from scratch. It's from the ground up, so we were able to design it in the way that we wanted to design it with the flexibility that we wanted. And obviously beyond that, we do have, in my mind, the greatest customer service in the industry. You want to reach out to me, you want to talk to JJ, it doesn't make a difference who you want to talk to. We're always available, and not only are we available, we look forward to your questions. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. So you can trade stocks, you can trade options, futures options, crypto. We're agnostic to product. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Yeah, Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bet.
Got the need for speed? No problem. On Tasty Trade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Woo! Get tasty, free market. Come on, you know it, how you feeling? We got some things to talk about. Free market, it's early, but not too early. Come on. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday. No, Friday to you both.
Woo! Yay!
That's called fun, Sosnoff. We're having fun. I know you're a fun vacuum and you think you should turn on and make a lot of noise right now and suck everything out of the air, but you can't.
Okay.
Okay. Vanessa, how are you this morning?
I'm good. I am living my best life. We had our first measurable snow of the season, first biggest snow in 10 months that we've had. So since like January, so we're a little overdue. But it'll be all melted by this afternoon, so it's fine.
It's all melted now.
Is it? I haven't been outside.
Well, yeah. I don't know, Tom. Was your heated driveway and stairs and walkway working this morning?
No.
No?
Oh, no.
Did you get shoveled?
No.
The guy didn't come out for $75 to shovel?
I think the early snow caught him by surprise. The team is not outfitted with their new equipment yet for 2024.
Can I get a couple of 13, 14-year-old kids from the hockey team down here, trying to get a donation for St. Mary's or something like that?
Yeah, sure.
Come and shovel for like $20 or something?
Seriously, those kids wouldn't know what work is if it hit them in the head.
Also, okay. Who's gonna shovel bad coffee? Can I sue you as a business owner?
Yeah, you probably
my neck and my back.
Screw the business. The business is worthless. Let me screw you as an entity yourself, as the person, the individual. That's what I want to do.
Hey, we haven't killed anybody yet. That's the good news.
All right.
Nobody's died.
Have you served a customer yet?
No.
Because you would have to wear a hairnet, right?
No. I'm just a customer, okay?
You're a silent owner. That's what you are.
Right.
How many times do you tell them what they're doing wrong?
Never.
No, I'm talking about the customers.
Oh, the customers.
You're something.
No, I just sit in the corner. I'm quiet. Do my work.
Are you gonna be there this weekend?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
On and off, like I'm there, like I'm there. People come by, they say hi, we have like little chats. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite seat in Bad Coffee? Is it maybe by the piano or by the door?
Yeah. No, in the back. Yeah, I like to sit in the back.
You like to sit in the back? Yeah. I figured that. Yeah. You don't ever just stand in the back where the people are supposed to work and make them go around you, right? Like to get in the way, like you get in the way at our job.
Yeah, no, I don't get in the way. I stay very far away from everything, and just I'm very observant, as you know. So like I just watch.
Oh my God, are you ever? Very observant, very hands-on?
I'm very observant. So now I let them do their thing. They're all good kids. I don't say a word.
They're good kids. They're in their 20s and 30s?
They're all in their, I would say they're all in their early 20s.
Right. They're adults, is my point.
I know, but I'm saying they're good kids. Like,
compared to you, Methuselah. It's an old school Bible reference for you if you don't know.
Like I just said, they're all good kids. I don't say a word. They got their own. They got their act down. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So did you go out last night or are you going out tonight? What's going on?
I got to go out tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. I'm going to the Bears game Sunday.
Are you really? Who are we playing?
Minnesota.
Oh, we're going to get spanked.
No way are you going Sunday. Wait a minute. Whose box do you have?
I don't have a box. I'm sitting outside.
It's going to be cold.
Well, it's going to be 50.
30 to 50, that's the high. 52 is the high.
Have you never heard of a wind coming in off the lake?
Oh, no, it's going to be beautiful.
Okay. Wear shorts then.
I might take my top off.
Ah!
What jacket do you wear when you're going to sit outside for 90 minutes? Because you ain't going to last 5 hours.
Oh, What are you kidding? I'll be there the whole time.
Okay, what jacket you gonna wear? I've never seen you with a winter jacket.
Oh no, I got a ski jacket.
Oh, from when you went skiing?
From Park City. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have the Park City lift ticket still stuck on it? Yes, you do. You sure do. If we made you go in that closet and you were honest right now and you pulled it out, it has the lift ticket on it.
Hey, Grandpa.
They don't make paper lift tickets anymore. They're all cards.
Tickets anymore. Okay.
They're cards, Bat.
They do it, Wilmot. I can prove it. I'll go in the closet and get it right now.
They don't do that anymore. They just have cards.
Maybe at the bougie places you two go to.
Or you can show.
But right here in Sweet Home Chicago, they do. Right here in Illinois, they do.
You can just show yourself.
Wilmot's in Wisconsin, dummy.
Technicality.
Not even factual.
I'll show you the ticket right now.
Literally in Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that's good. All right, Bat, what did you get up to last night then?
Quiet night. Went out for a little Korean food. Very subdued. Kid had a 2-hour practice.
A little bibimbap.
Yes. It was very nice. Wife and I, very romantical with the peanut oil smell in the background. It was wonderful. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Where is it? What Korean restaurant do you have? It's not Korean barbecue. It's just Korean, right?
No, just Korean restaurant. Don't make me say the name. I'm going to butcher it. Then I'm going to get the emails about how to pronounce it and everything else like that. Don't make me do that. Please.
Don't say the name. I just want to see you pronounce all the food on the menu.
No, I can't. Bibimbap is all I can tell you.
You just point to. I'll take that.
Yeah. So
That's
true.
That's the good thing about guys. Like, you don't have to be able to pronounce it. You just say, "I'll take that," and whatever it is, it is. It's fine.
Do you like this? I'll have that.
Exactly.
That's how I usually do it.
Exactly.
See, that's
I don't have
good.
to ask. Is there gluten? Is there dairy? Is there, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Some people can't help if they have food allergies. It's not an indictment of their constitution. Some people just have food allergies, you jackalope.
Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
Too good. Netta, what did you do?
Can I tell you, though, first? I have lately been very obsessed with a very recent conspiracy theory.
Oh, give it to me.
And I want to share it with you. It's not like super controversial, but it could be. I don't even know what is going on. Have you seen the photos of former late night host Jay Leno? He said he fell down a hill outside of a Hampton Inn, Pittsburgh. But we on the internet, it looks like a mob hit. Like the whole side of his face.
Yeah.
Missing a fingernail. And Beth, I don't know if you can pull up the photo, but he fell down a hill.
Tom, I don't know. Have you seen it?
It's the most brutal beating. He has like an eye patch.
He has an eye patch. It's the whole side of his face. He claims.
But just one side.
One side. I call bull crap. There's his left hand is injured, not his right hand, and he said his whole right side is all bruised.
Missing a nail.
And they showed the hill that he fell down. It's all vegetation, like at least from what I saw. Like there's no way. It's not like a clear hill that he could have rolled down.
Well, what are you saying? He's
in debt, like super large.
I'm saying, you know what he did, does? He pulled I want to get my car stolen, and I'm dealing with some people, and they beat the crap out of him. He would leave the keys in the car.
Doesn't he have like $100 million car collection or $200 million car collection?
Yeah, that's gonna pull up the photos there.
It's frightening.
It's wild.
Yeah, but maybe he actually did fall down the hill.
Maybe
you mean like he walked into a door? No.
Well, why would he show a picture of himself doing that?
Because he's out and about. He can't hide it.
He had a comedy. Here it's coming up. He had a comedy act that he had to do. Okay, this is the next day bet. This is better than what he looked like before.
Maybe he was trying to sell tickets. I don't know.
That's what you're supposed to look like when you fight Mike Tyson.
No crap. And he got burned too. Like
yeah, we start looking at his other accidents that he's had in the past. I'm in too deep, you guys.
I don't really care about Jay Leno conspiracy theories. I mean, no. I'm
into it. Hey, if you're in the chat, what do you think happened to Jay Leno?
How old is Jay Leno?
I think
he's your age, about 75, I would say.
I don't know how old he is.
I don't know either. I think
I get you that. He's 74, so I don't know if I was right there. He's a year younger than you. You look better than him, by the way. 100%.
Let me tell you, if I fell down a hill, I'd be hurting too.
Oh yeah, it could be the end. It could be the end. Definitely.
But aren't you curious? You're like, why is Jay Leno at a Hampton Inn in Pittsburgh? Like what? Like.
Yeah, I'd be curious to why Jay Leno's at a Hampton Inn, unless that's the only place near wherever. I don't know where he was performing. I have no idea. But I didn't even know he was still.
I know why he was at the Hampton Inn, because Tom Sosnoff made the reservation for him. Usually Tom's at the Ritz and I'm at the Hampton Inn. So I think this usually happens. It's going to happen in December again, Sosnoff. Hey, Sosnoff, the king and the queen.
In Phoenix, you're in the Spring Hills. The Spring Hills,
the Spring Hill Suites.
Yes, Spring Hill Suites, long duration stay.
Ooh, extended stay.
Sounds like my future home when I'm in my 80s. I'm not gonna lie. No,
that's nice.
We got you an extra room, handicapped. You're good.
Are you excited, Bat, to be back on the road with Tom? Like, it's been a minute.
Oh my God, I can't wait to be Tom's handler. I just hope I don't have to push Britt out of the way too many times to grab his bag to carry it on the plane for him.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm hoping.
I have a handler. I don't need you.
Oh my God! When I break out the local celebrity coming through, local celebrity, part ways, please, part ways. I can't wait to the airport. It's gonna be great.
Do you guys already know where you're gonna go to eat in Phoenix?
Well, we know what we're gonna wear already. He called me last night so we could coordinate.
No, we have a special event in Phoenix. So we have
an old friend that we're meeting up with, and he's taking us to dinner or something to that effect. I can't wait. My man.
Wow. Yeah. I hope you get more Southern Reconstruction cooking in Phoenix. I don't know.
By the way, Southern Reconstruction cooking is the best name for put on the front, Southern Reconstruction cooking. Yeah.
Sure. Just everything was cool at that time. No issues.
Yes, that's true.
Much like our show today, we made it to Friday. Happy Friday to you all, Tasty Nation. We got a banner of a show for you today. Hey, programming note, we are going to be on the air Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but then that's it. Thanksgiving is next Thursday, and then we are off Black Friday, even though Tom hates it. We are happy. But on this Friday, we got a great show at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Jamal in the house recapping the weekend stocks. You had massive earnings from companies like NVIDIA, and Snowflake had a powerful move, and Target kind of just did not perform. Jamal's going to recap all of that. And his segment title is AI is A-OK. And it is #Fan Friday. So we're going to do Fast Market. These are viewer-submitted trade ideas for Tom and Bat. They're going to try to do as many viewer-submitted trades at around that 8:40 hour. And then 9 o'clock at the top of the 9 o'clock hour for our market measure. It says mixing, buying, and selling premium. Oh, a little combo platter. I guess trying to determine when do you, because we're normally premium sellers, but I guess sometimes you got to shake it up, got to buy some premium, breaking it down at the 9 o'clock market measures. And then live from the trade desk, big boy Scotty S. He's back at around that 9:30. If you have questions on the brokerage side of the business, Scott would be more than happy to answer them. Are you guys going to just stay at Scott's place?
No.
Yeah, in the driveway with a tent. Yeah. He's got a scorpion fence around his property. We should.
Okay, let's all just go stay at Scott's house. Like.
Yeah, that'd be good. I could see Tommy inviting us with open arms for sure. For sure. Just what she wants. The two of us and our crew. Absolutely. I can't wait till they come home. We're frolicking in the pool. It's gonna be great. Drinking the cervezas. Gonna be.
Anyway, that is the run of show for today. We're very excited to have you here with us.
Is it pool weather in Arizona right now? It's cold, isn't it? You can't go to the pool, isn't it?
Isn't it always pool weather in Arizona?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Turning on the heat now will be fine.
I gotta bring my suit then.
Oh, the purple trunks you wore in Croatia.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
Oh,
can't bring those anymore. Somebody threw those in the garbage.
Good for your wife.
You're right, Side Up. The weather's about 45 to 65. Perfect weather for.
That's not pool weather for me. I'm 90 plus.
Yeah, I understand.
They got like indoor pools, or you get in a hot tub.
I don't do indoor pools.
All right, gotta get in a hot tub. Gonna make you sweat. Anyway, hey, you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story. Breaking news.
Across the wire.
Leading story. Top story. Just in.
Today's headline.
This just in.
Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today is a fantastic Friday. It's November the 22nd. Where has the month of November gone? This is a part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name's Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Sure.
Here's an interesting, headline, I guess. It says the S&P 500 is inflated by about 25% because investors don't care about fundamentals. It's really more just about vibes. What are your thoughts?
Zadlov, what are your thoughts on this?
Because we're trading at like crazy PE, ratio. I know you don't care about all of that, but there's something to this.
Yeah, well, it's so funny to me because when we originally built Tasty, the one thing we said is we don't care about technicals and fundamentals, and everybody goes, "Whoa, how do you trade?" But now since the market's up, nobody cares about fundamentals, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
We've never cared about fundamentals, so that to us it doesn't. It's never.
But if you had to put a numerical value on how much you think this market is overvalued, what would you put that number at?
Well, the problem is you can't because we are efficient. Okay, if you wanted to ask me, do I think the stock market is at a price extreme? And I would answer you and I would say yes. But if you asking me if I think that the stock market is overvalued, I would tell you that I am an efficient market theorist and the market's worth whatever it's trading at. So if you want me to.
So the market is perfect and it can never do any wrong in your eyes.
The market's not
much
perfect.
like Tom Sosnoff.
The market's emotional, but it's always priced perfectly. But then there's this emotional aspect to it, which can influence pricing. It can change the skew and things like that. Yeah, I think we're overpriced, but you could have said the same thing 7 years ago.
His argument as a designated point in time, say today at 9:15, with a two-sided wide market that's penny wide, everything is priced in and it's perfectly priced because it's trading basically at pick'em. Now, there are things that can happen that can change that price, whether it be an outlier move or anything else that makes that price either advantageous for the buyer or the seller.
What are you guys doing in your indices to end the week? And then we'll also talk about treasuries.
We're long treasuries and short S&Ps and NASDAQ and long Russell.
Okay.
I'm a little more flattered, but I've got some stocks that have a little bit of short delta to them. They're usually the ones that have been my problem children, like Goldman Sachs or Tesla, that kind of thing.
every trader knows where they were there and around August 5th, but are traders setting the stage for another bruising unwind of the yen carry trade? Data shows investors are piling back into bets against the Japanese yen in a dynamic reminiscent of what preceded the violent reversal that shook global markets in early August. Are we setting ourselves up to be hurt again?
Well, it depends who you're talking about. I'm on the opposite side of that market. So am I setting myself up for a huge payday? I mean, we're long yen and we're long the futures and short puts. So we have a double long in there. So
that's called a stupid, not because it's a long position, but because it's not really strategic. It's just one-sided.
Yeah, I'm one-sided. I'm long the yen. So I'm short puts and long futures in the yen. So it really depends who you are. So like, I mean, if the rest of the market's like me, everybody's long the yen.
But they're not like you. You are a special little snowflake.
I know what you're saying, but usually most of the market is like me.
Sure. Are you worried, though, that we could see...
Wait. How is the perfect most like you? Perfectly priced? Is that what you mean?
No, I think the yen is grossly oversold, but it's perfectly priced, but it's grossly oversold. What do you want to know?
Do we see another August 5th?
Oh, you mean in the yen? I have no idea. In the stock market, I mean, the yen, I hope, goes higher. In the stock market, I mean, there's probably lots of August 5th still lurking out there where we get a vol expansion, you know. Probably not to the extent of August 5th, but there's probably, you know, I mean, there's definitely some big sell-offs coming at some point.
Okay, I was just curious. What about your other currencies, Bat, like a euro, pound? What are they doing this morning?
You mentioned the yen. They're up small. Euro was
they're all down actually. Except
the yen is
today.
up. The yen is up small.
The yen is up small. All the other currencies are down.
I was getting there.
I know you're slow. You're slow, Johnny. You're slow. All the other currencies are down. The yen's up.
The euro made a big new low, but it's off of that low by about 0.5 percentage point. The British pound, similar, but not to the extent. The yen is the euro is the one that's been the weakest to the downside.
Just real fast, to end the week, what about gold?
Up big.
It's down 50 cents. I'm sorry, that's oil. God, I wanted to make him be wrong so bad. It's up $27. Sad enough, you're never wrong.
Well, that's a big move. What are you guys doing in gold?
It is. It's had a 4-day rally after having about a 6-day sell-off. It's brought back about half of its sell-off to 27.26. It's mid-range between 28 and 27 or so.
Hey, in other news, we talked about it yesterday, but the party keeps going on. U.S. natural gas drillers are lifting their 2025 output, reversing a year of cuts. Everything's coming up natty gas, and natty gas producers announced they're going to boost their output in 2025. U.S. production is on track to decline in 2024 for the first time since 2020, when COVID reduced demand. Let's talk about this massive move in natural gas.
Well, it's getting killed today, so giving a lot back this morning.
Okay, what are you doing?
It certainly is down almost 4%, but it's rallied by almost 10% the last 2 weeks or so. Hey, have you seen the weather outside?
It's cold.
Frightening.
What about oil too? What are you guys doing in natural gas and oil?
I mean, our positions are tiny. Honestly, they're really tiny. Oil and natural gas, we're just short strangles, and we're neutral around the at the money.
Nat gas has a huge IV rank of 85. Oil has a decent one of 42. And nat gas is not as widely traded as oil is, I think, in the retail side of things.
A federal judge in Texas on Thursday struck down the SEC Commission's overhaul of Treasury dealer rules that were adopted earlier this year. The court found that the agency had overstepped its legal authority in issuing the regulations. Adopted in February over Republican officials' objections, the rule required proprietary traders and others who routinely deal in government bonds or other securities to register as broker-dealers.
Okay.
So it got overturned, though. So
yeah, that's good. It was a dumb rule.
Okay. But you're not worried about a slippery slope of federal agencies not being able to enforce things in this new administration? Like, we can't have clean air and water because the EPA overstepped its back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a slippery slope for certain agencies.
I understand.
So
there is a slippery slope when it comes to regulatory oversight, and sometimes though there are certain departments where there has been too much regulatory overreach, and the SEC is one of them. And that requirement, broker-dealer requirement, was kind of ridiculous, and so overturning it is not a bad thing.
Sure. Okay. But like, what about like every other day we're getting a food recall because our food's got like germs in it?
Don't. Those are apples and oranges. Okay.
Well, I can't eat the apples and oranges because they all have E. coli. I hate it here. All right. Keeping it moving. We celebrated yesterday, big, popping bottles with models in the office yesterday as the news came down that U.S. SEC Chief Gary Gensler is stepping down on January 20th as the new administration will take over. It is customary for SEC commission chairs to resign when there is a change in administration in the middle of their terms. What does this mean for the market? Bitcoin already so close to 100,000. If it's not already there this morning, I haven't checked this morning, but what are the ramifications of him finally stepping down?
Well, we don't know who the replacement is yet, but it doesn't matter. Whoever replaces him, it's going to be more friendly for.
It's probably going to be the My Pillow guy.
No, it doesn't even matter who it is. Gensler was not a friend to trading, not a friend to crypto, not a friend to traders on any level. And so him being gone is a good thing no matter what. And whoever comes in, they can't be worse than him. He was the worst of the worst.
What are you doing in Bitcoin? What are you doing in Bitcoin? Let's talk about that.
Bitcoin, I'm a little bit short this morning.
Why?
Because I got short yesterday on the close. I sold a bunch of IBIT. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's right there.
It really hasn't. It moves relatively small, but Bitcoin futures did trade over 100,000, 100,900. Do you have a 100,000 hat for Bitcoin?
Ooh.
I did not trade any actual cash Bitcoin last night, but I did see it over 100,000 for sure.
Somebody predicted it would happen. It would happen overnight.
I think that means that you guys have to kiss.
I'm going in with tongues, Oz. I don't give a crap.
Hey, another big mover in the digital asset space, Citron Research, disclosed a short position in Bitcoin buyer MicroStrategy, sending shares lower, down around 8%. They opened sharply higher on a rally in Bitcoin prices, which were nearing 100,000. Let's talk about MSTR versus Citron.
I don't know much about anything of what Citron's doing. MSTR, we traded all day yesterday.
MSTR is up small, relatively small, up around $7 or $8 to 405.
It's a pretty wild
I say
move.
Relatively small because they had over $100 range yesterday, $7.
I think they're finally going to take. I think they're finally going to take some premium out of. I think it's time. They're finally going to take some premium out of this MSTR and other things. I think maybe they'll get normalized a little bit today.
What about Coinbase? Just real fast, and we'll wrap that up.
You always get me in this. Coinbase is trading $2.92 on the bid, down around $3 on the bid. $2 to $3 move lower in Coinbase. ID rank of 106 in Coinbase. On my option trades today, I actually made a trade in Coinbase, a 1-by-2 call ratio spread. 5 or 6 days later, with the stock lower, which you would want in that strategy, but volatility going from around 77 IV rank to 105, that spread 5 days later was the same price. Just trying to outline how much stock goes lower. That's what you wanted for the strategy. But volatility went higher and time went by, which you knew would happen, which would be beneficial for that strategy. The strategy was trading wrapped around a nickel of its old price. Volatility really does play a big part in selling premium, especially on something that has skew.
Yeah,
you need volatility to contract. Eventually, everything goes to parity, but you need
You need volatility to contract, or you want volatility.
It sucks when that happens because everything else is you did everything right. It's just that volatility doesn't want to play your brain.
You feel a lot like Sosnoff. You do. The pain.
As long as you Hey, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau issued a finalized version of a rule saying it's going to soon supervise non-banking firms that offer financial services such as Apple Wallet, Google Pay, and Amazon, as well as fintech firms like PayPal, Block, and Venmo and Zelle. What are your thoughts?
I'm fully supportive of that. I think it's ridiculous that they got a free pass when we're under this.
See, but it's so weird what you want regulated and what you don't. I can't. I honestly can't.
No, it's not weird.
It is kind of. You're inconsistent.
We are under intense regulatory scrutiny for anything that has to do with anything financial, and they get a free pass because they're considered a tech firm, not a financial firm, but yet they're offering financial services. So we can't compete with them because we can't offer the same financial services without regulatory oversight, and they don't have any. So yeah, the answer is to make it fair. They should be subject to it.
Are you doing anything in Square or Block or PayPal or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I was just curious.
No, not at all.
Hey, Ken Griffin is open to a Citadel stake sale, and he also warns of tariff risks. The billionaire said that he would consider selling a piece of Citadel, the $65 billion multi-strategy hedge fund he founded in 1980. What are your thoughts?
I mean, it sounds good. He's just trying to make it seem like he's normal. I'm sure if he went to sell the whole thing at $65 billion, I don't know if he would get that for it. But I mean, Citadel is a financial institution that, to be fair, they're probably the biggest. Well, they're easily the biggest market maker, but they would probably be, in terms of volume, the largest exchange in the world. I mean, that's how big they are. They probably process more trades per day than anybody else in the world.
So 2 years ago, Sequoia Capital paid $1.15 billion for a stake in Citadel, and it valued the market maker at $22 billion. But now I guess they're worth.
That was a good trade.
Yeah.
Everybody that's ever invested in Citadel from day one it's been a winner because, I think when Ken first started, he started walking around on the floor of the exchange just looking for investors, and a bunch of guys, he wasn't on the SIBO, but a bunch of guys on some of the Chicago exchanges like the Board of Trade and the Merck, I mean, guys were giving him checks for like 25, 50, 100 grand.
Yeah.
And, he was trying to put together this prop firm. And we got to remember, this is before there were prop firms.
Did you give him money?
No, I didn't even know him. I didn't know him.
Oh.
I didn't know him either.
I never heard of him until we built, they were a nothing firm for 20 years. I never heard of him until we built Thinkorswim, and then they were our primary high frequency partner. Mm-hmm. So we've been routing orders to them since 2001. They have been, if you fill an order on Thinkorswim or Tasty, you probably fill it with, there's a 50 or 60% chance it's with Citadel. I mean, that's just how the business is. But at every firm, it doesn't matter what firm doesn't matter where you route orders with. Citadel is the largest, market maker in the world, and they do, the lion's share of all the option business.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, keeping it moving and grooving. Alphabet shares slid 4% yesterday, continuing the Department of Justice's push for Google to divest Chrome. I reported this story earlier, but now it seems it's finally hitting Google's bottom line. Shares slid 4% after the recommendation following a federal judge's ruling in August that Google held an illegal monopoly in search. It's the latest development in a years-long bipartisan antitrust battle against Google. What are you doing in the Goog?
But wait a minute, we talking about Google? Or we talking about Alphabet?
Google.
I'm just teasing you. It's the same thing. I
know.
I get you. Google 165, 166, maybe down about $1.50, $2. But the market's ever so slightly softer here today. Google has an IV rank of 35.
Ooh, that's not terrible.
No, not at all.
Do you have a Google position, Tom?
Yeah, small. I have a small strangle in there. I put it on yesterday because the IV rank was elevated.
Oh.
It's unchanged.
Amazon will likely face an EU investigation next year into whether it favors its own brand products on its online marketplace as European antitrust regulators build up a case under landmark rules. The U.S. online retailer could face a fine of up to 10% of its global annual turnover if found guilty. The EU is not playing. I mean, that's a massive fine. If it's 10% of whatever.
Yeah, I know.
That's not nothing.
I mean, I don't know that they can collect, but sure.
Amazon shares fell as much as 3%. What are you doing in Amazon?
We have no position.
198 and change, IV rank of 35. You are right. It has been moving higher over the last few days. If you take a look at the IVX 5-day change on volatility, it's up about 5% over the last 5 days. So certainly a stock that has expanding volatility. If you don't have a position, and maybe something to look for, selling premium.
Also, is there some seasonality with Amazon because of the Black Friday, the Cyber Monday, the massive?
Oh, I don't know, Vanetta. Why don't you tell us? Because that's what you used to bother the crap out of me back in the day. Go on.
You're so angry.
He is angry. He's like an angry Italian old guy.
So angry.
Yeah.
So angry.
Get on your stoop and start screaming at the kids walking down the street.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, we're getting ready for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all those shenanigans. Gotta be good for Amazon. No, maybe I don't know.
I don't know. If you like that, you got a little bit of a pullback here.
Speaking of UK regulators or EU regulators, UK competition regulator will soon announce behavioral remedies to address anti-competitive practices in the cloud infrastructure industry. The regulator is expected to announce remedies to solve what it views as barriers to competition in the sector, and that's dominated by cloud giants like Amazon and Microsoft. Do you think 2025 is going to be a lot of headwinds, I should say, in terms of regulations, not here in America now, but more in the EU?
I don't think so. I think you're going to see I actually think the EU there's going to be some very dramatic changes, because what you're seeing right now is that with the devaluation essentially of their currency, meaning that their buying power has gone down, that's going to have a profound effect on their electability. And I think that you're going to see the actual opposite happen. You're going to see a trend in the other direction where they make their markets more competitive with the U.S. markets in order to attract capital. I've argued this for years, that the EU that the EU and a few other places around the world were on a path to self-destruction, because the regulatory environments that they set up are so anti-competitive, and they are not conducive to raising capital, because there's no exit strategy and there's basically no liquidity in their marketplace. And until they get that, and I think they're starting to recognize that now with the devaluation of their currencies. So I think that in Europe, Europe could outperform the U.S. in the next couple of years, but they're going to have a massive, refactoring of how they do everything. And they're not there yet. I think you're going to see it, but they're not there yet.
Okay. Bat, anything in Microsoft?
Microsoft has been, for something that has such a high it has a high correlation to the overall market. It has not been performing with the market. Microsoft's on its butt, trading around 413 or so, basically unchanged in Microsoft. The correlation in Microsoft is 0.73, but it hasn't been the last month.
Interesting. Hey, one little outlier from earnings moving around this morning, that's GPS Gap. Yes, that Gap. Shares surged as the clothing retailer raised its guidance and touted a strong start to the holiday once the hallmark of Tom's wardrobe, Old Navy.
So true. Are they still open, Sosnoff? Old Navy?
It has fallen. It has fallen. But Gap is in the midst of a turnaround under CEO Richard Dixon. You named your kid Dick Dixon? I'm sorry.
I haven't been to an Old Navy in a while, but I like Old Navy.
Well, they own Old Navy, Banana Republic, Athleta, and Gap. They blew past Wall Street's earnings estimate despite a tough quarter affected by unseasonably warm weather and hurricanes. Not sure how tradable Gap is, but glad that they're back, I guess.
Up $4. If Bat had told Tom about this, he definitely would have sold puts in there. And been profitable, even with the wide markets and untradeable options in here. Tom would have made a couple of G on this strategy.
Did you know that college Vanetta, when she was working one summer, because she had an internship, but it did not pay enough money, so she worked nights at a Gap?
Whoa. What happens at nights, Dad? Don't.
No, I was at the Fashion Square Mall in Indianapolis because I was in Indianapolis for a summer.
Oh my God! Were you one of those young ladies who was spraying cologne on everybody? Please tell me.
No, that's Abercrombie. No, I was just at Gap and I was just folding shirts.
Got it. Okay. All right. Good.
It was actually a good job. I liked working at the Gap. You got 6 50% coupons
purchases
every month, and then I think you got like 30% off of anything else. So it was.
Saz would have paid you 35% off on $100 for those.
I would like to learn. I would like to learn to be a better shirt folder. I'm really not good.
Well, we have special things. So it's actually a template. It's a piece of plastic that we use to fold. Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't have that, Saz. That would be.
You can get them on Amazon.
Yeah, you can get them anywhere.
I know.
All right.
Maybe you could buy that on the Black Friday sale. That would be good. Get the $8 piece of plastic for $6.50.
Apple is reportedly developing a new version of its voice assistant Siri powered by advanced large language models, according to inside sources. It's part of Apple's attempt to catch up in AI, where it is behind other tech companies like Google and Meta. What are you doing in Apple?
Unchanged today at 228 or so with a 20% IV rank. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
I have no position. I was saying.
All right. Alibaba is going to integrate its domestic Chinese and international e-commerce platforms into a single business unit run by one leader for the first time. Are you doing anything in Baba?
We're a small long.
Okay.
I have no position in Baba. Saz will probably get me in one soon. The way it's been behaving without an uptick is starting to screen for me, although the Ivy rank is only 18.
FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker is going to visit Boeing's Seattle offices with new CEO Kelly Ortberg as the plane maker resumes 737 MAX production. Basically, the FAA is like, I'm going to just sit in this corner and make sure you don't screw anything up. What are you doing in Boeing?
We're long.
Okay.
We're just naked long Boeing here. Not huge. We're just short a bunch of the 140 and 145 puts.
They did.
Boeing 143 and a half probably puts you somewhere close to even.
They did secure a $2.38 billion contract for 15 KC-46A tankers for the Air Force. So good job. Good job out of them.
Good job at Boeing, but it could use a little bit more help, although it has had an uptick or two the last couple of days. Lows were around 130-ish and change.
I'm skipping a story here. We could finally have a blockbuster weekend at the box office as two films go head to head. For you guys, you're going to get Gladiator 2, the eagerly anticipated sequel to the hit Gladiator films. And for theater queens like me, you're getting Wicked. And if you dare to find me, look in the western skies. No?
It's not bad. It's better than I'm going to be able to do. I'll give you that.
Are you familiar with Wicked? Have you ever seen Wicked?
I sat almost front row in Wicked because my daughter is a little musical buff. She loves it. That's my daughter Chandler, who's coming to visit today, Sosnoff. I know you like Chandler. You hired her for a summer because, well, nepotism, no other word. Don't ask me to spell it. So, yeah, it was actually pretty good. I mean, I enjoyed it. I didn't fall asleep, unlike some other plays that I have gone to. Like Miss Saigon, that I fell asleep at.
It could raise underlyings like AMC or other entertainment.
Yeah, don't bark up that tree. That nothing raising that. The popcorn ain't raising that. The nothing raising that.
Are you guys gonna see Gladiator? You know, I've never seen the first Gladiator.
Oh, you have to. It stands the test of time.
I don't have to do anything.
Gladiator.
Well, then you'll just be alone, Vanetta.
The original Gladiator is great, but I would like to see Gladiator 2.
I mean,
It's only
Denzel Washington
right now,
in
right?
it. What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I said Denzel Washington's in it. That's it. That's the tweet.
Yeah. I think it's only in theaters right now. Like, I don't even think it's on like.
Yeah, no, it opens today. So, but also a little bait and switch. I have to put this out there. No spoilers, but this Wicked movie is 2 parts. That's a scam. So this is only part 1. Like it like I don't think.
Wait a minute, it's 2 parts, and you have to come back for the second part.
Yeah, the second part's not even out. So like when you go to the theater, it's just you get.
Oh my God, they are finding new ways,
I know.
Part you with your money. This is.
I know, and it's like
crap.
2.5 hours long, and that's only like part 1. I'm like, what are you doing?
Sad enough, I remember 2-part movies back in the day. Or am I thinking of something else? But they would be the same day. Am I wrong?
Oh.
I think you're remembering an intermission. I don't remember a 2-parter.
Yeah, maybe it's an intermission.
I don't remember a 2-parter before.
Interesting.
Probably a boomer moment, as Vanetta has done so many times that reminded us. Which, by the way, Vanetta, really loved the video of my son and you. Great feedback.
No, that's all Tom. That's all Tom and Nikki with their A+ level acting. I just filmed it. It was
the reenactment of Braveheart. I mean, Sosnoff as the evil.
Can we get rid of that?
It's so good.
It's one of the most embarrassing things I've seen.
It's doing numbers. It's doing numbers, baby. It's the only time I see my raise. It's doing numbers.
Sure.
Hey, congratulations to Shohei Ohtani. He gets his 3rd MVP award. He created the MLB 50-50 club, and he won his 1st title and 3rd MVP, all while rehabbing his arm. Hey, a little sports trivia question. Do you know the only other player to ever win both AL and NL MVPs? If you know in the chat, put your guess in. So there's only been one other player that's won the MVP in the American League and in the National League.
What era?
I obviously have the answer. But
what era?
I don't know. I will say in his baseball card picture he has like mutton chops, so I don't know what era that is.
Dennis Eckersley.
He's got like sideburns.
Dennis Eckersley.
No.
I don't know.
Wow, that's interesting. Mutton chops.
Not mutton chop. I just mean like side.
She just means it looks like it's the 70s.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think who it was.
70s or 1920s, one of the two.
I was going to say Griffey, but I don't think it's Griffey. I don't know. Who is it?
It is Frank Robinson.
Oh, Frank Robinson. Yeah. Baltimore. Well, he won with Baltimore. Who else did he win with?
I don't know. I saw this on Twitter. Cincinnati, maybe? The Reds?
God, I don't remember him playing for the Reds. That's a long time ago. I remember him playing for Baltimore.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, then there you go. Go Tani is what they are saying on the interwebs. Hey, finally today, because it is Friday, you know it, you love it. It's a little segment I like to call Will Tom Eat It? Or I scour the internet for food for fat traders. And I have a little Thanksgiving edition. You might always stick with your standard recipes for Thanksgiving, but I found this account that is like, if you like potato chips, maybe you could incorporate those flavors into your mashed potatoes. And not wrong. Watch this.
opinion is that salt and vinegar.
Oops.
Oops.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
We just lost it. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh my God. Saz said that to Corinne on Sunday. It was amazing. She called me and said, he lost it again. I'm like, oh my God. That's horrible.
Do not.
Saz ain't fighting it. See that? See that?
Do not.
That's right.
Do not want.
It's one time.
We've all been there, man. We've all been there.
Omaha.
It's late. Whatever.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
It's always Monday. Where are you going? I mean, okay.
Anyway, well, she made
coming up right now.
Okay, thank you, Beth.
Yep. Must have taken the weekend.
All right, we're good.
Vinegar mashed potatoes belong on the Thanksgiving table because my theory is that if it works on a potato chip, then it will work on potatoes in any form. And as someone whose favorite potato chip flavor is salt and vinegar, I had to include it as part of my Thanksgiving series, How to Lose a Pie in 10 Days. Plus, if you've never had malt vinegar on your fish and chips, you're missing out. There's still plenty of butter and milk, so the mashed potatoes are fluffy and creamy, but now they just taste like the best potato chip flavor in the whole world. My unpopular opinion is that salt and vinegar mashed potatoes belong on the Thanksgiving table. Because
salt and vinegar mashed potatoes.
I really like malt vinegar. I mean, I really like that on fish and chips. I would give it a try. It looks doable. Saz, no, I was going to say no from the very beginning, but I think she won me over.
You know, it's funny. I tried to like. I mean, I shouldn't say that I tried to like. I don't mind malt vinegar on fish and chips, but I prefer tartar sauce.
Yeah, I'm not a tartar sauce guy, so there you go. I'm not a sour
But do you like
guy either.
salt and vinegar? Do you like salt and vinegar chips?
They're not.
Oh my God, he's never saw a pair.
Oh, they're my
bag of
favorite.
chips he's never
They
eaten.
would be like my 4th or 5th favorite. They're not even in the top 3.
Wow.
I tend to agree with them, but he's eating them. Okay.
Oh man, are they all dressed?
He's getting them on the playing cards. He's getting them on the iPad wheel. He's getting the grease on them.
Do you know what we had in Canada? You know what we had in England, which I took with me on the train each day? I had the flaming grilled steak chips. They're my favorite. It's pure chemicals. But they taste like steak. It's great. They're great.
Oh, that's great. Hey, this has been fun. What's coming up next?
We're going to take Frankie just wrote into me and said if you ask for malt vinegar, he said if you ask for malt vinegar in your fish fry in Wisconsin, you get kicked out of the restaurant. We're going to take a quick 90-second break.
No, in Wisconsin, they just dip the fish in melted cheese.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but that's not my first choice. I like the malt vinegar. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. Peace.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Nick, I'm curious. On your birth certificate, I've always wondered this. On your birth certificate, is it Nicholas or Nick?
It's Nicholas, yeah, Saint's name. But I will say Frankie in the chat calls me Nikki, Nikki, like a woman's name. And I don't know where Frankie's getting this from. I don't know if it's like just a typing thing.
I had a friend at a previous firm. We were working on the technology development team with a Russian counterpart. He was speaking to a person called Ilya for 6 months. I go over to St. Petersburg, Russia. I come back. This person asks me, hey, did you get a look at Ilya? And I go, yeah. And he goes, what's she look like? Is she pretty good looking?
Oh, man.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
In that moment, I realized that these two have been, for 6 months, this person's been flirting with this person in St. Petersburg, Russia. And you know what I told him, Nick? Hey, Tony, you know what I told him?
She's beautiful.
She's beautiful.
You ever called a woman by the wrong name?
Not that I'm ever going to admit.
The trick is to just not say a name.
She'd be like baby.
Yes.
Like baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sweetheart,
doll face. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I love it here.
But I got my vasectomy reversed. Okay. Yeah. But I can remember it to this day. Nikki and Gina were both sitting in the back seat of the car, and I was in the front seat of the car. And I go, hey, listen, I got some news for you to tell you.
you know, you're gonna have a baby brother. And he said to me, no, you're not. You slipped. You're clipped. You got no. You can't have any. That's exactly what he said to me. You can't have any kids. I go, well, they don't actually take your. He goes, no, wait. He didn't believe me for the longest time. I mean, like a week or whatever.
Well, you know, I looked at my father who was 50, and I said, you know, good joke, Dad.
48.
I was like, Dad, is this the smartest thing to do?
Dad, you've done some dumb things in your life. This is the dumbest.
Is this the one?
Rich sent me a picture of Tom. It is perfect, Tom. So how do you think he's in a cab?
In a cab, he's like this. He's either one of two things, like this.
Oh, he's talking to me.
Close.
He's talking to me.
Oh, he's talking.
Yes. Yes.
First of all, what is he wearing?
That's
3 layers.
Are those Corinne's shoes?
Those are Corinne's.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with TastyTrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new TastyTrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? TastyTrade. Make your move.
Look who's back testing. TastyTrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at TastyTrade.
Want to know what you're getting into before you dive in? When you trade options at TastyTrade, you see your probability of profit and loss right where you need it. TastyTrade. Make your move.
$6.75, but they've had a nice $37 really range, almost 59. I'll just call it 6,000 down to 59.40 or so. They're down 7 ticks right now. They're coming off of their lows. Nasdaq down 50. Russell, on the other hand, mixed bag of tricks, up 5. Dow up 10. On a percentage basis, some of the movers, certainly not volatility, down 10 cents. But you've got Bitcoin, I got to mention it, trading over $100,000, 100,900 on the futures, just under 99,000 right now. Ethereum's had some good moves too. Ethereum traded up to just about $3,400, trading around $3,300. Percentage basis, your big movers, nat gas down 14 cents after rallying for days and days. That's all I got for right now, Sadnoff.
Yeah, let's do it. Emails that came into us overnight. Emails. What do we got here? Let's see what we got. Hold on one second. I put an order in for something. Bam. Okay. Ooh, that was too easy. Just scalp a little IBIT bat.
You did. I see that. You bought it at 69, 55.69.
Yeah, we made about 25 cents.
Man, are you good?
Hey, just doing what I got to do.
Greasing the wheels. I got it, son. I got it.
Hold on one second. Let me do this.
Is this going to clean you up?
No.
We're going to make it bigger for you, Tom.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. I just wanted to see it. I can't see it.
Well, many have tried, Beth. Many have tried.
Anthony.
You're not the first to say that. You won't be the last.
Not today, dude. Not today.
That's good.
Such a child, Sadnoff. You really are.
I'm a child.
He's such a child.
I'm a child.
Such a child.
You both are.
Okay. I'm a child, but
such a child. Unbelievable.
I'm a child, but who's wearing the Shadow Creek shirt? Big shot.
Somebody had to read that to you. There's no way you could see that with your squinty little eyes.
Mr. Shadow Creek. Do you know there's a live tournament there?
I'm going to pull this out enough right now. I'm just disappointed I didn't buy one of these each time I went to Shadow Creek. I only have one. I should have multiples.
I used to have one, but I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, I think I bought it for you. I bought it for you. No. I bought it for Slappy.
I don't need you to buy it for me, so don't give me your crap. But I just think it's kind of, it's a little bougie.
Is what I'm saying.
It's a little bit of a poser thing, considering, you don't really play golf.
With my handicap, it most certainly is. Yes, I agree. But it looks good, in front of all the goys at the country club. You know how it is, Saz. Those who can do, those who can't pose.
You're such a poser.
If you want me to read these for you, are you ready, Saz? If I can do it for you.
If I have a traditional IRA account with $25,000 or more, am I subject to patterned day trading rules?
If you have a traditional IRA account with $25,000 or more, no, you have no patterned day trading rules. I believe that's $25,000 and below, and then even if you are in an IRA account, you have patterned day trading, rules that you have to abide by.
Yes,
which is good.
Pattern day trading does apply to IRA accounts like it applies to non-IRA accounts. However, if you have over $25,000, there's no such thing as pattern day trading. And
sad enough, if you bring it over $25,000, your pattern day trading goes away.
That's correct. But if you have over $25,000, there's no such thing as pattern day trading. Let's go to the next slide. IRA or regular account?
Yep.
What do you define as a core position?
Something that I typically trade all the time, and or something I pick up deltas on. Like, I don't trade a lot of futures for deltas. I prefer to just use those for scalping when I do trade futures. So if I have a position on, I have 20 positions on, I'm getting too long or too short, and I'm trying to find some delta to offset that, I'll go into an SPY or a Qs. That would be kind of my core position, something I have on month after month. I try to avoid it. I know Tom uses it a lot.
Yeah, I think that anything that has super amounts of liquidity is a core position. What I mean by that is I almost always have positions on, like in SPYs and bonds and in Tesla, Nvidia, just kind of all the most active underlyings. I consider them kind of core to option trading. So that would be like kind of my core position. Some people think of a core position as something that they don't like, that they never sell. It's just kind of like one of their passive investments. I mean, Bitcoin could be core position. If you're really, you want to be passively long some company or something, that could be considered a core investment, a core position, a core investment. I don't think of that, because you could use real estate and everything else. I think of core positions as kind of like your most actively traded underlyings that you almost always have positions in. Let's go next one, please. From your experience, which long trade would you choose? Sell 2 short puts and 1 short call to get a certain amount of long deltas, or sell 2 short puts and 2 short calls for the same buying power as option 1, but move the short puts a bit closer to the money and end up with some long deltas as option 1. So which of those two would you rather be? 2-to-1 and tweak the deltas, or 2-to-2 and to generate? Do you do unbalanced? The real question here is, do you do unbalanced strangles, or do you do?
I typically go to balanced. My first inkling would be going to balance. I don't typically do like 1 30 delta call and 2 40 delta puts. I don't do that.
I'm agreeing with the bat. We mostly do everything balanced. There is an occasion on earnings we'll do 2 puts and 1 call, and there's also sometimes when we, like we made a trade yesterday morning. We didn't get filled, but we did a trade that Dr. Data suggested. We were selling 2 puts and 1 call in EM, and we'll enter an unbalanced strangle occasionally, but for the most part, we generally stick with balanced trades. Because you don't put any more capital. It's the same amount of capital. So we'd rather have the extra premium.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go next slide. If a futures vertical spread goes against you, breaking through both the short and long strikes, and the position is closed before the expiration date, can you lose more than the max loss? Like if it's a defined risk trade and it's a futures option position and it goes against you, can you lose more than the max loss?
No, if both strikes are in the money, I mean, you can be left with a future at the end of if it ends up inside the body of your spread, and then you have a future coming in on Monday, and then the market moves against or for you, you could have a P&L swing there. But if it's outside you can't lose more than the vertical spread.
No, I mean the simple bottom line here is that if you have a vertical spread on whether it's in listed options, indexes, ETFs, or futures options, and the trade is defined risk, you cannot lose more than the max loss. Period.
Yep.
Now there you could do something crazy like try to leg out and lose more, but if you do it as a spread, you cannot. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this person writes, I'm long 3 ZB contracts, and while selling weekly calls against them, I'm thinking of switching over to ZT, which is the 2-year, as I think the short end of the curve is going to come down much sooner and faster than the long end. So what do you think of that idea? Does ZT have any liquidity issues, or can I trade it without worries? And also, how are the options in there?
The options are fine. ZT has good
be careful on this one. The options in there are fine because they have an institutional buy-in, but from a retail trader, I would stay very far away from them. They trade, but the bid-ask spreads, even though they're like only 1 tick wide.
Look at them right now. They're 1 tick wide.
Yeah, you give up too much. Like the 1 tick is a big tick, and it's hard to make back unless you're holding it for
$15 a 1562, right? Which is half the size of bonds.
But they don't move. My point is, trust me on this one, because I've done a lot of research on ZT options.
I'll give you this. I don't trade them.
Yeah, either do I anymore. I would trade ZB options and ZN options. I would not trade ZT options unless you're putting on a long-term position and you're like buying ZT and you're selling calls against it and doing that kind of thing. But if you want to trade 2 years, I would not trade the options. You can trade the 2 year. You can trade the 2 year notes.
I was looking at the ends also, the 10-year just now. I apologize.
Oh yeah, the ends are.
I wasn't looking at the T's, the 2 year. I apologize.
Yeah. The T's are not really tradable for retail customers. They're really an institutional product. They trade by committee on big orders only. I wouldn't trade the 5 years either options. I would just trade the 10 years and the 30 years. But if you want to trade options on 2 year, you can buy the 2 year and sell calls against it, but then you can't scalp in and out. Okay? So the options there are not very good. We don't like them. Let's go next slide. If I sell a 1 DTE strangle in the SPX and the position ends up in the money on the same day, am I at risk of early assignment?
If I sell a 10-day strangle in SPX, there is no early assignment in SPX. SPX is cash settled. So no, you are no risk of anything here. Now, if your option is trading at 0, I mean, you might look to close it because the full profit, give up the couple of cents there. But other than that, no early assignment.
Yeah, that's correct. One of the things about the SPX is there is no early assignment.
One of the good things, or one of the clean things.
One of the good things. One of the good things. It's not like an equity, and there's no early assignment in the SPX. It's cash settled, no early assignment. So no, you have no risk in that sense. Let's go next slide.
It's the last slide, Tom. You're done.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. Beautiful.
That's okay, Saz. Don't worry about a thing. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. We got more Tasty Live after this with Jamal next and This Week in Stocks.
Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here's what it means when they say catch a bid. The term catch a bid is in reference to the stock's price action. The bid price is the price at which you can sell a stock at. When a stock continues to go down, so do bids, meaning the price at which you'd be selling the stock is continuing to go much lower. If you miss it, you can't catch a bid.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club, genius.
What happens when two titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Let's watch these two master the art of the noble sport boxing. Wow, look at those geriatric thumbs go. Someone had an extra dose of fibre this morning. Like a flutter of fills, it's definitely fists of plastic fury over here. And I'm spent. Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tasty Live Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
I started trading around 2018, as soon as I got out of college. Stumbled upon a couple of different YouTube videos and learned that way. Truth or Skepticism with Dylan Radigan was actually kind of what really caught me in the early stages, because Dylan was sort of the skeptic, and like I was a skeptic as well. And Tom was able to sort of convince him, and that was kind of my favorite show from the beginning. The fundamental principle that present fear of future uncertainty is fundamentally overpriced. In other words, volatility and selling volatility is the key to getting a statistical advantage in financial markets, is the biggest takeaway. And that's kind of just the overarching principle I follow.
Trading is hard enough. Here's what liquidity is. You want to be like water. Liquidity is in reference to how easily you can get in and out of a position, from volume to open interest to actual price at which you can buy or sell your position. It's important for all traders, from stock traders to futures traders to options traders or even crypto. Tight bid-ask spreads and high volume are characteristics of good liquidity.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
First of all, I'm sitting in the captain's seat. I've never been invited to come sit in the new captain's seat. But what I'm concerned with is the size of these screens. And he's still doing this.
Snow, let's take a look.
They did not hold that rally at all.
Phil, you got a partial. 973.75.
I'm looking at this like I have to move my head to get through the top, the top symbols. I thought he had like a little computer and he was getting down.
He hasn't learned that he could like swivel his head. He has to see the screen. He has to go like this to me. And then you know what? Money goes to money. You did it. Good job out of you.
Yeah.
I just drove with him twice. Now I'm really concerned that I was just in the car with him for 2.5 hours.
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Tomas, we're back, my friend. So enough out of you. Jamal's in the house this week in stocks.
Last night I wasn't interested in anything on TV until it started snowing. Did you guys watch it once it started snowing? It did make it interesting, did it not? I mean, it was kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
It's funny. I fell asleep for basically the whole game, and I woke up and watched like the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the last 5 minutes were the best part. It was kind of fun.
I like it when the field's covered in snow.
It's dope. Yeah, nice. It's really cool. It was kind of fun to watch. Real.
Well, I wouldn't call the Browns a real team, but they did play good last night relative.
No, they're not a good team at all. But, it kind of felt like Cleveland all of a sudden fell in love with Jameis Winston. I don't know how that's possible, but it seemed like it last night. They seemed to be like cheering their asses off. Nobody left that game. Dude, it was cold. Nobody left.
The Cleveland fans are they're good fans. I mean, considering how bad that team is.
Yeah, it was kind of awesome. I don't know if that would happen. I don't know if everybody would stay the whole entire time and a lot of other teams, but they stayed there. You got to say that. You got to give them.
I'm going to the Bears game on Sunday, and I will be there from bell to bell.
Is it supposed to be cold?
I don't care. I love the cold. Bring it on.
It's 50's the high, 30's the low. My over-under on him is he doesn't see the third quarter.
What are you talking about? I've never left before the end of the fourth quarter of my life.
Oh,
you know I have an inside track, right? I mean, she don't lie to me because I got pictures. Not of her, of you. All right, Jamal, what do you got for us?
Let's talk about the week. AI is doing A-OK. Let's move to the next slide. Of course, that's kind of the beginning of the week. A couple of times this week, we had some movements on this Russia-Ukraine crap, right? You got equities dropping. You had gold moving moving back up. Matter of fact, I think it's up again today. First time in I can't even put it in context, but like about 5 days in a row, gold has been up essentially. And you've seen oil move around quite a bit too. So a little bit of movement in the overnight trading sessions. AI, of course, NVIDIA. Volatility sellers were rewarded in NVIDIA. I think there was about an $8 or 8% move expected, and we didn't get that at all. So vol completely just collapsed in there. The company did say it's full steam ahead on the Blackwell chip, so it looks like things are going okay, but it was surprising. We didn't really get much of a move in NVIDIA. You guys trade that for earnings?
I'm surprised the news doesn't say Bat said it would open down $4 or $5. I think it went down $6 and then opened $4 the next day. I believe it opened $3. I'm surprised that's not your news, but this is good too.
Big week for Bitcoin,
we traded it small. It was a good winner for everybody.
Yeah. Big week for Bitcoin. Futures as of this morning traded over 100K, and then certain Bitcoin ETFs started trading options. iBit and FBTC and a couple of others started trading options. So you got a lot of activity in there more recently. Euro falls to the lowest since 2022. Bets are surging. The ECB is going to cut rates, and the dollar's positive for the 8th week in a row. And of course, Treasuries kind of slide again this week. 10-year yield came really close to going to 4.5%, but not quite. Let's move to the next slide. So you got a lot. I mean, I thought it was going to be a way more boring week, but a couple of things actually happened. This is where we are as far as volatility curve in the middle here. Things have changed a lot since Halloween, of course, when we had backwardation. You've seen vol lower, but a little pump up in vol this week, probably because of all this talk of Russia-Ukraine crap overnight. And you got vol bid a little bit, but still in the teens, still like around 16 and change. And almost in contango, almost kind of flat. We're in between. So if we got a little whatever fracas happened, of course, we could easily be right back in backwardation because those first 3 months are kind of close together, actually. Let's move to the next slide.
Good point.
Speaking of Russia-Ukraine, the last time we saw the Widowmaker spread in a meaningful level, somewhere between blowing out like $1.70 to $2, was during that time a couple of years ago. Other than that, right now it's fairly close together, about 6.8 cents difference in March and April. But if this flare up happens and something more happens, we could see it widen out there, right? I mean, the last week, natural gas was almost up 20% on the week. I think it ended up fading as of yesterday, and I think it might be down again today. But natural gas has been making a move. So we'll see.
Getting whacked today.
It's down almost 5% today. Yeah. Good.
Okay. Yeah. All that talk this week had it moving, but it's calmed down since. But again, it's been interesting to me watching this Widowmaker spread. This thing always used to be between like $1.70 and $2, 3 to 4 months out. Over the last few years, though, it's been really tight and really not much going on there. It doesn't seem like there's much of a trade anymore. Let's move to the next slide. Nuclear names have been on fire, if that even makes any sense. I don't know if it does, but OKLO is one I know a lot of us tasty people have talked about more recently. And just some of the other names that have moved around. It's hard to compare because SMR has just been crazy this year, whatever that name is. But okay, there's a couple of names here. Some of them are even utilities. CEG and PEG, I think, are utilities. Of course, there's the well-known CCJ. NLR is another ETF. And there's a couple other names. But the nuclear stuff has been the discussion because of AI and where they're going to get all this energy from and blah, 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 blah. Who the hell knows? But these names have been moving around quite a bit. Some volatility and some of them too. Let's move to the last slide.
We haven't traded a lot of those. Victor's mentioned those to us. They're good. I think they're almost stock plays. A lot of them. I don't know how the options are on some of them. Have you traded those, Jamal?
OKLO, I was trading it actually about 2 months ago. Did well in it, but
it looks like the most popular one.
Yeah, I haven't touched, and it has a lot of volume, right? And it's I mean, that's the thing. It has volume, and it has pretty decent open interest. At least it did when I was trading it. So that's what drew me to it.
Yep.
So DOJ is kind of deemed Google to be a monopoly, and they're going to be forced to sell Chrome. It's supposed to be about $15 to $20 billion worth for that asset. I tell you what, early in the week, this news came out like Monday, Tuesday. Stock didn't even move, but yesterday, big move. So clearly, it's a thing now. We'll see. And I mean, it stood out. It wasn't like all the other, Mag 7 names were moving. This one was moving more than a lot of them. MicroStrategies, I don't know what they know that we don't know. Maybe they just don't care, but they just keep buying Bitcoin. They purchased $4.6 billion worth of Bitcoin at an average price of 88K, getting rewarded as of the day, but they just keep buying Bitcoin and putting it on the sheets. Tesla early this week.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
What's that? Buying Bitcoin?
With other people. That's the business model. I mean, the stock was, up 200 in the last month, down 100 yesterday, up small today. I mean, ride the wave, I guess.
As long as it's other people's money, I guess it doesn't matter.
It's funny. Yes. Not you mentioned, I got to bring this up. I saw something a little while ago about Bitcoin-backed like loans. Like, I'm like, what? So I think
it does have a little bit of like, buying land back in the day, with loans from people, like the whole Vegas, buy the condo at 150, sell it at 300, buy it back at 500, sell it at 650.
Why do we do these things to ourselves as a nation?
Because they work.
You know what I mean?
They work until they don't.
Right. They work until they don't.
Right.
It's getting to be a house of cards. I'd be really careful. That's all.
Like mortgage-backed securities and like, all these other things. We eventually there's something that we just got to find new ways to do something, right? Like we're always pushing and pushing. I will say, we this is what we do, right? But eventually it does lead to something. And that's
why? Because wealth is a grind. I mean, I get it. There are those outlier moves, but wealth is a grind. And people are always looking for the shortcut to the grind. It's a grind.
Tony, that is a bar. Wealth is a grind.
Wealth is a grind, man.
We need to make that a shirt, man.
It might be a grind of 10 years. It might be a grind of 40 years, but it's a grind. Whatever it is, it's a grind.
Yeah.
One of the things that we say all the time when we're doing lectures is that wealth is a byproduct of longevity. He or she who can survive the longest, that's what it is. I mean, even with like Warren Buffett, it's just about longevity,
Mm-hmm.
You make it 40 years, then the next 20, you kill it.
Yeah.
Tesla made a big surge early this week. They were talking about the federal framework for relaxing the stuff around self-driving cars. Uber, of course, tanked. That would be a tough thing for them to deal with. They'd have to figure it out. Spirit Airlines is filing for bankruptcy. They tried to merge this in the last couple of years, and it just didn't work with either Frontier or JetBlue. One of them was blocked, etc.
That's the biggest tragedy on the board there. I mean, you had a company that had a buyer. Why would you block it to watch the company? I mean, you had to be seeing behind the scenes to have a company go bankrupt, and then all those jobs are gone. Everything is gone. I mean, I don't get it. Like, I don't
get it either. I mean, it seemed like they
let the buyer beware if that's what they want.
They were saying it was going to raise fares. I didn't really make sense. I'm not really sure what the deal was, but
me either. I'm not that close to the.
In hindsight, it was a mistake, obviously.
Yeah. Walmart delivered on earnings, but the CEO did say they'd be forced to raise tariffs raise prices if tariffs materialize. We'll see what ends up happening. Beckett rose 30% this week on the rumor that they were going to get purchased by Trump Media. And then in research, Market Measure, is this the end of BPR breaking losses? Check that out.
Cool beans, my friend. Good job out of you. Let's take a quick 90-second break. We'll catch the opening bell here. Sound off. Even the S&P down 7, NASDAQ down 48, Russell up 6, and the Dow up 12. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Tasty Live. Thanks, Jamal.
Mm-hmm.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
Dear Chad, thank you for trusting me with the workload of 5 people this week. It was an invaluable learning experience. All 97 hours.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You made me print out something for you in 40-point font.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Want to know what you're getting into before you dive in? When you trade options at Tasty Trade, you see your probability of profit and loss right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Tomas from the powers that be, we are back back, my friend. And you know what that means? Time to look at the market here with about a minute and a half before the market opens, Sadlov. Even the S&P's down 5 handles. Spoke a little bit about the equities today. Didn't mention the bonds, 116.20, but still on their took us. At least they're going sideways for the time being. What do you think about your bond position here, Sadlov? IV rank of 43. Are you happy?
My bond position? I sold some this morning at 24.
I saw.
But they got
117 as a high. They're 116.20 right now. They're mid-price. The 116.12 was the low.
Yeah, if you have D spawns on, today's the roll date, just so you know.
Understood. Gold continues its climb, although it is off of its highs by about $20, Sadnov, up $14.15. Gold has been one of my worst performing positions that I have on, Sadnov.
Yeah, well, gold, I'm fine. Yeah, that's not my problem child. I have other problem children, but it ain't gold.
I appreciate your sympathy, Saz. That was very heartfelt. Thank you. What are you looking for this weekend? How you set up on your Delta?
I'm a little short right now, but I'm long Russell, short S&P, short NASDAQ, long bonds, and I covered some of my naked short Bitcoin this morning, but I'm still need a little help in Monster. I need to sit right here in premium to get crushed.
MSTR?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said the markets are okay and tradable in there. I have to look into this a little bit better. There's your opening bell, my friend. Let's see how they come spinning out of the turn. Even the S&Ps are catching a small bid. They're up about $2. NASDAQ's the only red, down 16. The Russell's up 9, and the Dow is up 88. Coming to a quick little opening here while Tom goes through his portfolio. Reddit down $12. Palo Alto Network down 4 and change. Google down 2 and change. Baidu can't catch an uptick, down 2 and change, with Baba down just about 2. PDD down around 1 and change. Coin down 1 and change, now 2. To the upside side, enough. Costco up 8. That must be all the Thanksgiving shopping there. Lilly finally catching a bid, up 8. Also, Carvana, I haven't mentioned that, up $3.50. Carvana has been on a climb of biblical proportions, but an IV rank of only 3.
Yeah, worst stock for me on the opening today so far is exactly what you just mentioned, and it's going to be a little bit of Baidu.
Yeah, Baidu's Delta for you, right?
Baidu's. I'm just naked short puts in there, right at the 80.
Yeah. So it's all Delta. Tesla unchanged, up $1.
Tesla.
UAL down 50 cents. Please call the plunge protection team. Stock had a downtick. This is the first downtick.
Yeah, let's take a look. IBIT, 50 down to, well, let's see if there's anything else. Ooh, snow up another. Wow, that stock's just killed.
Yeah, I wasn't running into there in snow after having that move. I got a lot of emails yesterday about how about doing something, some 1x2 or something in there. I looked at the December markets. They're not bad. You know, I'm going to say they're about 20 cents wide. And the open interest is actually pretty good when you take a look at the level it's been at. Now, you're not going to have a lot here for these 205s and 215s in open interest because they just added those today. That's why there's no open interest on these. But the rest definitely have some open interest. So I think it's definitely tradable. But markets get wide in there, skews your P&L too when they make an option, 60 cents, $1.05 kind of thing.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm just looking at positions. No real problem children on the opening today, so we're good. We're in good shape. Let's see what we got going on here. S&P's up 5. Wow, that's surprising. Russell up 12. Bonds up 9. None of that. I mean, natural gas getting killed, but I've already rolled down my calls twice already this morning in natural gas. We got to roll them down again, man. They're that's a big move.
In which one?
Natural gas.
Yeah, net gas is There's a reason why Pete taught us about the Widowmaker. I know you had known about it before, and I had traded it in the past. But there's a reason why you get 5% moves in a commodity that has relatively low monthly implied volatility for the expected moves that it has. Man, it's subject to change, and they're very hard product. I think you have to be directional, and you got to be super small. I mean, it's 10 times the size of any equity that you trade.
Yeah, the funny thing too is it has actually a low notional, so it confuses people, and it has a low notional but a really high risk. So it's way higher volatility than most other commodities.
And you know what? It traps sometimes smaller accounts looking for, that high premium to sell relative to low buying power, and I feel sorry for those who get trapped in there.
Yeah, it's a trap. You're right. It's a trap commodity. No question about it.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely have not done much here this morning. I've been uber quiet because we don't have any problem children yet, and we're going to lift.
Well, you basically have an unchanged market, right? If you buttoned everything up on the close, you don't have too many movers, outlier movers. You're gonna be okay, right?
Yeah, we got a few problem children in China. We got some yen issues and some Chinese issues, and so, but I got my best people over there right now working on it.
Do you?
Yeah, I told Britt she's over in Japan. I told her
you're right. Wow. I mean,
I told her you got to go and you got to talk to the authorities there, and you got to get them to boost up. You got to get them to boost up the yen, whatever it takes. Go talk to the central bankers, boost up the yen. And she said, "I got you on this," and let's see how she does. Give her a couple days.
Let's try to do that. Then you know what, Sadlov, don't worry about it. Before the market moves, we got Fast Market coming up after this. Fast Market is where we ask our viewers to submit their trades. We're wrapped around the closing prices here on everything. We do it every Friday. So this could be a good time to go right to Fast Market.
Yeah, but I want to show something really first, because the other day, we had a bunch of kids in the office from a club at University of Central Florida. They stopped by.
Yep.
There was a couple different groups stop in this week because there's a FIA show in Chicago.
Yep.
One of the groups that came in when they were leaving, they said, we said, hey, we want to give you a little gift when you're leaving. And so we gave them a book, and we gave them some other things. But we also gave them a bunch of Tony heads. And we said, when you get to the FIA conference, which was this huge futures conference down in the, I think it was at the Hyatt or the something. The Hyatt or the Hilton, it was a big convention center in Chicago. We said, put Tony's heads all over the place. So what they did is, there's one. They just put them at the expo
on a chair. That's nice. On a speaker's chair. That's pretty cool.
On a speaker's chair. They hit them everywhere. Yep. So people are walking around. A little viral.
Glasses on there. That's good.
Oh, there you go. You're on the buffet.
They were creative. I stayed on the buffet. That was the last one to leave.
Yeah. What else you got?
That's very good. Very good. I was wondering. I was getting.
That's everywhere Tony went.
I was getting strange phone calls from police stations around Chicago. I didn't take them. I'm going to have to see what they said. I figured they probably got arrested for putting me in wrong places, bad places. So I'll see.
We call that really first-class viral.
That's guerrilla marketing right there, Saz.
Yeah.
Guerrilla marketing is what they call that.
That's guerrilla
marketing. Thank you to everybody. They were a great bunch of young men and women. So it was very, very cool to be a part of that. I did notice that on Instagram, because I walked around with them too, the pictures were you and them everywhere. Nobody else, like Julia, who helped out, and myself, who helped out, but you and them. JJ must have been out of town, or it would have been you, them, and JJ, but that's okay. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. It'll just be Tom and I coming back for Fast Market. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
Morning, Uncle Craig. I really appreciate all the investment advice you bestowed upon me this holiday season. That opportunity Prince Harry emailed you about sounds interesting, but I think I'll just stick to watching Tasty Live.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't kick the cat or the dog or the small children until the day of Christmas.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
You know, like when I answer the confirm and send that's
By the way,
in the question.
what are you eating?
Him? Peanuts.
Yeah.
Pistachios.
I ate a pistachio. You're eating and you're just kind of like chewing while he's talking. Like,
No,
what's
nothing.
the-
Always. It's
Not eating. Do you have some? Do you have some control over there?
None, no.
None.
And there's shells everywhere.
Oh my God, this is so good. I hope you can see this guy. I pray that you can, but I don't think you're going to be able to.
I pray that you can.
I pray that you can. I can't say who, but one of our insiders sent me this. This is Tom. I'm eating peanuts on air, and I don't care face. Here you go.
That's not on air. That's in the commercial.
What do you mean? How did they get it? It's not on
just
air.
made that up. See? Yeah, that's what we didn't want to see. I don't. I'm surprised you like. I don't like. Yeah,
I don't like the way you chew your nuts. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that right now.
It was a great show, very inspirational and motivating.
I feel like you got to know each of the traders a lot better on a personal level. It was awesome.
This is my 10th or 11th live event. I thought the math was really complicated and it wasn't, and then it just made sense.
They've opened my eyes to many different strategies.
And I realized there's a reasoning and strategic planning that you could do to be successful. I love all you guys.
If you have any questions, feel free to toss them in the chat.
Success is a combination of lots of non-correlated or lightly correlated underlyings to reduce risk.
It's better for your investments to trade volatility than it is to own S&P index funds at Vanguard. That's what you're saying.
I can't sleep at night as a passive investor.
Why not?
Because I think the risk is too great. Here I am, I'm a derivatives trader. I have hundreds, if not thousands of positions on, and I sleep fine because I know what I've done. What we do, it's a mathematical equation. What asset other than fear is mean reverting?
And it requires no additional capital to play both sides of the market, then why would you even be directional in the first place?
The problem with what you're saying is it makes a little too much sense.
Yeah, it's logical.
And so it raises a lot of
scares the crap
skepticism because it makes a little too much sense.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Citadel, give it to me, baby. Come on. Don't stop now. Play that music, Beth. No, not that music. All right, Citadel, we're ready. There you go. Give it to me. Come on. There you go. Yeah, come on. Give it to me. Break dance now. All right. All right, Citadel, we're back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for a little bit of fast market. Even the S&Ps can't keep a good spoon doggy down. Up 16, Citadel. All is in the world again.
I don't like it.
Bitcoin 99,000. The real leader in the clubhouse is the Russell on a percentage basis, up 18 on the equity side. Gold back up $20. Just buy every asset, Citadel. Every asset except net gas.
I'm not happy about this move this morning. I mean, I haven't done anything crazy yet today. I'll just go on record. Haven't done anything crazy. Not very bullish on the market today, but I think this rally needs to be sold, but I'm not going to roll anything up yet.
Can we quickly talk a little bit about IVR and mechanics? It'll take 1 second, Sadnov, before we get to a fast market. You'll notice coin. Maybe I shouldn't go to. Yeah, coin's a good one. Coin volatility IVR was well over 100, 102, 3 or 4 yesterday. It's at 97 today, meaning that the volatility is not as high as it was yesterday. If it gets to 100, it would be exactly as high as yesterday. And if it goes to 101, 2, or 3, it would then be making new highs higher than its volatility from yesterday. So it's come down ever so slightly, coin. Up $1.80.
Coin ever so slightly. Let me just see our coin position. Right now in coin, we are flat, and vol's coming in a little bit today, and the real vol's coming more so in MSTR, I guess.
You are correct. In /VX volatility in by 40 cents, giving a little legs to this move higher. MSTR up $12. IV rank is exactly 100. But remember, it was 130 or so.
Yep. I'm just protecting the positions.
Protection engaged.
All right.
Sponge worthy.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what we got here. Do we have anything that we need to do? It's pretty good. All right, let's do it. Emails that came into us for trade ideas, and we are ready to go. 8:44 Central Time. We're in Chicago. If you're new to Tasty, welcome aboard. Hey, I woke up this morning at 2 o'clock. Because my timing's still off because I was away last week, gallivanting throughout Europe on my vacation.
Another vacation.
So at 2 o'clock, I'm like, what the hell? So Beth, I logged in to watch Angie and Rich this morning.
Beautiful.
I'm so glad.
The IG team.
Yeah.
Where can you log in, Sadnov? How do you get their show?
It's right on our network.
Beautiful. That's what I wanted.
It's on Tasty Live. Just you go to tastylive.com. Boom.
Just like you could find Victor Jones, or you could find Errol and the rest of the crew, everybody else, correct?
Yes. So I logged in. Angie and Rich are talking, and they're talking markets, and I'm sitting there going, I don't really have any stocks in Europe except our own company, but I'm listening to their conversation. It was really good. I give them credit. It was good.
They're having a lot of fun, and I think they should join us in the morning.
It was really
handoff. Awkward handoff.
It won't be awkward.
But I mean, that's what everybody loved with Tim Knight when we had the awkward handoffs.
I know, but it would be fun to get those guys to join us. It was fun. Yeah. And Angie came to the show we did in London, and Rich traveled with me, and those guys are great. And the show was really good this morning. I watched it for about 20 minutes, and I decided I have to go back to bed.
Smart. Smart.
Prudent. Yeah, I agree.
Rich was talking about the first trade he ever made when he was 18 years old, and it was good.
He beat me. My first trade wasn't until I was 21.
My first legit trade probably was when I was like 21 or 22. I mean, I traded. I would trade coins and a bunch of other things, but I never really had a brokerage account until I was 21 or 22.
Right. You would trade butlers on the weekend too to see which one was better and stuff like that. That kind of.
Yeah, that's what we do, Tony. We trade drivers. Yeah. Like you take my driver, I'll take your driver.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got it. Fast market.
Little fast market here. Let's do it. All right, let's go.
Ready.
So, Chris from New York City, Hood's overbought for a bunch of reasons. The 65 IVR post-30 doesn't really make much sense. Thinking of selling the 30 Delta call. I haven't shorted Hood in a while, but I think it's overbought too. What's it doing today?
Somebody must be watching my option trades today, Sadnov. That's correct. I did Hood 2 days ago. Working okay so far.
What you doing there?
I did a little 1/2 call ratio spread, Sadnov. I apologize. I did a Jade Lizard in there. A reverse Jade Lizard. I sold the 34.31 put spread, and I sold the 43 call for a $3 credit. It's trading at 276.
I'm going to go out to Jan. There's a little bit of volume out there. And
there's some call skew, too, in there.
Yeah. I'm going to sell the 40 calls, and which have a 35 delta, and I'm going to sell the 25 puts, which are the 30 puts. And they have a 20.
You notice how you're so much further away on the call than you are on the put, giving you a little bit of call skew.
I know. I kind of like that trade for around 333, 334. Let's see, 332. I'm sorry, 332. It's 330, 331, 332 is mid price. 332, 1 penny off mid price. All right, Chris, we did a little downside play in there. We'll see what happens.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I also want to sell a few NASDAQ futures here, so hold on. That's just personal. Okay, let's go next slide.
And NASDAQ up 36.
Yeah, I wanted to short a little bit on the close last night, and I didn't. I covered some stuff. SPY. Yep. Who is this? Francine from Mobile, Alabama. Or Mobile.
Don't worry, we don't hold you to the English language.
Jan calendar 1x2. Buy 1 Jan 40 delta call and sell 2 Dece calls at the same strike for over $1 credit. Manage actively for a neutral outlook. Interesting. We don't usually do that kind of play, Francine, but because we're up and because I kind of don't hate it.
Yeah.
She wants to buy 1 Jan 40 delta call. 40 delta call in Jan would be the 605s. Okay. And she wants to sell 2 Dece 40 delta calls. We're going to sell the 602s.
Okay.
And this is the kind of trade because there's a lot of delta, so you might want to reduce your size a little bit. And it looks like you can do this for a three. I don't know.
I don't know about this trade, whatever fakakta trade you're doing, but my peeps are saying bring Beth back on. They miss her.
I'm working this. Oh, filled.
Easy.
Filled for a 331 credit.
In SPY, you are correct. 1x2.
And you know those NASDAQ futures we just sold?
Look at you buying back as NASDAQ is now down 24 or so. Look at you, Sadnov. Nothing makes you happier. Look at you. Right back in the thick of things. I mean, it doesn't matter what's going on in the rest of your life. A little 50-point scalp on the NASDAQ futures. How does Daddy do it?
A little 50-point scalp in 2 minutes on NASDAQ futures does make me really happy. I don't know why that is.
Of course it does.
At this point in my life, but it still does.
Of course.
Let's go to the next slide. Francine, we're filled. I did that trade for a 331 credit. Jack from Palm Beach, Florida. Sell the 1 standard deviation call on a crazy high skew, 4-star liquidity in DJT. Ooh, I'm probably... haven't traded DJT in a while. Don't love trading this stock because
of the markets, right? The markets don't seem to be as liquid as or at least as tight as we would like. Are you going into December here with 28 days? Because you're going to look to roll this in a week.
No, you're going to do Jan here.
Totally agree with you. You have 20-cent markets in D's. You got about 30-cent wide markets in Jan. Just a good open interest, though, Sosnoff, in the thousands.
Yeah, I think this is more of a ratio spread, Jack. I think we do want to sell the Jan 80 calls. Those are the 1 standard deviation, but I want to buy something below that and do this for a credit.
Yep.
So I can actually buy the 60s and sell 2 of the 80s. That seems like reasonable, but I'm going to do it small because I hate getting burned on these ratio spreads in a meme stock.
Okay, now wait a minute. You're looking at the 60-80 on a $30 stock. How many other $30 stocks do you think you can get a $20 ratio spread for a credit? I'm going to tell you 0. So
yeah, it's not that liquid. and B, I don't love it.
That's the downfall. But this is definitely a skew strategy here with high IVR, high implied volatility. To have 150, 200% implied volatility, get that kind of trade.
Yeah. So Phil, Jack, we did it. 1 by 2.
Sadnov, I don't want. It's almost like a day one for you, but free money is what I'm going to say right there for you.
Oh God. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go.
Beth is a flower amongst weeds.
David, Uber. You know what's funny? I looked at Uber this morning, down for the month since Tesla's cyber. Yeah, I like this. I'm an Uber bull. It's up 40 cents today. I do not.
Oh yeah, you can't trade it from the bullish side, Sadnov. It hasn't had an uptick since the 80s. It's in the 70s. It's up 40 cents today. Can't trade it.
I like this trade. Take a fill, 129 on sold the 65 puts. Probably a little cheap. Probably get 130, 131. Let's go next slide. Jane from Deadwood, South Dakota. Double naked crab.
Wait, no freaking way you do this trade. First of all, you can't tell me what a crab trade is. Tell me what it is.
What she wants to do is 1 by 2 crab.
She wrote it here for you.
40 delta long strikes, $5 wide in Jan for even or small credit. So this one, she's buying the 40 delta. She wants to be long, I believe, here. So she's buying the 40 delta Jan call, and she's selling 2 of the Dees calls. Jan 40 delta call. Let's call those the 375s. Okay. And Dees, which ones is she selling?
Which one are you buying? The 375s. 375s. Then you would be looking at the 80s in Dees would be my
2 of them.
That's correct.
It looks like it's a 67-cent debit.
No, sir.
What?
Yeah, maybe a little bit higher, but yeah.
No. Buying 2 of the Jan 375s. I'm sorry, buying 1 of the Jan 375s, selling 2 of the D.
You said 60-cent credit. I thought it would be closer to like a 70-cent credit.
No. I said debit.
Oh, I'm sorry, debit. You are correct. I think it's going to be a higher debit, like 80 cents or something like that.
It could be. I don't trade a lot of these. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're probably right. All right, working it.
It's something that has delta to it, Sadnov, so you don't have to chase too much. 76 cents.
Okay. All right, we'll try it, Jane, from Deadwood, South Dakota. I like it. Let's go next slide. Cena from Menlo Park. CVNA to be added to the MSCI index by Monday's close. I'm playing a move to 275 next week, short puts. Does this news affect your bias? No, but I don't think I'm going to be CVNA. I am not selling puts in a stock that's up $9 today. Cena, nice call. But
great call. No, you did it yesterday.
Man, I haven't seen too many stocks go from $6 to $250. That's impressive. Even
in today's market.
Even in today's world, dude, that is impressive. Let's go to the next slide.
Oh, reloading on the NASDAQ futures. The APB is out. Sad enough to
Dan from Florida is looking at buying soybeans and selling corn. Buying soybeans and selling corn. So I have this position on, but let's see, /ZS.
Mm-hmm.
Soybeans up small today, but recently they have been getting killed. So we're going to buy some soybeans. We'll buy 1 contract of soybeans, and we will short /ZC. We will short 2 contracts. These are the big ones of corn. And corn's mid-range and soybeans on its butt. I get the trade, Dan, at price extreme. I agree. Let's go next. I'm filled. I did it 1 by 2.
Okie dokie.
Benny from LA is looking at Taiwan Semiconductor. I have a bunch of positions in there already, Benny, but let's see what you got. To high of a year in a week or two, sell puts or long a call spread, Dees Chan. In Taiwan Semiconductor, we are already, we're a little bit, you know what, Benny? I'm going to neutralize. I'm a little bit short. I'm going to get a couple deltas long, but I already have a position on in there. I'm strangled, so I'm going to keep my strangle on. I just widened my strikes out a little bit, gave myself a little bit of long delta.
So you kind of bought the...
I bought the guts and sold the wings. I'm not going to get naked long with all-time highs. Let's go to the next slide. Brian from Denver. Gold still rocking an IVR of over 70. Thinking about selling a Dees 20 delta wide iron condor. Max loss is about twice the max profit. Let's take a look. Brian from Denver, Colorado. What do we got here, Brian? Let's take a look. /GC. We're going to go out 34 days to Dees. We're going to do the 20 delta call. It's about the 28.45, 28.55. And we're going to go to the 20 delta put, which is about the 16.20, 16.10. Yeah, right about 350, right around mid-price. It probably trades for 350. Nothing done yet. We're working it. We'll leave it in for a second. Let's go next slide.
And that 2-to-1 ratio is typical of the type of trades we put on, even a 3-to-1 ratio.
Yeah, Mark from La Jolla, California is looking
We like to risk more to make less because it has a higher probability of success, I guess.
He wants to do a Jan double ratio. Ivy rank's still high enough. We'll go to Jan at the expected move. The expected move is $20. The stock is 144, so we're going to go to 134. I'm sorry, at 20. What does he want to do? At the expected move, $20, 124. 124 will do. If you can do the 124, you can do the 124, 118. That's $20 away for a nice credit. You could do the 124, 117, $7 wide on the put side, and on the call side, we can buy the 171 and we can sell. Ooh, we can go way wide. The
way wide.
Oh, we can do this. All right, so I'm going to set up my ratio spread. It's going to be about an 88-cent credit on the double ratio spread. Or a little less. Let's try 86-cent credit. Might get filled. Nothing done. Maybe, oh, it looks like I'm a little high. Double ratio spread's a lot of legs for the counterparty, but it should get filled right around here. Nothing done yet. Still working it. Filled in NVIDIA.
84 cents.
Not filled in gold yet. Still working it. All right, let's go to the next slide. Oh, filled. All right, let's see if we can get filled in gold. What's going on here in gold? Still working the gold iron condor. I'm reluctant to give up the extra little juice there because I want it. What do we do in Hood? We sold a strangle, actually, Beth, in Hood. We sold a bearish strangle in Hood. We did just change that to strangle. In SPY, we did a ratio calendar, a little bit different. It's called a ratio calendar. In DJT, we did a ratio spread, not a call, a ratio spread.
Where's John when you need him?
Yeah. In Uber, we sold a naked put. In Tesla, we did a call crab trade. In Carvana, we did not trade. In the soybeans, corn, we did a 1x2 pairs trade. You got to write 1x2. In Taiwan Semiconductor, we are short a strangle. Just say strangle, short strangle. In gold, we are still not filled in gold. I'm going to give it an extra. Now we're filled. So gold, so Iron Condor, I gave him a dime. And in NVIDIA, we actually did a double ratio spread. And just because Tony is still on air right now, I'm going to buy back those futures I just sold.
My man, am I going to give it to you good this weekend? Yeah, another scalp on those.
There she blows.
Sodden up, you're 2 for 2 for scalping. That's all that counts in my mind. We got a John Omaha. I got to get one of those on my little something that I have, my little button. I got to get that. I love
Omaha.
I can add that.
Thank you, my friend. I can appreciate that. Thank you. I could use a Beth one too.
Still
all right,
working on
Sadlov,
getting that.
are you done showing off?
I'm done.
Are you sure?
I'm done.
Great scalp, me lord. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got a market measure next. Stay tuned.
Dear Braden, big thanks to you and the nerds for the wonderful tech support. Of course I back everything up to cloud, because I'm 60 years old and I know what a cloud is. Yours truly, Larry.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
No, your office is right near a different. You're like closer to the.
Near what?
This is English. You should watch him read.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to you. There she is. Good, you found the place. Good, you're not stupid. I dated 3 stupid girls in my life. I loved every one of them. So maybe you're the next one. Having a good day? I'm having an awful day. But then it got really good again. Oh, good. So I'm feeling all right. Hey, where'd you go to college?
I went to
University of Penn State Community College. You didn't know they had one of those, did you? Yep, the Fighting Rams.
Oh.
I'm one of the Rams now. Do you have any sexual fantasies?
Excuse me?
I do. My parents are watching. They're sitting on a rainbow. I'm half man, half giraffe, and I'm dressed like Brett Favre. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, talking about it gets me pretty hot, though. Uh-oh, there it is. His pants just got tighter. I'm a vampire. Can you believe that? Does that make me more mysterious and attractive? Uh-oh, watch yourself. We don't want to get hit by a car. My brother did that once. He can't talk now.
Oh, my God, I'm not serious.
Yeah, pretty serious. Are we getting serious? I think so. How many kids do I want? 5? 11? First meal. Here we go.
That was rude.
This is on you. So much time is flying by.
Yeah.
You're very funny.
Oh, thank you.
Does anybody ever tell you that?
Yeah.
Well, you're not that funny, so don't worry about it.
That's interesting.
Not a big fan of Sam's anymore. But now you know everything about me. I feel like I'm opening up so much. God, I'm scared. This thing's moving so fast.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I haven't cried like this in a long time. Are these tears? Uh-oh, here we are. Front door. Big first kiss moment.
Oh.
This is just moving a little too quick for me. You're a great kid.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
You are making it seem I want to go.
I know you do. Listen, there's a lot of things I want to do too.
I'll be the
night last night. I didn't have it in me. But back in the day, I could do it. I'm older now. You know.
Omaha.
Hold on. What did you want to do last night? I missed that.
Don't repeat that. No.
No. What did you want to do?
Do this every time I'm here.
I just want to know what he.
Every time I'm
what did
here,
he say
we gotta
he
go down
wanted to
this
do?
road.
What did he say he wanted to do?
Do you need me? Do you want me to?
Because usually when he wants to do something, he just said. She says, "Go in the and do." Here you go. Here's the. Yeah, get in the. See you later.
Nick is going to be sick.
The last 3 weeks I've been on this show on Wednesdays, it's gone down this rabbit hole.
Nikki's about to throw up.
What do you want me to do? I got 3 old guys talking about like, what do you want me to do?
Nikki's about to throw
the
up.
thought of you guys is like sickening. I'm sitting here like this. Like, it's hot as hell in here. I'm like sweating. Like, it smells.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bet.
Hey Doc, your tips on diet and exercise have been illuminating. I'm sure busting my ass at the gym 5 days a week is gonna be way quicker than just giving me the skinny shot.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Batten down the hatches, everybody. He's going on the skinny bitch diet. He's going to be hangry.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
Golf putt, normal distribution, reduce speed, increase standard deviation for a wider angular strike. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Crypto is better when it's tasty. The Tasty Crypto Show, hosted by me, Ryan Grace, and Frank Caberna, will help traders of all levels learn DeFi trading. We'll provide our insights on altcoins, crypto industry news, and blockchain education. And we'll have you swapping, staking, and trading using derivatives in no time, all using the Tasty Crypto Wallet app. So don't fork up your chance to become a crypto master. Watch Tasty Crypto only on Tasty Live.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? You know what that means, Sosnoff, that we're back? I have new toys, Sosnoff. That's right, Sosnoff. I have new toys. How about that?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's because my Crackerjack team behind me always support me. They know how much you love the sound machine, Sosnoff. I now have it from anywhere in the world that I may be.
Yeah, it's sometimes technology, it just doesn't pay. It's like not worth it, but whatever. It's cute.
We got a market measure sponsored by the CBOE.
We do. But before we do, we got to remind everybody that not next weekend, but on December 7th, we're going to be in Phoenix, Arizona for Tony's first road trip in 4 years. So it's not easy.
4 years,
him on the
but
road.
Maybe.
We got to get special permission. We have to get it's a lot of work to take him on the road. It'd be easier to take jobs.
I have a lot of responsibilities on the weekends. I'm not footloose and fancy free like yourself.
You got a lot of responsibilities. Yeah, so he's got a lot of responsibilities on the weekend. So
garbage day is Monday. Got to get those put outside. You know how it is, no.
So the battle be in Phoenix with the rest of us on December 7th, and
can't wait to go out there. I really can't.
It's our last show of the year. We'd love to see everybody in Phoenix. Sign up at tastylive.com/events. If you can't make this show, we actually already recorded it, a slightly different version. This one's called 6 Option Strategies That Every Trader Needs to Know. We will be playing it on Saturday, December 14th, and will be at 10 a.m. Yep. And then if you sign up for it, you will own the digital collectible, which is an NFT. You'll own it, and it'll be held on our own private blockchain, and there's absolutely nothing you got to do except watch it whenever you want to. So The last one.
And if when you're in Phoenix, I know this is one story back there, but if you are in Phoenix and you aren't in the chat room, you get to meet the mysterious Francis, aka Frank, at the Phoenix event.
There'll be lots of very important personalities at Phoenix. It's going to be a free-for-all. These are people that when you meet them, you won't forget that you met them, and you're going to regret going. But other than that,
but it's free.
It's free. And the fun thing is, the last digital collectible we did 2 weekends ago was great. It got rave reviews, and I think this one is going to be equally as good. So, like I said, we had fun recording it. It's going to be minted on Saturday morning, December 14th, a week after the show in Phoenix. So if you can't make the show, you can still watch the show. But hopefully you can make it in person. It's our last show of the year. We will not be back on the road until next May. So it's going to be a long time before we get back out there. We will probably do a few digital collectibles in the interim. I know we want to do one on crypto because it's kind of like it's in play right now. We also want to do some other ones with some of our talent, but we're not going to be back on the road till next May. So please get out to Phoenix. Anyway, that's it. Let's go, Beth.
I'm ready.
So this is a piece that research team put together. And when I was talking to Jacob and the research team about this, he said, because what happens is a lot of people send emails to our research team, and when they do, the guys, they queue everything up and there's been a lot of questions over the years about mixing buying premium and selling premium. What happens when vol gets low? Should you ever buy premium? And we pretty much are only sellers. We don't really buy, but the question has come up, is it okay to buy?
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
I mean, how many emails have you gotten on that topic?
So hundreds, thousands.
Right, exactly.
Throughout the years, yeah.
Yeah. So Jacob and the team decided Jacob is one of our researchers, and he is our math expert. We have a couple of data scientists, we have a physicist, we have a bunch of really smart people, but Jacob is the smartest math mind we have. And so he took an in-depth look at this, and let's see what we got. It's very interesting results, a little surprising, some mixed. So at Tasty, our researchers led us to look for high probability trades. This preference leads us to mostly choose short premium positions where we can theoretically get paid for agreeing to take on risk. What he means by that is we're agreeing to take a limited profitability for unlimited risk in return for a high probability trade. But diversification is almost always good. Have the results for traders who chose to sometimes purchase options rather than sell options, have they differed at all? Let's take a look. So we used 15 years worth of data. We did the 20 delta strangles, and we looked at it from 3 different approaches: always selling strangles, always buying strangles, and then combining the two. Okay, following the short strangle winner with, following winning short strangles with another one, but following losing shorts with a long strangle. Okay, Bat, you got that?
Okay.
So this is when you have a losing position following it with a long strangle, saying that maybe this thing's gotten away. Okay,
got it. And
we managed all the positions.
Is what you're looking at, right?
Yeah, we managed all the positions when they reached 21 days. We closed positions when they had a profit of 50% of max profit. Okay, so it's all fun, and let's take a look at where we are.
It's all fun. It's all games. Let's see.
Until someone gets hit in the face, of course. Except Mike Tyson can't hit you in the face anymore. We learned that.
That's true.
So first we looked at SPY, and this is how we're going to set this up. There's a lot of slides. We're not going to go through every single one, but you can research them later on if you want. 21 days. These are 20 delta strangles. Okay. When you buy the strangle, you only win 27% of the time. These are all IVs. When you sell the strangle, you win 73% of the time. That's very consistent. But when you follow up your losing short strangle with a long strangle at the same delta, you win. The percentage doesn't drop off that much. Okay. So long strangles on their own don't work. Long strangles following up a short strangle loss did work. That's pretty interesting.
Okay.
Long strangles lost $21 over time, over whatever this was, 10 or 15 years.
Yes.
Short strangles made $21. So that's our game. But the combination of when you had a loser following up by a long strangle actually made money. So that was good. It doesn't happen that often, but when it does, it worked. Let's go next slide. That was SPY.
Yep.
Closing at 50%. I'm sorry. That was SPY with, go back one slide, Beth, for 1 sec. That's closing at 21 days. I'm sorry. That's 21 days. Closing at 50%. The next slide should be very similar, except in this case, because you waited longer, the long strangles actually did a little better. The short strangles did a little better too. And the mix did a little bit better. But the long strangles still were net losers. That's why you just can't go out and buy premium. But if you bought premium after a losing trade, the results were interesting here. Now remember, that's a very small case. There's not that many times. But when it does, it worked. Let's go next slide. And when you did no management at all, the only thing that worked was the short strangles. So the mixed trade only worked when there was management.
Got it.
Now, if you go to the next one, Beth, we just go through a bunch of these. So we looked at IWM next, and the results in IWM were very similar, almost exactly the same as the SPY. That's at 21 days. Now, if you go to the next one, which is at 50%, this was also surprising. The IWM short strangles worked at 21 days, but 50%, they didn't do as good, and the mixed worked. Go to the next slide. This is no management at all, and the mixed lost, the long strangles lost, and the short strangles made a little tiny bit of money, but nothing really. The interesting thing here is that long strangles never work, but buying a long strangle after a short strangle failed actually worked a little bit. Let's go to the next slide. It's kind of reversing the position. I don't like it, but the results were.
I mean, we've had a market, and I don't know if they're going to talk about it, that's kind of gone in that direction. I know this is a long period of time of data here, but you need a continuating market for this to work. Would you?
Yeah, you need continuous. Yeah. If you go to the next slide, Beth.
And nobody knows the future, of course.
Yeah. Yep. What's interesting here is that short strangles and the Qs just haven't been that good. And it's funny because the Qs are the only thing where a long strangle actually worked, which really surprised me, but that's because of the crazy move we've had over the last, 15 years. And go to the next slide. This was surprising. This has not been a good stretch for Q strangles. Now in my world, if I back tested this is when you probably want to put them on because they'll probably work from here.
Right.
But Qs were the only thing where a long strangle worked and a short strangle did. The only thing. Now this is not taking into account IVR. And one of the things that we do to modify this entire process is we only do this when IVR is high, which will yield completely different results. But I wanted to bring this up because I think it's important that you see everything, and we don't necessarily, cherry pick any of this. Let's go to the next slide. So these are really interesting takeaways. Across all major 3 ETFs in 15 years, we saw noticeably improved results following a losing trade by taking the other side for the next cycle, provided the positions were managed. Note that since short strangles are high pop trades, this results in mostly selling premium, but occasionally buying. And these results are quite unexpected and require more in-depth analysis before making any significant strategic adjustments. For now, we begin to cautiously explore mixing some long premium positions after a losing trade on something that's like in a, I guess you would say like it's having like some kind of an extended move. It's still pretty mixed, and I don't necessarily like flipping the cards over. It's not part of my style, but the results were interesting.
The results were interesting. It's definitely not part of my repertoire, but they definitely interesting.
Yep.
All right, my friend, are you ready to take a quick 90-second break?
I am. I is.
Beautiful. Then, James, can you do me a quick favor and open up the phone lines? Do you know why? That's right. Mr. Scott Sheridan is coming to the...
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
First, Tasty Live united finance and entertainment, then probabilities and research. And now, we're uniting the symposium with the blockchain with this unique virtual event. 6 option strategies every trader needs to know, featuring legendary trader Tom Sosnoff and other Tasty Live traders. You can watch the presentations live or anytime you'd like, since the digital collectible is yours to own when you register. To learn more and register for free, go to tastylive.com/events.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different.
From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I mean, I watched an hour and a half of TikTok, and that was enough for me. Skinny waist, what is it? Skinny waist, pretty face.
Yeah.
Don't finish that song.
Yeah, that's Meg the Stallion. It's not safe for morning television.
Skinny waist,
Body yada
face,
yada
big
yada
bang, blah,
yada
blah,
yada
blah.
yada. Body yada 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 yada. Yes, Tom, you have.
I got it down to a science, Beth.
Yes.
I'm practically a TikToker. Skinny waist, pretty face, big bang, boom.
I didn't even know TikTok had music.
Yeah. I mean,
here you are, this big-time brokerage CEO, media mogul, TV star. You're a full-on celebrity, and you're running around singing TikTok music like a 16-year-old girl.
In the world of options, somebody once said, for every gimme, there's a gotcha.
It's all about generating positive expectancy in your portfolio.
Welcome to Option Trades Today. I'm Tony the Bat Batiste, and I've got not one, but 2 trade ideas for you today.
Exploring zero DTE. We promised you we would take a look, and here we go.
Tom, when you talk about the good guys, who are they?
They are us. We are the good guys.
When you say they take out the weekend, what does that mean to you?
That means when you're a premium seller and they take out the weekend, that means that all the decay over those 2 days, Saturday and Sunday when the markets are closed, come out of the market Monday morning.
When I say bell to bell, what does that mean to you?
Bell to bell is like, in horse racing they would call it wire to wire, and in trading they call it bell to bell. So the opening bell to the closing bell.
If you're saying something's thin, what does that mean to you?
That means it's not very liquid. That means that the marketplace is relatively illiquid. That's what thin means.
If you can't buy an uptick, what's happening?
If you can't buy an uptick, that means the market is going down and there's no bounce.
How does Daddy do it?
Daddy does it good.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this.
I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Gee. Multitask, MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Roll into the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Your outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you see me, then you see the star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? Known by the ladies as the toolbar. 10-hour battery life. Force. Quiz.
Got the need for speed?
No problem.
On Tasty Trade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend, and you know what that means. Enough out of you. That's right, your friend of mine, the ever-popular, from the Tasty Trade World Headquarters and the Tasty Trade Studios, the man who can get you a reservation in just about any restaurant in Chicago, Mr. Scott Sheridan. How are you, my friend? The man who even the kings and queens of Tasty Trade go to for their restaurant recommendations.
So, first of all, I'm a little hard-assed that there was no clapping. I like the golf clap. You can't start with the golf clap early in the week and then not have the golf clap. We need that. Okay, but I'll move on. Now let's talk about the restaurants. Now, question for you. You do a lot of nice things because you're a nice person. Thank you. Thank you.
That's on me.
You do a lot of nice things for Tom, right? Because you're a very nice person and nice people do nice things, right?
Yes.
What kind of a thank you, just out of curiosity, over the years? What kind of thank you? Because I just want to know if it's me or if this is the Tom thing. Because going back to restaurants, do you know what happened?
Oh, God.
So Tom was looking to go to like the It restaurant in Chicago. And I said,
on Friday night.
No, Saturday night.
Oh, Saturday night. I'm sorry. Yes.
Saturday night, 6:30. Okay. 6:30 Saturday night. So I said, no problem. He's like, how you going to do it?
Table at the window, please. A little bit of ambiance.
So I know people. All right. So I said, no problem. I'll take care of it for you. So I reached out, my person, they come back to me. They go, look, it's crazy this weekend, but they can't do in the dining room, but they get in the bar. Does that work? Only to find out, slight issue, can't do it. No problem. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Then he needs to go out for work tonight. Thank you. He's going, not me. But he's got to go out for work tonight. So he said, what do you recommend? So I gave him some restaurant suggestions. He's like, kind of crappy, which I don't disagree with. There's not a lot going on down here, which is really unfortunate. But anyway, so I said to him, wait a minute, why don't you go to Joe's? Because the people he's taking, he's like, they want a steakhouse. I said, so go to Joe's. It's like, yeah, you can't get in, can never get in Joe's. I said, what time? Just tell me what time. I got you a table. Okay. I had a table for him. And I'm telling you, you're going to be in the front. You're going to be a great table for sure. I had a table for him in less than 15 minutes.
It's all true. Yeah, it's all true. I mean, I would never listen to your recommendations. I wouldn't listen to your recommendations, but you are good at getting tables. I don't think it's you. I don't think it's actually you.
It's the 6. It's not me. I don't know anybody. It's the 6. She just
I know.
Out
and I don't know how she.
Wait a minute. Did you just mention the 6?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know how
like
she grips all these places, but somehow she does.
You want to know why? Because she's a nice person. People like to do nice things for nice people. You should try it sometime. Here it comes. I'm always nice.
And you don't want that on the other side of the table. Like, you don't want to see the unnice side of the nice side.
No, you do not.
Okay. Right. She's taking lessons from Corinne.
Oh yeah.
No, Corinne's a different level.
I said she's taking lessons from Corinne. I didn't say she's there yet.
No. And I have used your line. I've used your line multiple times. Got to give credit where credit's due. When you trying to help, so you go, look, I need some help here. And the next phone call you're going to get is going to be from my wife, and you don't want that one. So let's just solve the problem right now. Then they appreciate that.
So, Sosnoff, at this point, you're supposed to say something. And you're not supposed to say 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY.
You know what?
That's the phone number to call right now. We got 4 or 5 lines open. Give us a buzz. You're supposed to say something kind to the person who got you this.
He did already. He said it's all true. So that's good enough for me. That, to me, is his way of saying, I really appreciate what
I said. Thanks. What do you want?
Like, you know what he told me when I did something correct on the show. He said,
"Here it comes. What do you got lucky. You got lucky.
You ready? What do you want? A cookie?
What kind of cookie you got?
That's it. Well, he likes oatmeal raisin, so that would be the cookie I would have to get.
That's your go-to?
Yeah, I think that is.
I have lots of go-tos, like in the cookie world. But
if you had to pick a cookie, what cookie would you pick?
What's your one go-to? Because
I'm not. Here's the thing: I'm not a chocolate chip cookie person. So anything but
we didn't ask you what you're not. We know you're not a lot of things. We're not going to spend time talking about that. What would you go to?
So if I was going to like that famous
one cookie
place, that like Levion place, whatever it's called, that place. Which I really like.
That's off limits for you. That's like 1,200 calories a cookie.
I know, but that place, I get the oatmeal raisin because it's great.
Told you. Do I know my biatch or what? I know him.
I'm a snickerdoodle.
Oh no!
I'm a chocolate chip guy.
Good snickerdoodle. Oof.
Snickerdoodles. No.
I'm sorry, but oatmeal raisin, I didn't want to say that, but if you're going to pick on a snickerdoodle, oatmeal raisin, you got to be at least in your mid-70s. At least. Okay?
Check.
That's a bubby.
Check. What else?
That's a bubby. That's a bubby cookie. When you come over, you have a cup of Senka.
Check.
You get an
bubby. He's a bubby. He's over 70. Check. What else?
You get an oatmeal raisin. Okay?
A little incontinent? Check. Those 3. What else do you need?
Let me ask you. Ask your kids if they would ever eat an oatmeal raisin, and they will look at you and go, "That's gross." No.
What I don't like. I'll tell you the place I don't like. I don't get it at all.
Oh my God! Here we go. Let's hear.
Crumble.
That's another 1,200 calorie, 1,000.
I don't get their cookies.
I mean, I think they're going a little far. Like all these cookie places, Although, the big change now, Molly's Cupcakes is getting rid of their vending machine. That's the big news.
Yeah, so Sprinkles.
I guess Sprinkles, I guess the cupcake world, we're moving on from cupcakes. We had yogurt, then we have cupcakes. Now we're into the big cookies. What's going next? Do you remember Mrs. Fields? Because that was a big deal when Mrs. Fields came out, right?
Yeah,
do they still exist?
Chip cookies. Very nice.
They do.
But they got them warm.
Mail order.
Do they exist?
Mail order.
Come on.
No,
Yeah, all their
Santos, we're not talking about what we're trying to do for Jajun. We're talking about cookies here.
Oh my
they're like
gosh.
all their malt.
That's so bad.
What?
Leave
Wrong.
Jajun alone.
Wrong. Their stores in the malls shut down, but I think they still have like mail order or something.
But what's the purpose? The whole purpose is you went in and you
get it in a can and it's blah blah blah, whatever, you know.
No, I'm not interested in that. They lost me. Okay. Do we have phone calls? Should we do some phone calls? Do we get
sure.
some
We have phone calls. Let's get to your numbers. 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. I got 2-3 lines open. Give us a buzz. I do see Simon, Thomas, and Jim. We will get to you in about 90 seconds. Scott, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Top 15 symbols going through the system. First 40 minutes of the day, no broad-based indices or futures. Tom, for you, number 15, Google with an L at a 32 for everybody else. NVIDIA at a 26. Tesla at a 60. MSTR at a 97. SMCI at a 60. GLD at a 72. Coin at a 94. Snow at a 27. Apple at a 19. AMD at a 19. TGT at a 24. Amazon at a 31, Meta at a 14, PLTR at a 47, Costco at a 65, and number 15 for Tom, Google with an L at a 32. Rounding out the next 10, IBIT at a 211, TLT at a 41, Hood at a 67, TQQQ at a 33, Mara at a 56, and MU at a 63.
Good job out of you, my friend.
Thank you.
Let's go right to the phone lines. Every time somebody hangs up, another line opens up. I got New York City. Simon, what's up?
Hey, I've been following you guys, trying to do the futures options using the span margin. And I've repeatedly found that span margin is superior to, regulation T and portfolio margin. And I was just wondering if this is accurate. Every time I do a tasty style trade, which is 16 delta at about 30, to 45 days, I get twice the buying power reduction. And is that accurate, or am I doing something weird? Or, it's do you usually find that that's about what it is, that it's about twice as good as regulation T or portfolio margin?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say twice as good. I'm going to say it's up to 6 times more leveraged. Sure.
Right.
6 of one amp doesn't of another. You're saying the same thing. Yes.
So what's the catch?
The numbers are correct.
Yeah. So what's the catch then? There's got to be a catch, right? Because if I do a strangle on NDX, right, I get half as much premium for the same position, essentially.
Yeah, but there's no catch. It's just a different. There's no catch. It's just a different regulatory body. One's 20 years newer than the other one. That's all it is. It's not a catch.
Correct.
Oh yeah. So that means there's really no reason to really ever do NDX then, right? Because I've been trying this repeatedly, and it's the same result. It's only
your buying power is going to change. Your buying power is subject to change with span margining.
It moves.
The closer, Scott can correct me, the closer you get to expiration and the closer the strike gets to the stock price, that too will change the margin, and it can go up significantly, multiples.
The difference is, rather than universal spread margining, which is on the security side, span is basically everything just gets thrown into a blender and then spits out a number. So to Tony's
volatility can change. Volatility can change span margining without any movement in the product. So there are some nuances to it, but I agree with you, and I think from a brokerage standpoint of view, they agree with you too. Scott can answer for himself. It's a more customer-friendly buying power than what we have on the equity side.
It's not us, so we're clear.
Right.
It's, as Tom said, they're 2 different regulatory bodies. So this is not a tasty issue. This is just a difference in regulatory bodies and what their requirements are. So.
Okay, well, thanks for the
Simon.
information, guys. I think the bottom line is just, we should just always be using NQ, right? Period. Right? That's the best way.
Yeah,
I
but
just
the
didn't
problem
realize
is
that
you
that
only
was
have
just the bottom line.
the problem, Simon, is you only have 7 or 8 underlyings to use, and if you use the equity world, you literally have hundreds, and you also have settled indices and lots of other things. There's way more optionality in the other world, so just be careful when you say we only use that, because you won't.
And I will say from my emails that I've received from customers, the problem happens with span margining is they've gotten too big, don't realize how big they've gotten. And when the market moves against them, they don't have the buying power to hold on to a position where if they were on the equity side, that buying power really wouldn't change that much. And they would be able to hold on to the position. So again, it comes down to position sizing in anything in this world.
Okay. And is that largely true of spreads, or is that also true of single legs or strangles? Because I've noticed
mostly
single legs.
Mostly single legs.
Mostly single legs. Okay. Because one of the things I noticed also,
Tesla making a little bit of a move up $11 if you haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Like strangles have more agility, right? So that's been another thing that I've been playing with that I thought was really helpful that you guys shared, right? Is that the strangles, they have much more agility than spreads. So recently I've just been doing strangles only, NDX, NQ, and comparing, and I'm just like, wow, why would I ever do NDX? All right. Thank you for everything you do, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
You got it. Good luck to you out there. 855-238-2789 or 855-BTASTY. Sign up. If you haven't seen Tesla, it's up $12. Just made a big move to the upside.
I heard you the first time. Thank you.
I didn't know if you did because the other gentleman was talking. Oh, somebody's got a bet B&L in Tesla, it looks like. We're going to go to Nova Scotia. I've been there. Thomas in Nova Scotia.
How's it going, boys?
Great, until Sadnov just bit off my head.
Yeah. So I'm more of, I'd say, a beginner compared to maybe the people you talk to, but pre-election I was kind of just like looking at option prices, just kind of looking around the market. And as a football fan, I'm a Rams fan, and obviously the SoFi Stadium, I saw SoFi, and I bought a December 6th call option, and now I'm kind of just sitting here. It's doing well, and I don't really know where to go from there. So like, what would you advise? I don't know if you're allowed, but what would you say to someone who's kind of just beginning and getting into buying options?
So you bought a December 6th option, you said. So you went into the weeklies. You got 14 days. Can I ask you what option you're long?
Sorry,
what strike?
What my limit is?
December 13 strike, December 6th.
December 6th.
December 6th, what strike? That would be like the 14 strike, the 15 strike, the 18 strike?
Oh, 14 strike.
14 strike. And the stock is on high, so I'm assuming that this option has done well over the last 2 weeks, where the stock was probably closer to 12 or 13 bucks. What would I do with it? First of all, I'd pat myself on the back and say, great trade, so good job out of you. What would I do if I was still bullish?
I what would I do? Like it's beginner's luck type thing.
Well, then ring the register. You got the move you wanted to, and you get out. If you like the stock, I would probably sell something against it, like the 16 calls. Maybe you paid, for the 14 calls, maybe you paid 50, 60 cents for the 14 calls. Sell the 16 calls for the same price, and you could, make $2 and have no risk to the downside. But personally, I'd ring the register and find another SoFi. That would be me.
Okay.
Thomas, similar answer?
No, I mean, what?
Say it again.
Sorry, would you keep a December 6th call, or would you go farther in, or?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't complicate it. I would just stick with where you are.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would. Yeah.
I will say one thing. From my own experience with newer traders, they fall in love with things, and it's okay to stay into something into perpetuity if you love SoFi. But if you just saw it because it was on TV and you were watching the Rams, they paid you, they bought your beers for you for the next month, I ring the register and move on. That's just me. You can certainly stay with this for as long as you like.
No, that's definitely fair.
And find another SoFi. That would be my.
I fell all in love with SoFi. All like.
That's
right,
okay.
I kind of got in at the right time. It's more just.
Don't fall in love with your trades.
Yeah. Take your wins and move on, I guess.
There's an in and an out, I think, to be profitable.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Thanks, man.
All right. Well, thanks.
Great
guys.
question.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, man. Appreciate the question. Very cool. Going to go to Texas. I got Jim. Jim in Texas.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Doing good, Jim.
Hey,
How you been?
Hey, listen. What the hell do you do with MSTR? I'm short a strangle, which I originally put on. This was December expiry. I originally did a 165 440, rolled up the put, collected about $8 to 240. So now I'm short the 240 440 strangle, and it's kind of a scary situation. It just moves so much. What do you do?
Yeah. Tom, do you want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
Jim, you've been doing this for a long time. I don't know if, I mean, you've probably seen a number of these things, and I think it is a scary situation. You're playing anytime you're getting paid with a crazy vol level here. It's going to come in eventually. It started to come in this morning. Now it widened back out a little bit with this rally. But honestly, I think that, you're playing with fire. You know it. You're going to get paid for it eventually. You kind of got to hang in there, I think. I'm going to give you a slightly different answer, but the same thing. You watch this stock go to 540. It's 425 right now. Your strangle has around 50 delta to it. I would try to reduce that delta by 50%, maybe even a little bit more. I know it's hard to roll up those puts because you think you're going to get whipsawed, but unless you're very short or want to be short MSTR, you have too much delta for my liking.
Okay, I'm actually at a less than a 50 delta right now.
You said 240. You said 240 put, 440 call.
240, 440. Yes, it's sitting at a 41 delta.
I've got 48 or 49, but that whatever 6 of one, half dozen of another. For me, I would like to be under 20, closer to 15. But again, that's just me. Like, if you like the short delta, there's no disputing that.
Okay. All right. I will do that. Thank you so much.
All right. Good luck to you, my man. Good luck to you. I think we have Annie in Colorado. Annie, how you been?
Okay. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. We miss you. I hope you're well.
Perfect.
It's really cold here, like 16 degrees, and we've got snow. So the ski resorts are going to be booming. Hope you're going to come out and come to Vail, Tom, instead of Salt Lake.
Yeah, Tom. What are you going to represent?
It's wherever Scott recommends to me to go.
Okay. Well, I'm calling because on the platform, the new strategy thing under the trade section, you guys made it really confusing with all those choices. It's kind of hard to pick what you want to do. So I'm just giving you a little bit of feedback here because I like using that strategy portion of the platform, but it's a little bit confusing now.
What are you talking about, Annie? Are you talking about on the web-based or the software?
On the software.
Are you talking about like on curve view? On curve view, when you click the button, you've got option, covered, vertical, calendar, butterfly, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, now you have all these additional columns where you show long and short and call and put, and it's a little bit confusing when you're trying to figure out what you want to do. Whether you want to go if you want to do a vertical, it's very confusing.
Yes, we It's funny you brought that up, but we made it more confusing. I agree with you. It wasn't the intent.
Yeah, I mean,
the designer on this one, the intent was to make it easier because before you just had long or short, remember? And the intent was to make it simpler by giving you more choices, but they actually made it more complicated. I agree with you.
Yeah, because, one of the things that I would like to see is diagonal. When you want to set up a diagonal, sometimes I'll go and use the calendar and hit that and then stretch it out to do a calendar, but it still would be nice to have that option as just a diagonal. But it's very confusing. So I'm just giving you guys some feedback.
No, I think you're right too, because you're not the first person to say this. Scott can talk to to our dev team. That's an easy rollback. We got to take another look at that. I think we made it more confusing too.
Yeah, and
I know we were
really
trying to improve
that.
We were trying to improve it.
Yeah,
we were trying to make it simpler, but we actually made it a little more confusing.
Yeah, the other thing is I really appreciate the fact that on the very top of the page, on the very top next to the Tasty Trade, where you have the symbol, you move the IV rank back next to the symbol, because the other day it was all the way over.
Yeah.
And that's one of the first things that I look at when I place a trade is I go right to the IV rank.
Yeah,
Thanks,
we made
JJ.
a mistake. We made a mistake and we rolled it back immediately. That was a bad design decision. We were testing something, it didn't work. We moved it back within 2 hours later.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate
Tony and I
all
are right there with you, Annie.
Yeah, I appreciate all you do, and Scott, since you're going back to Arizona or wherever, you got to get on that road bike.
You know what? I actually had a great ride this morning, but I'm still inside. I can't. I've seen too many people get injured.
And you gotta represent like Annie and wear one of our jerseys. Annie wears our jersey when she goes.
You know
down
what?
the road.
Next time I'm. You know what? Maybe tomorrow on my Peloton, I'll throw my jersey. I'll take a picture. I'll send it to you.
That's right. Pictures. Send it to me. It didn't happen unless we have pictures.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. And if I don't talk to you, have a great Thanksgiving.
Annie,
thanks,
you do the
Annie,
same.
You too.
Yep. Sadnov, see how nice it is to talk to people who have been long-term customers like this. It's so nice. Scott, this is what we do here at Tasty Live. Build relationships. Saznov, I'm going to work on your relationship this weekend. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. Scott, you got him reservations. I'm getting him Bears tickets for this weekend. He is taken care of. Don't worry about it. He's got all his biatches doing all his work for him.
Seriously, you're going to the Bears game?
I want to go on Sunday.
Is it going to be nasty? It's going to be cold, isn't it?
He don't care. Tell him, Saz.
I'm a real man.
Bite his head
off.
off.
I'm a Bears fan. Okay. I'm going to go out there and brave the wintry conditions in Chicago and root on my team.
The missus is going with you?
That's what she says now.
No chance. No chance.
Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. Scott, thank you so much for coming on the show. Enjoy your weekend. Peace.
Hi, my name is Liz Deerking. The beautiful brunette next to me is... What an intro. Jenny Andrews, and we are about to play a very exciting game. No. Hold on. No, you're wrong. Hold on. She's wrong. I'm right.
High school party. High school kind of.
Yeah, because it wasn't in school. I had friends at my high school who were mutual friends of Liz, and so we were all at the same party. And then parties for the rest of our lives. The same thing with college. She went to a different college. I went to a different college. But we both ended up at the CBOE together. Yep.
Golf putt, normal distribution, reduce speed, increase standard deviation for a wider angular strike.
If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
So why are we all doing all the things that we do inside of the active trading space? It's simple. To make money and generate returns. Well, inside of the Tasty universe, there are essentially 5 keys to making those returns. And in this crash course, we're going to break down all the details of each one of those keys. So I'll see you inside.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. Cboe is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the Cboe's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the Cboe, only on Tasty Live.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club, genius.
Everybody, and welcome to the Friday edition of the Liz and Jenny Show. My name is Liz Deerking, that beautiful brunette. To the left of me is Miss Jenny Andrews. How you doing, Jenny?
Hello, Liz. We made it through the week, and the crazy thing is, we're only on a couple days next week, and when we come back, I think it's December.
You are correctamundo, my good lady.
So this year has flown by.
It's been, it has definitely flown by for sure. So yeah, next week, okay, let's, hold on. I'm going to shameless self-promotion for a second. If we can pop in, let's talk about what is coming up in a couple short weeks. And they were talking about this. So if the viewers can see what we are looking at the Tasty Live website right now with the Where's Bat? Search for Trading's Holy Grail. And it is in Phoenix, so you can sign up right here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's see if we can go to that. There we go. Yes, we're going to be in Phoenix the weekend after Thanksgiving. It's free. Bring your friends. This is going to be the last live show of the year, other than the digital collectible. We have an amazing crew because Tony Batista, for his one and only time out this year, his one and only trip this year, is coming to this show.
I think it's funny. It's like, where's Bat? He's going to Phoenix. We all know where Bat is.
And the funny thing is, part of, and I don't want to give anything away, but part of the old game was trying to figure out where he is. So I don't even know what we've done to tweak the game since he's right there with us.
Because we all are supposed to give clues as to where the bat is. And I'd like to say, for the record, we're supposed to give clues, not just say where he is and why. We're supposed to give clues. I followed directions. Didn't you follow directions?
I did. I used to have clues, but now I've changed mine because everyone else was just let's save it for the show. We'll save it for the show. If you want to see a really, really great show and play a fun game, come to Phoenix. We've got also Frank the Great from Twitter is going to be there. And I have yesterday on Twitter, Liz, this was kind of big news. Yesterday on Twitter, I think it was Uncle B2. Uncle B2 asked for two things. Uncle B2, I think it was Uncle B2. I just want to double check. Oh yeah, Uncle B2. Jenny, you by no means, okay, we're going to move on to, if you could whisper nice things about AMD and Boeing near your money tree, I would certainly appreciate it. I did it right after the show. Right after the show, I went and I said, can we get Boeing up?
What was it?
And
AMD. Oh, we don't have an AMD position, but Boeing is up $4. And AMD is up 1.82%, ladies and gentlemen.
Uncle B2, it worked.
Your wish is my command. Look at this green bar. It's up.
AMD isn't up much, but Boeing really is. I mean, Boeing, this is a big move for Boeing, up almost 3%.
Yeah,
that's a big move.
That's a big green bar right there.
So first day I tried it, it worked for you. I'll take requests.
I'm open to requests. No, we are only up 13%. We've been in our Boeing position for a very long time. So we've got the short 40 put. We put it on November 1st. So we put it on right there. So we are going to hold. I think we have a GTC in for 50%, but it's swimming in the right direction.
Finally moving in the right direction. Finally. Now, would we ever, because I know, and you know, the two of us, what we've done in our accounts is take a lot of risk off the table just in case. You never know what the market's going to do.
So we do a lot of. I don't have a lot of short puts in mine anymore, just because I am more worried about the velocity to the downside if it ever happens.
Right. And so would we ever want to take the short put off and change it to a diagonal, or maybe define our risk, or do something? It's kind of crazy, but
look at the capital you get back too.
Right.
So sure, I have no problem buying this back, and then now I'm going to put this in together. Actually, I'm going to separate it. So you can see we'd get back $2,100, and we actually have a win on it. If we want to continue in more of an up move in Boeing, you can sell the December 28. Look at this long-term diagonal.
Yeah.
So you are, let me see, 45. So you're $12.50 for 775. That's not bad.
That's not bad. It's expensive. It's a little expensive. But we're getting back $2,000 from the other trade. So
you can pay $5 first. No, that's only $750 wide. I like this one better.
What about or what if we just defined our risk? Could we define our risk on the put that we have? Because it's still worth $236.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
you're giving up all of the profit that you have right now, because I think we're only up $50.
Yeah. So do you want to go on a walk down memory lane? Because I was this morning looking to see, do you remember that December where the market was down pretty much the entire month of December? That not in Boeing, just in SPY. Like it's kind of crazy. I'm going to show you something a little interesting.
But it rallied right before the end of the year. It was down the entire month of December, and it was like after Christmas, because everybody's like, "Oh, that's a Santa Claus rally." I was like, "What? I thought the Santa Claus rally was before." Remember this?
Well, I go to December of 2018, and I want to see when this all started, because there's a few things going on at that time.
2018. Wait, where are we? It was no year.
It was 2020.
Here's 2019. So here's December. December. Yeah, because look at this, Jenny. So here on December 24th was its bottom, and then it rose like a phoenix from the ashes until New Year's.
But I mean, it didn't bounce up that much by the end of the year.
Oh, but it did. It bottomed in December, and then everybody's like, "Oh, look at that! Look at how huge that bar is that day." So it went from on the 26th. It went from 233 to 246. That's a huge move.
I know, but if you look at the move down, it made back
a quarter of it. It made back a quarter of the move down. But then then January was a huge rally. I just want to see, when did this start? When did the down move start?
I would say it started here, whatever day this is.
Yeah.
That's December 4th. Well, here, December 3rd was a tie.
Okay, so that started
December 4th, which will be when we get back from Thanksgiving.
Now, if you go to $, if you go to $,
what are you trying to do?
You go to $/6E. Okay, and you go to the same time. So you see, we've had this huge just move between the euro and the dollar. If you go back to 2018, I think you see that.
Did you do some homework on this? Because
this morning I was looking at everything.
Okay, that's why I was like, I was driving in the car this morning. I was like, what are you doing? 2018, right here. Wait, we got to go right before 2019.
Where are you?
This is if it's 2018, that same time frame, right before 2019. It's right here.
So you're in 2018. Okay.
Yes.
So I thought that. So let's see. When did we have that big move down in the?
Right here, December. We started on December 4th. This is our big move down in SPY. If you're comparing apples to apples, here's December 4th. It went up a little.
Okay. No, I was just thinking because I knew we had a big move down. So yeah, it was long before. It was in like summer where you had the euro and the dollar. When I'm looking at that.
You're looking back here.
It was earlier. It was earlier.
Yeah.
And this was the year that oil also was falling
on Thanksgiving.
So pull up $CL.
That was the biggest down move I'd ever seen in my life, and I remember eating turkey with another trader.
And was that this year too?
Hold on, we'll go to 18. This is super fun for the visually impaired because it's hard for me to read these numbers. What year am I in? There's 17.
Okay,
so
there.
19. Here's oil. Yeah. So here, let's say October, November. It must have been this bar. Here you go.
Well, Thanksgiving was a little further. It's later in the month, but so that day of that big drop. See, yeah, right. Well, that's all December.
No, there, November 23rd. November 23rd. This is it. So it went from yeah.
And I remember this oil move and the December move like it was yesterday, but I can't remember what sparked it all.
Oh, I don't remember either. And in the world, we'll never know.
But anyway, I am being very cautious in my positions. My point of like the naked put and Boeing, I'm being very cautious in my positions. I have a lot of defined risk spreads. I have diagonals. I have not a lot of risk on because I don't know what the year end is going to bring.
I'm closing this and I'm going to put it on a diagonal. We're going to have only $700 in risk, and I'm actually going to make it cheaper. So we're going to go 55 in the 28 day, and I am going to go to the 56 day and buy the 50. Nope, I'm going to buy the 45. So we're paying $7.
Sure.
So that's how much we're going to have in risk if the wheels fall off scenario.
And it's 56 days.
Yeah.
I also think there could just be a move, right? Like a move into, and you see, we've got NASDAQ down, Russell up, a move into the high price products into some of the lower price products. So I did start doing that yesterday. I started selling call spreads in lots of products that are at the tippy top.
Yeah.
I sold call spreads in UAL yesterday. I'm trying to balance my positions so they're not all just bullish. So I started picking products at the top and selling call spreads.
Oh, I've been cherry picking a little bit, but I have been taking my positions down. I kind of agree because right now into the end, I'm protecting what I've got. Like I'm in protection mode because it's been a great year in my trading account and I need to protect it because it's not mine until it closes.
So it's funny because yesterday we were on the phone talking about this, like scaling back, taking off risks. So if the market falls, we can't get too hurt. But then, what happens on January 1st? We're just like, new start, clean slate, load up again. Like, I don't, kind of.
So part of me wants to, if there was a plunge protection button where I could just be like, boom, like, you know what I mean? Like one of these where you go like this and it's just fresh. It's weird. Because I don't know that I would be putting it, like I have got scrolling. If fresh set of eyes, I don't know what I would do. Oh, speaking of fresh set of eyes, Jenny, I'm shamelessly self-promoting, but I am so freaking proud of my son. It's not even funny. So yesterday he came home and he's like, number one, I can log into my trading account in school using my Chromebook. Number two, I can do it on my phone. He's like, I want to buy or sell something today during the day. So I wanted him to get comfortable with the platform. So last night we bought and sold crypto a bunch of times. So I made him do in and out of Bitcoin, in and out of Ethereum. And then this morning on the open, when I'm placing my SPX trades, I see like 4 trades go through in rapid succession. And it was awesome. JD. I was so proud of him.
Tell us because I know you've got his platform linked to yours. Tell us what they are. What is he? So what is an 18-year-old in high school doing on a Friday morning?
Well, he did buy, and you'll be very proud of him because you Zelled me money and we put it in his account and Sasha helped me do it. So shout out to Sasha too, who works on our team. So he did buy OKLO in the exact amount that you told him to. So I was proud of him. Then he bought.
But I think it's down today. So that was good. It's down today. So that's a good day to buy it.
Yeah, it's a good thing. So he bought OKLO, he bought Tesla, and then he scalped in and out of his Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Good for him. Good for him. He's better than my son, who's had his account for 3 years.
Well, he's just so excited that he can do it at school because he's the only, I mean, when you think about it, he's newly 18 and it's November. So most of the kids aren't 18 or don't have trading accounts. So I think he thinks he's pretty cool.
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Okay. Now so let's see. I want to see what Tesla's doing. Speaking of, do we have a Tesla trade?
Because you said he bought some Tesla.
We have Tesla in here. Oh, I know. I was like,
we've got those 2 double broken butterflies. So he bought Tesla this morning. It's up. So if he bought
200 shares, he's up $30.
No, 2 shares. Yeah, two shares.
Yeah.
It's hard to get used to that because we're so used to trading in round lots. It's hard to get used to like an odd lot of shares.
Well, I've got his account linked so I can look but can't touch. And so when Tesla came through, I was like, what did I do? I thought I did.
So he's up $30. I wonder if he'll close it and take it.
I bet he will. He's pretty quick like that. Like he took $2 out of Bitcoin.
So Liz, you may want to talk to him about PDD because I don't know PDT, pattern day trading, because just to make sure he's not in and out of certain things in a day. I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think that applies to stocks. I think it's just.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know if it applies to stocks. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. So will somebody please tell me, if you're listening from the Tasty Trade Studios, please tell me of pattern day trading rules because this boy's on fire. So we might.
Yeah, like I don't want him to be locked out of his account day one.
I know. Be pretty funny.
So another thing I want to look at. What did
wait? Can we pause for 1 second? Let's judge unit.
All right, yeah, 1016. Hurry.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
so June, we're going to open up the 0 DTE. We're going to wrap it around the at the monies.
And not going to overthink it. We're just going to ship it. 285. So put in your order.
So 335, and I'm going to put
335
to
335.
Thank you for doing the math for me for 335.
335.
Okay, and we put it in when SPOOs were up 7, I think, right?
Yeah.
Money. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's in, and we hope to shout Jejun before the end of the show. Yesterday, I was complaining that I'm, was out of Reddit and I kept running up and I want to get back in. Did you see Reddit today?
Oh man, did I see Reddit today? I told you about Reddit this morning. So this is, we have a long call spread financed by a put spread.
Long call spread financed by a put spread. Yeah, and we're not down. We put this on yesterday. Mm-hmm. And if you look at it, since we put it on, we're only down $70 and Reddit's down $14. So we're only down $66. I honestly thought of, I have a similar position on, and I thought of like closing this and changing my trade. I don't know.
You can close this and readjust it for sure if you wanted to. I mean, with this, I want to double down on a diagonal. This is like a gift from the gods.
Well, that's why I thought like, oh, I might just take this off and do something else, do something bigger now that we get a little bit of a down move.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. The mobile, this is my first time using them. My first time ever using the mobile. They're called Mobile Make Grover for the dog, Mobile Make Grover. And I'm just letting someone in my house know they're here.
Oh, there you go.
They're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see how the dogs do going into the little mobile grooming van instead of having to take them to the physical location.
Okay, so my current dog is named Will Ferrell, but my old dog was named Sully Smalls Deer King. And he loved the mobile groomer. He loved her a lot. And she, I mean, this is terrible when I'm saying this. She's the one who diagnosed him with having cancer.
Oh.
She was grooming him and she felt something under here. And she's like, I think he needs his tonsils out. That's exactly what she said. Yeah. So they're pretty good with the animals. Like they're very nice to them. You know what I mean? They take good care of them. So I think you're gonna like the mobile groomers.
Yeah. So first time, and I know my dogs hate going into the place.
Oh well, they're gonna be so confused when you lock them in a van and what. It is confusing the first time, but then he wound up loving her because she's so nice in there. You know what I mean? They love. If you do that, you have to love animals. Jenny, one thing we do have to take care of, we are taking live tweets, but the hashtag LIZJNY. We do have one little in the money sign to take care of because it is actual expiration. It is November expiration.
Today is November expiration?
Today is November expiration, Jenny Andrews. Take a look at that.
Are you sure today's the regular expiration?
I think so, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Or was it last week?
Bust out your calendar.
Because why isn't the November highlighted like the monthly color?
I don't know. Was it last week?
It must have been last week. Let me look at my calendar.
It's got to be.
It was last week.
Yeah, because you're right. Because this is what Jenny's referring to is December 20th is highlighted. January 17th is highlighted. February 1st is highlighted. Those are your regulars. And then they have the weekly. So yeah, I guess it was last week. But every week is an expiration. Remember when your bread and butter used to be expiration Friday? It's not.
Oh my God. Do you remember the Saturday after expiration Friday? What time would we have to go in the morning?
Okay, so I was in charge of the clerks. I had to be there by 5 a.m. And these clerks would come in so freaking hungover in like the same clothes from the night before.
So we knew Saturday morning after Friday expiration, like you couldn't go out on expiration Friday because you had to be in so early that Saturday morning. I can't believe they would come in hungover because we had to, I think I had to leave my house at like 4 a.m. to get in on Saturday after expiration.
Oh, they would come in from the bar at 4 a.m. and it was like wrangling cats when I was in charge of the
That was the worst.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. Okay, so what are we going to do? Here's what we have. We have a short put in December that's up 44%. Okay. And we have a long call in November that is making money. So I'm going to close this and we'll look at.
We can probably close the whole thing because the put's up almost 50% too. We can probably close the whole thing and figure out something new to do in forward if we want to be in it.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so forward we're closed.
Okay.
And
so we're out of the call.
And I'm also going to close the put because we are up 44%. I'm just going to pay 26 because it's penny wide market.
And now, if we were to do anything in forward.
So you'd open up forward with a fresh set of eyes.
We had a synthetic stock position with that long call.
Yeah. What do you think about just selling an in the money, one in the money? So it's got 50 cents possible.
Sure. I think that's just fine. It's like a synthetic covered call. We just took off our 11 put. I'm fine moving it up to 11.5, kind of keep riding it up.
Well, and we had a stock position and a put. So this is kind of a little bit of a compromise.
I think it's a good move. I'm no longer, people be happy to know I'm no longer buying a Ford Bronco. I heeded everyone's advice.
Good. What are you getting?
Well, during COVID, my husband's company kind of stopped the giving out cars, and they called and said, we're giving out cars again. So now we're just taking what we get.
Oh, well, that's good. What is it going to be? Do you know?
Toyota Highlander, which is very interesting because he works for a German company, and we always had German cars, right? Like the last car was an Audi. The last company car was an Audi. So I'm a little surprised that they're giving a Toyota. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Right.
But that's okay. I mean, yeah, you're right. He works for a German company. You should be getting a Volkswagen.
Yeah, right. I know, a little bit odd, but I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to happily take the free car.
For sure. That's funny. Okay, so I'm going to pop into Twitter. We'll go back and forth. I want to make sure we're managing everything that we want to do. Did we want to adjust our Reddit position? Yeah, we might as well.
Well, I feel like.
So I would rather, let's take this. So, I mean, I would close now that we're up, now that it's down as much as it was up yesterday, say we close the whole position. I don't mind getting aggressive and selling, a $5 wide right there.
Getting a little more aggressive. So I think so. It's like down $14 and we're only out. We're out less than $100 on our trade, which has $560 in risk because we have a $5 put spread and we paid a debit to. So I don't mind taking this off. Yeah, pay. Ooh. Well, it's bouncing around in kind of wide markets. If we pay 40 cents, that we took $100 loss. But I think we could get a little more aggressive in Reddit. So now we've got to figure out what we want to do. Do we want to do shorter term diagonals? Do we want to do put spreads?
Let's review the tape. So shorter term diagonals, I'm going to go 7-day, 14-day because this will be cheaper. Yeah. But here, I just want to make sure the markets are tight enough. I'm going to go to the 152.5. It's a little bit inside the monies. And then, so you're getting $2 for the 52.5.
It's $6 for not even a $10 wide. You're $9.50 wide.
Yes. Okay. So that's option A. That's $5.
That's option A. Okay.
So $5. And what profit potential do you have here? About it's $4 profit potential. I sort of like getting extrinsic value because we're down low. What if I went to the 14-day 140, 135 and got 222?
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just keep it simple. Just short put spread.
And we're nearer term because we want to keep going. This sounds bad, but I want more profit potential. I want weekly.
I mean, you can go to regular December, but with defined risk, I have been playing more shorter term too to see how much we can churn out before this year's ending. We only have 1 month left. If I'm just sticking with December, that's all I've got. Where if I'm weekly, it's how much can I churn out between now and the end of the year?
Yeah. If not, it's a refresh at the end of the year.
Okay. How about, what do you think of selling a call spread in U-All? I did that.
U-All, I think as much as I'm a huge United fan, I tapped out at 49 was my short call. So I bought stock and sold the 49 call against it. And it just got taken away from me. I was like, okay, whatever. Just finally take this away. This is so overdone. I love short calls in it.
Yeah, I sold a call spread in U-All. Let's see where we can. And I didn't mind getting aggressive either. I kind of like that 95, 100 for $1. I think that's the exact one I sold.
I mean, it's not even that aggressive. You're risking $300, but where's the risk reward scenario here? I mean, something's got to give in this.
Right. I mean, what's going on with U-All? Is it taking over the world?
Meme stock. Now, I do know, and I am sorry if I'm putting salt into your wound, Jenny, but most of the discount carriers are getting really hurt. Like the model is broken. Your Spirit, your Love, your things like that. They're not as that was the YouTube thing that I watched.
I'm lucky I survived it. I'm lucky I had such a big position in Spirit Airline. I'm happy I still have positive P&L on the year and I survived the Spirit Airlines shenanigans. And if I see that pilot again, at the beach club pool. Yada.
Jenny, Nike, we have one short put. We've had it on for 2 days and we've got 50%.
Yeah, close that thing. Now, bonds were up. Okay, what are bonds up? Like, just a little. I saw our ZB position.
We were up like $30 or $40 earlier.
Earlier, it seemed like it was up a little more. Right.
Yeah.
And what's TLT doing? Up a little bit?
Oh, we don't have TLT here. I'm sorry. I thought we did.
Maybe we want to. Do we want anything in TLT?
I mean, TLT has been, it's funny because we keep an eye on these things. TLT has been right here. Like, it's not.
I know.
It's not.
I know.
Not moving.
Maybe we sell like the 90 big lizard in TLT.
I think that's what I have, to be honest with you. I'm going to go 95 a night. I'm just going to do the at the monies. Is that okay?
Sure.
So $2 wide, $1.50 for $2.19. It's not bad. And then you can go down.
Not bad.
Only because you want to buy something in TLT. Because watch, here, I'm going to delete this leg. Watch, this is what I'm looking at right here. So here we've got $2.19 in profit potential. Staying right there. We're filled in you all. It's $1,800, almost $2,000 in buying power. I just went.
You could make it wider too. You can make it the call spread even wider. You can make it $2 wide.
Oh, it's only $1 wide. Didn't even realize.
Yeah, so there it's $2 wide, and we're buying a put, and we're getting $2.18.
Yeah, that's not bad. And you're only using $332. This is just premium selling.
I think that's what I might just do in TLT. Change. I just have I'm just long TLT, and I have short put spreads in ZB, and I think I might change my TLT to this and just keep my short put spreads in ZB.
Yeah, I don't mind. I just want to show what.
Because it's not really going anywhere. I mean, that's famous last words. Next week it'll be 95.
I know.
As soon as I take my.
But if next week it's 95, it's not the end of the world because it's not the end of the world because you're not going to lose anything at 95. If it goes to 95, you made $17. What you don't want is it to go down to 80.
But we only have $300 in risk in this.
Yeah.
It's like nothing.
So this is what the big lizard looks like. 0 risk to the upside. Our peak is right here. If it stays right here, which Jenny and I both said it's staying right here, you can make a little bit more money.
Seems like it's been.
Yeah.
You'll be happy to hear this, Liz. I know it's one of your favorites. My husband, I don't know what he was doing for work, but they do use and work with Marvell.
Oh, what is Marvell? I don't ask him? Because this is something that at one point in my life, and I do remember this was the beginning of last year, I, in my infinite wisdom, decided to be like, hey, I love trading options, and I'm going to take other people's assumptions and put trades on over other people's assumptions. And that's how I got roped into Marvell, because it was on Motley Fool. My dad used to love the website Motley Fool. So it was on Motley Fool saying, buy Marvell. So I wound up selling puts, wound up getting stock, and it's been one of my biggest winners because I just kind of trade around it.
Yeah, so I knew you trade it and you like it. And when I heard him say that you do business with them or I don't really know what he's actually doing with them. But so then I thought I would mention it to you.
I've been in this for a while. And I love it. Would you please ask him what they do? Because I have no idea.
I'm sure I could look it up. I'll ask him. But I know I could look it up. But he said he likes them. So I don't know what the stock's going to do in the future. But I know you've been in it for a long time. Do we want to get in anything in Marvell?
So it's so I've been in it. There is a top, it's at the top of its range. Now the options are always decent. Let me go to it. Frank the Great said he's got a Marvell story to tell us in Phoenix. So if you want to see if you want to lift the veil over Frank the Great and meet him in person, come to Phoenix.
Frank, I can't wait to go to Phoenix and see you.
So they have earnings. Let's wait till earnings and trade it.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
It's not that big of an expected move. If you look at that, next week's expected move was only $3.
Oh,
Oh, that's before earnings. Okay, yeah, $9.
It's a $10. I mean, that's 10%. And it moves. Like I've been through this. It's kind of a mover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to pop into Twitter if you're okay with that. And we're going to go top down. I'm going to go top down. Let's refresh.
It does look like we have a lot of tweets. Okay, thank you, Jenny. Idea. Can we get starter shoots of Liz's money tree added to the Tasty Live store?
You sure can. Absolutely. Starter shoots, because if I give you a leaf, that's so funny, because if you put a leaf in there, it'll grow a money tree.
No.
Yeah, I think so, doesn't it?
I mean, that's succulents, but this is a regular tree. I don't think you can just put a leaf in the dirt.
I have no idea, but all I know is that we need starter shoots. You know what? Yes, you can have starter shoots. Okay, let's kind of look at this. Frank the Great comes in with all of our stuff for today, and we appreciate this more than you will ever know, Frank, because a lot of times we don't know what's moving the market. So Frank always comes in with our.
Oh, thank you very much, Frank. And then the option volume at the SIBO, that always makes me think of taking a look at the most active, what's going on today, which I think we'll do that for sure.
We could do that right now because you brought it up, Jenny. I'm actually going to refresh it though. We're in it, but I'm going to refresh to make sure that we get the most up-to-date data. This is nothing that Jenny and I have no gaming of the system. We have nothing more than anybody else. You go to SIBO.com, most active. And here we go.
Right. You just type most active in the search bar. This will come up and you see what's going on. It's always interesting. Like XLI, what the heck is that? And why? What? It's both sides, calls and puts. XLI, December. Let's go look at it.
What is happening in XLI? We'll go back and forth. Do you have this pulled up on your computer by any chance? The most active?
Oh, yes, I can tell you.
Okay, so then I'm going to go to the platform, okay?
And I will tell you what is going on.
So XLI is up. What is XLI? Why don't I know this?
Yeah, pull it up. I want to see what it is.
Industrial. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Is it liquid?
2 million shares. Let's see its stars. 3 stars. Good job, Scott. It's in December. Is it the December 20th cycle, Jenny?
Okay. There's a few different cycles. So
give me the big one, the biggest one you got.
All right. The biggest puts December 27th.
Okay. So the week after expiration.
That the 130 strike, 70,000 of those.
Look at this. The 130 put, 70,000. Right now, the open interest is 3.
Really?
Yes. If it's it's December 27th, 130 put. Is that correct?
Yes, 130 put, 70,000 of those. But then you go earlier, December 13th. So I don't know if they're doing some kind of calendar or what. So December 13th, the 129 put, 65,000.
Wow.
And December 13th.
Oh, wait. Hold on. This might be closing, because if you look at this, that one that you're looking at, or maybe it's a roll. It's got to be a roll.
Could be a roll.
There's 65,000 here, which means it's closing.
Okay, so 65,000.
They're closing this and rolling to
the 130 put, then the 27th, and adding another 5,000 on. No, but then look at these. December 13th, 135 and a half put, 60,000 of those.
Hold on. December
13th.
135 and a half.
Put 60,000.
Look at that. That's a close too, because there's 60,000 right there.
All right, now try this one, December 27th.
Okay, I love this. This is such a fun game. December 27th.
136 put.
136 put. Okay, there's one. So what's happening here? They're rolling from
60,000.
They're going from the 13th, the December 13th to the 27th.
Okay. So let's see. What do we want to do in XLI? What does the chart look like?
Let's take a look. Ooh. I don't think I'm buying one.
Let me see.
Here's the chart.
Okay, so yeah, let's do something bearish.
So we could
I don't know if there are calls trading too, but let's just do something bearish.
So we're just having fun with this. Just understand that we are just having fun with this. So here's what you can do. Now, this is what we're saying is they're rolling from one to the other, whether they're buying or selling it. I mean, we can kind of.
They're all out of the money. So
they're very far out of the money. So you can sell this put for 2,000. Are they spreading them off at all? Do you see anything else in the December 27th realm? I'll go back. We'll look at it together.
Yeah. Okay. So you can see in the 27th, they've got the 130 put, 136 put, 70,000 and 60,000.
Yeah, so they're doing maybe a spread.
Maybe a spread.
Okay, so let's do the 136, 130. Let's go back.
You been getting anything for that 130? What is it?
I mean, so here are our choices. We can sell this put spread, the 136, 130, and get 50 cents. Or
maybe they're.
If I'm buying it, I'm not.
Maybe they're doing it. Maybe they're just selling it. I mean, you sell. I mean, it sounds good. Sounds good. $53, 60,000 times 3 million, 3.2 million. It's like the same thing we looked at the other day. It added up to 3.2 million.
Do you think they took it out of the VIX and put it in XLI?
they took their 3 million from the VIX calls and sold put spreads in XLI. Oh man. I'm so used to trading like our accounts. I could never go into, I don't like the idea of going into like a massive account and having to like scale up so big.
Well, what's interesting here is they look at things completely different. This is just big. This is huge people. And these are crosses, right? So you're getting massive moves. And Jenny and I, we're having fun with it. We are doing detective work. Thank you very much from the chat. We're totally being detectives, but you really don't know what this is with or against. And we were kind of.
Yeah, go look at the calls. Maybe they're just selling an iron condor. Let's see what calls they're doing.
Yeah, they could be. They could be doing an iron condor. Let's go look at the calls. Okay, so
there's a high rank. In the 27 cycle, the 146, 150 calls.
Okay, and then, so we've got, do I have this in still?
Yeah, it might just be an iron condor.
And then what were the top again? What,
146, 150 calls.
Yeah.
50,000.
Hold on, I have this in backwards on. This has got to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Wait. You've got two. You're selling both puts.
Oh, I was like, this is a lot of credit.
Okay, that's not bad. $1.21. Well, let's get in on XLI.
So it was the 136, 130, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're $1 wider on the bottom.
And 146, 150 call spread. $1.20.
Yeah, shipped.
60,000 times.
Excellent. Okay, look, I want to see Jajun. Let's take a look at it. We're up $15.
Come on, Jajun. Come on. It's 10:40, so we'll see.
All we need, I think say we're up $15. We need to be, I think, 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Up 11, 12. Yeah.
Where do you think we're going to be at the end of the day?
I mean, I don't know, Jenny, but yesterday was wild.
I thought yesterday, everything was up at the end of the day, right? Everything was up at the end.
So everything was up, but it did pull back from its highs at the end.
Right. Yeah.
And last night, and I don't know if I didn't see this, but I was listening to another network and they said this, crypto broke through the 100,000 level last night.
Did it?
Supposedly, I think it might have been the cash. Hold on, let me turn this off. It might have been the cash, but somebody I think it broke through. So I don't know if we can see that in the chart.
Type in Bitcoin here.
So we're almost, look at that. The ask is right there. Yeah, we're over it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now what?
Hold on, I got to see if my son's doing a happy dance.
Oh, JD.
Yeah, he's happy. He's up $50 in his account, and
Hey, and day one. That's pretty good.
I know. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, so I thoroughly enjoy looking at this list.
Anything, we don't need to go through all like the dailies.
We were just having fun. I mean, I
just want to see it. It's kind of nice when you see something outside of the ordinary we see VIX on here, we see SPX on here. It's kind of nice when you see something out of the ordinary on here.
Yeah, right.
There's some NVIDIA calls.
Some NVIDIA
145s.
Today's 145 calls.
Oh, Today's. Down 480.
Okay.
That really chaps my hide. When I came in with the short position in NVIDIA today, closed it this morning.
Oh, you did?
We weren't down. We were down like $1. It was down $1 or something.
It was the 145 calls. Hey, they're probably right. They're probably selling them.
It could be closing.
Yeah, we don't. There's a lot of contracts there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Twitter. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. We'll go top down. Okay.
Steve Jones comes in reading about the money tree plant, and the actual term of the money tree plant is Pachira aquatica. Okay, on the web. Nuts of this tree could be dangerous to animals. I've never seen.
I was gonna say, this is gonna take a turn for the worst again.
I don't even say it.
I don't have any nuts on my tree.
Pachira aquatica. Thanks, Steve. I will post a picture next week. Liz, you post a picture next week.
Wait, but you don't. Okay, now once again, I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret this. But do you have any nuts on yours?
Yeah, please stop it. I've never seen it.
I've never
so
seen
bad.
it.
Go to the platform. The chat got a little out of hand yesterday. Luckily, we got Frank on the chat manning it.
It was pretty fun. Okay.
All right. So let's try to add some new positions, because I'll tell you what we have going on here. We are long almost 200 delta. Maybe we should add a little short delta.
I'm gonna look. We're 192.
Yeah.
So our delta is 192. But we have to know where our deltas are coming from, Jenny. So here's what I'm going to tell you. This one's giving you your SPX. It's almost falsely inflating your deltas, because when you have those 0 DTEs in, it's giving you almost 100 delta.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but still, we are long delta. Maybe I don't mind adding a little bit of short delta.
So we did get filled in our UL, which was short delta. Our XLI is just an iron condor. Did we get filled? We did. I'm going to put a GTC in only because, Jenny, GTCs are a good idea, but I have a problem with the bottom of the alphabet. Sometimes I don't get down there.
Well, I need to every day when I'm in my account, I flip it so the bottom's at the top. So at some point, so I'm watching everything. Otherwise,
that's a good idea, because the bottom gets neglected.
Yeah.
So we have GTC in there. And I'm going to put a GTC in also for you all, just because, okay? What did we get? 192. So, I mean, it'd be good. That's fine. Okay.
And I've pushed everything out on the follow page. And earnings yesterday, what was it? Just Intuit? There weren't that many.
It was Intuit. What is it? INTU?
INTU.
There we go. Yeah. Well, I guess it's a $600 stock.
Oh, down $30.
Yeah, it's a $600 stock. It's not like that crazy of a move.
Disappointing. We only have 15 minutes left, and we are not out of the Jajun trade. It's not looking good.
Well, have faith. Have faith, young lady. Have faith. We can do this. Okay, so BIT, 40%, 3 days.
I know. We have to take it off. We want it to be in. The options came on Monday. I'm already out of mine too. I sold puts and IBIT. I'm out of mine. We're out of this. Yeah, it's, what can we do in there now?
Before we close it, I did want to see this. I wanted to see if that went into our beta weighted delta, and it doesn't. See?
No. Yeah. So now we don't have anything in IBIT, but would we ever think of going out to January?
I think we stay. Hold on 1 second, Jenny. Look at the 112. I mean, no, granted, it's new. It's brand new. So I understand that. But what if we did do a
big lizard?
Yeah, let's try. We could before. Remember, it was day one. There was zero open interest. But let's try it now.
So you're getting 790. Try to make it $5 wide.
That's not even $5.
61 and a half. 61 and a half.
There is no 61 and a half. But I was going to say, let's try to buy something. This is just premium selling. Let's see if we can.
So that's only $3.50 wide.
So $4.50 wide for $5.50.
Yeah.
So $4.50 wide for $5.50, which gives us what?
You can buy something for $1.
You got to bring it down.
That's not bad.
It's not. I just want to make sure we're getting. There we go. I just wanted to make sure we were getting 4. I don't know why. It just made me feel better. It's not bad.
That's not bad. We only have $340 in risk.
Our break even's right here. But this is following Bitcoin, right? This is following Bitcoin. Then we'd get back in at 52. I'm cool with that.
How high did Bitcoin get that? how was last December or the December before? How it was 2 years ago? How many years?
Oh, this is the all-time high in Bitcoin. 100,000 is the all-time high.
No, I know, but how high did it get then? Wasn't it like close to 80,000?
So I'll try. I don't know how far we can go back. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. What year did you want to go?
There, 70,000. It was like that December where your brother was killing it.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, 70-something thousand.
Yeah. So I mean, Bitcoin all-time high of 100 is high. We look at this, and I was trying to tell JD this morning. You saw it. We pierced over 100 right here, and then now we're back down. Not back down. I mean, you're right there. That's what I said. I go there. That they're going to battle over that 100,000 level. I think
But when we're looking at it, 99,000, 100,000, it's not like it. It doesn't sound crazy to me because it was years ago when we were getting close to 80,000.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'm going to ship this. $342 in risk, maximum profit of $452. Now, Jenny, only because, I mean, I know you know the answer to this. When you put in a big lizard where you are risking $342 and your maximum profit is $458, if we get filled, what is a good profit for this?
I mean, a big lizard is really only 10%, so $45, which is not a lot, but I almost am tempted to, it's almost like a butterfly where we could leave it. And speaking of butterflies and leaving butterflies, let's take a look at our natural gas butterfly.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
It's helping today. Natural gas is coming down. This is going to expire on Monday. It could be,
I'm just going to put, we can leave this, or I can put a GTC in for 20%.
We're never going to get 20%.
10%? $50?
Yeah, put in 15%. We'll see if we get it.
I mean, well, then we can just keep an eye on where it's trading too.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's in. And to your point, let's go to natural gas. We need it right here. If it expired right here, right now.
Yes, 3.123. Ours is 3.15. We've got natural gas down a decent chunk today. If you go to the chart, today's kind of a big move down in natural gas.
Yeah, kind of a big move.
Yeah, but look at the day's range.
I know, that's pretty crazy. This is big. It looks like it's small. It is way bigger than you think it is. So this looks small. This is not $3.12. This is a massive, massive animal.
Click the bid. How much buying power does it use to buy a natural gas contract?
Well, and keep in mind, this would be during the day. $5,000, $4,270.
And it's more overnight.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've got a real chance of hitting that 3.
I want to see something. What did we get for the hold, please? So we got 10 cents total. Like I looked at this, 5 cents and 5 cents. So I'm looking at this.
$100.
We got 10 cents total. Okay. So I'm going to open up our trade page. I don't want to do this, but you might be able to.
It's more than 100 to turn it into a butterfly.
Oh, 16. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So if we're worried about the risk we have,
I'm not worried.
So we've got 3.1, 3.15, 3.25. So that's $500 in risk, but we collected $100. So $400 in risk if it expires above that whole spread.
And it was yesterday. It was above 3.25 yesterday. Now, once again, I'm no natural gas expert. I know we need to get Thomas Westwater on here, but I know it moves on expiration. It could.
So we could put in an order and try to take less risk if we want to.
We put this on because we're waiting. We're trying to pin something. It is what it is, right? So it's $600.
The move this morning is surprising, though. If you go to the chart and look at how high it was this morning, that's crazy. Do you see how high it got this morning? 3.563.
Yeah. And what's the low? 3.071.
I'm 3.0. Like my short strike, my center strike, and natural gas is 3.0. And we're 3.05.
I mean, if it does this again tomorrow, yours is going to come in. We want 3. Yeah, we're 3.15.
We're 3.15.
Yeah. We're 3.
And this is Monday. Hold on. Come on, June. Come on. We're 10 cents away.
I know. I thought 11 or 12 is where we'll get.
I know. 10:52. It's almost the end of the show. Do we take our $30?
I kind of think so.
I kind of think so. We've given it 45 minutes. We put it on at 10:15 and it's almost 11.
I mean, $30 is great, right? I mean,
yeah, I think that's why we start putting on at 10:15 so we could close it at the end of the show.
So $30 would be 15. Hold on. I'm going to unlock and go to 15, right?
85, 50. Yeah, that's $30. And we'll just
it's going to
take our $30 and we will yell when it fills, we'll yell Jajun, but not quite as loud.
Okay. That's it's right there. Come on.
I know.
Jajun.
Jajun.
We're just going to go Jajun.
Jajun. It's closed.
That's
it's
awesome.
Closed.
Hey, $35 isn't bad.
I think 30, right?
30,
yeah, 30.
It must have been 30.
30, but fine.
Yesterday it was 8 minutes. Today we got $30. I'm okay with
We've got a couple tweets coming in to get to before we end the show.
Okay, I will go to Twitter and go tap down.
I think you just have to refresh.
There we go. Simple. If your money tree ever produced nuts, simply
and garbage them. Oh, because they're poisonous to dogs. Steve, you know we both have dogs, so thank you for that public service announcement to us and anyone else with the money tree. I mean, that is important, and it might occasionally. Like I have this type of fern outside, and occasionally there are little things like little berries on it that you would use those to create a new one. But again, it's not all the time. So if they ever do, Liz, you know that it's poisonous to Will Ferrell.
I mean, it would be very bizarre if after years and years and years, started producing nuts. But hey, weirder things have happened. But I appreciate that because that is helpful.
Liz and Jenny forever. Good morning, ladies. If I was working at a liquor store, I would card you. Thank you. If one were very bearish on crypto, what stock would you use? MSTR, the narrative is ridiculous. Riot Mara, miners with rewards drastically reduced. I was trying to look for a bearish position in MSTR yesterday. I see how he says
so expensive.
Well, they're all trading. They're all trading like they're at the money because they know this thing is moving around. So it's not like if you look at those options, I was trying to do. Let's look at trying to find a bearish trade here and just go to December.
That's not bad.
But that's a lot of risk. That's not bad, but that's a lot of risk. Tighten it up.
That's not bad.
$1.70. Okay, so sell that for $1.70 and buy an at-the-money put spread, because then you have a little more profit potential. So then you buy an at-the-money put spread.
Hold on.
See this? Oh well, yeah, I guess so. You're paying $1.60. You've got $353 in profit potential.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You're right though. We were this was yesterday, right? Where you were taking me all the way down to where can I get down?
January. It was the January 80 put. It was January. But yeah, yesterday it was down $70, right?
Yesterday it was down a ton. I mean, a ton's all. Yeah. This is the bar yesterday. It was as high as 543 and as low as 371. That's a massive swing.
But if you're bearish crypto, I mean, you can sell call spreads in here, buy put spreads in here. You can do trades in MSTR. You could look at IBIT. We were just in there. They have options now. Yeah, IBIT. What about a put zebra? How much is a put zebra?
When we just did, we have just the 140. You can. That's what's great about that is you can probably do a put zebra. So I'm going to go to the 14-day for a put zebra. Okay. Oh no, sure. I just don't want to go to the same cycle. I'm going to go to 21-day. So
it's interesting too. If you look at the monthly open interest, this just started on Monday. These options just started on Monday. So when you go to the monthly open interest, you could see what people have been doing. There is a lot of open interest. Definitely
for one day, for a few days.
For a few days.
So I'll just stick in this cycle. I just don't want it to overlap with what we've done. No, I'm going to.
I know you have to go to a different cycle. They're just not quite as liquid.
So the put zebra would be a 50 delta, 150 delta, and you buy 270 deltas, or look at the extrinsic value to wash it. So I think right here, yeah.
Sure.
So it's $1,000, which is still cheaper than selling stock.
It's not $1,000, and you're short 100 shares. You're technically short 100 shares of IBIT, but your risk, if it keeps going up, is $1,000. It's not terrible.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
But I also like the, buy a put spread, sell a call spread to pay for it. That's a lower risk trade to have a bearish position on.
Can you see this? Because I think I should admit them.
No, you can't see that. You're gonna get in trouble. All right. Did we get to everyone? Did we get to everyone on Twitter?
I think so. I'll go back and refresh because then we got into Steve Jones with the.
Oh yes.
I'm just gonna make sure I'll go refresh again. Thank you everybody for all the tweets. Perfect.
Thank you.
Let's just talk about what we did today and then we're done for the day. How about that? So all symbols today, not 60 days today. And I'll go top down, make sure that Jenny's, we did a lot today.
We did a lot.
Yeah. 2 trades in Boeing.
I've been pushing them out. I've been pushing them out.
So 2 trades in Boeing. We did the Jajun trade SPX at 10.16. In Ford, we closed both of our Fords. Reddit, we readjusted our position in Reddit. So 2 trades in Reddit. We closed our Nike. We sold a call spread in UAL. We created a big lizard in TLT. We sold an iron condor in XLI along with the rest of the world, 70,000 contracts. Along with one other massive trader. We'll see what he did. And then IBIT, we closed it, reestablished, and then we got out of our Jajun trade.
Out of our Jajun trade. Busy day. Everything's pushed out on the follow page.
Perfect.
Everyone out there, have a wonderful weekend. Good luck with all the Thanksgiving prep.
Yes. You too, because I know you're hosting. I will see you on Saturday.
Yes. Oh, yes. Your daughter's in a play this weekend. She's the star. I can't wait to come see her on Saturday.
Yeah, so we will see you Saturday. But everybody have a wonderful rest of your day. And remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see you all on Monday.
I had to rewatch that market measures from this morning, Bodacia. Our raid really distracted me. I was like, get away from me, uncontrollable fire.
I told you, Tasty Grax, you can't plunder with headphones on. Light pillaging, maybe.
Sometimes I'll hide in a gross peat bog in the middle of a raid, just so I don't miss market measures.
I'm only recently comfortable admitting this, but I think I trust market measures more than I trust my savage hellhorse, Arbitrageur.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you guys that I slaughtered a horde of conformerons this morning. Did the whole terrifying row of severed heads on pikes as a warning thing, but you never know with those idiots.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
Ha ha ha! Goblets of hot blood for everyone.
Nice.
Thanks, you guys.
Normally I hate puns, but that one was okay.
Golf putt, normal distribution, reduce speed, increase standard deviation for a wider angular strike. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
So I've been trading for about 5 years, maybe 8 to 5 years, and I got in the options world because I wasn't making enough just holding long equity. You know, there's not a lot of strategy. It's just sort of like buy it and then pray it goes up. I found tastylive from my friend, and I started looking at the YouTube videos. My favorite part about it was just that there was math, there was probability, it was something you could consistently rely on. once someone gets the right information, which they provide on tastylive, they can really change their financial situation for the better. Consistently, not, oh, I bought a stock and it went way up one time, but how can you do it consistently over and over? And with tastylive, I was able to do that.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Nick, I'm curious. On your birth certificate, I've always wondered this. On your birth certificate, is it Nicholas or Nick?
It's Nicholas, yeah, Saint's name. But I will say Frankie in the chat calls me Nikki, Nikki, like a woman's name. And I don't know where Frankie's getting.
Perfect, Tom. So how do you think he's in a cab?
In a cab, he's like this. He's either one of two things, like this.
Oh, he's talking to me.
Close.
Talking to me.
Oh, he's talking.
Yes. Yes.
First of all, what is he wearing?
That's
3 layers.
Are those Corinne shoes?
Those are Corinne's.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. I've got my man, Mikey Butler, with me as always. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tasty Live, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because it helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever, just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day, I get to spend with my buddy, Mikey Butler. How's it going, sir?
Going great. Bitcoin is at 100K. First time eclipsing that threshold.
The futures. No. The futures are. You can't say it until we get spot at 100K.
Got it. Okay. The futures are, which means the spot will be eventually. But yeah, crazy day here. We're seeing some nice moves in some products we need to move to the upside, like gold, Chipotle, Target, Natty Gas took a nice little nosedive this morning. Close that position that we placed with from Thomas's trade ideas for the end of the year. So yeah, let's keep it rolling, shall we?
E-minis at the high of the day are basically there, up 15 points here, 59.85. The high of the session was 59.93, so we're about 6 or 7 points off the high of the day. NASDAQ down 6. It's been chopping around here. The Dow up 300 and the Russell up 35. The Russell has been the strongest of the group here for the last couple trading days. Oil catching a little bit of a bid / CL 70.92, up 82 cents. You got volatility futures coming in 50 cents, about 3% here. Bonds up 11 ticks. You got gold up 33 cents, silver up 35 cents. I'm sorry, gold's up $33, silver is up 36 cents. And then, as Mikey foretold, Bitcoin is up 500 on the futures, spot up 132. The high on spot in the overnight session was 99,303.
Yeah, big moves, huge moves. Products like MicroStrategy flying around, having huge day to day. Yesterday was a crazy day. But yeah, we'll see what happens with some of these products. In case you missed it, launch their futures program. Or not futures, what am I talking about? Options. Yes. And as we predicted, they started with just monthly options, and now they've released weekly options. So they have this week 0 days, 7 days for next week, 14/21. So they're getting a lot of activity, enough so to where in the same week that they released the options, they were able to create weekly options, which is a really good sign for liquidity.
Yeah, that came very quick. And you also have $half wide strikes now. So the liquidity is endless there. The bid-ask spreads right now, I mean, just looking at the weeklies, are not awful. I mean, they're 5 or 10 cents wide. You know, as more liquidity comes in, I imagine those will be 1 tick wide, which they trade in nickel increments right now. I imagine at some point in the future, they'll probably get that down to penny wide markets. On the spreads themselves, you can trade those to the penny, but it's just single options that are in nickel. So a little bit of nuance there, but yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the most, if not the most traded products in short order here, at least close to there.
Yep. I'm going to find the IBIT options piece I did, and I'll post it to the YouTube chat. So if you want to read about the options and how the product works, I'll grab that real quick.
Tons of call skew, of course.
Indeed.
You go 20 points out of the money. You go to the 35 on the downside. It's basically worthless. The 75 on the upside trades at $1.70. So lends itself well to crab trades, call diagonal spreads, ratio spreads, stuff like that. And speaking of crab trades, I have to come out and talk about my snow position. So I had to close this one today. Snow 3 times the expected move to the upside. The trade that we had on was it was a crab trade. We were long the 135 in the January expiration, short 2 of the 145s in the weekly, and then long 1 of the 155s. So we were playing for, you know, an at the expected move, or maybe even like 1.5 times the expected move, and we got basically 3. And so this spread went fully in the money. I closed it today, this morning, when the stock was actually higher. So I closed it at $2 and a penny was my fill for that credit. It ends up being a $367 loss. So unfortunately, a pretty decent size one.
Yeah. Sometimes it'd be like that. Like Target, we had that earnings trade that went awry after the 30-point sell-off, but we traded it small enough to where we could place a new trade at the new strikes, the 120, 130 call diagonal spread. And that's up over $100 right now. So kind of healing that wound a little bit, but looking for a continuation there for sure.
Yes. What do you think for today? You think they pin us at 6,000, or we just chop around here for the rest of the day?
Yeah, they pin us at 6,000. They pin us at 100K in Bitcoin, and then we just slowly drift around there for the rest of the week. Next week, because next week we got Thanksgiving. It is usually a slower volume week. That doesn't mean products can't move, but yeah. The narrative sounds pretty accurate, where you just sit at 6,000, sit at 100K, go eat some turkey, and then come back to the markets, and then see some volatility into the December month.
There is a lot of volume coming in today. The E-minis traded 877 contracts, 877,000 contracts thus far. So that is something that's a little bit interesting, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And every time we look at SPX, expected move through the end of the year, it just sits around 200 points. It's actually coming a little bit. Yesterday we looked at it, it was 200 points. Now it's 186. So getting some vol taken out of there. We'll see how that changes through next week with the holiday and everything. We're streaming live on YouTube if you want to join us.
Yes.
Tasty Live. Head over there on YouTube. You can pop in your trade ideas, questions along the right-hand side chat. We'll get to them shortly here. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, are we going to get the 100,000 print on the Bitcoin spot during the show? Because it's up 200 right now, near the high of the day.
Yeah, 99. I think we could easily get it.
Yeah,
we'll get it next week probably. At the very least.
What if it never gets there?
What if it hits 100 and then just drops 20%?
Nuke it. That would be pretty interesting.
That could be interesting. I mean, I've seen I've seen some reports of short interest and where the shorts have orders in, and it's right around that 100K level. So you never know.
Yeah.
We'll see. We shall see, that's for sure. But yeah, should we pop over to the YouTube chat, get some questions going here?
Please. I got tons of buying power on the sidelines, willing to take on some risk here if you got some ideas.
Cool. Let's see, John. Let's kick it off with John. Bullish on GEHC. How should I play that assumption long term? More than a year. Buy leaps? What delta? Buy stock and sell calls against them?
Mikey,
Yeah,
your opinion, yeah. What do you like to do? What leaps?
The Jan 2026.
Okay.
And I might just buy the at the money. Like, there's obviously less volatility with at the money options, but when you look at this product, like if you're playing for this thing to go back up to 95, you could buy out of the money leaps, but if it sells off, those leaps are going to be much more volatile than like the 80 strike or the 75. I think if you're going over a year out in terms of time frame, you don't necessarily need to take the out of the money risk or the in the money intrinsic value risk. I really don't mind the at the money, especially with an IV of 20%, 27%. It's really low. So it's the implied volatility or the premium value that you're paying for is mostly time decay. So yeah, you could take a shot, buy the 1200 strike. If you wanted to buy the shares, you could totally do that too. It's just more of a costly trade. It's going to multiply your buying power requirement by about 4, because if you buy 100 shares, you have to put up $4,000 in buying power as opposed to 1,200 with the January 2026 leaps. You could sell premium against it, but 28% implied volatility in December is just not a lot. Like you'll get $1 of premium, getting 3 points out of the money. You could do that and play that game. If we're doing that and we're trying to avoid that strike going in the money, you just have to be cognizant of that. And I would look up offensively rolling covered calls on tastylive.com. You'll see a video where we talk about this. But basically, you would want to give yourself the ability to buy back that option and sell a further out of the money option in a further expiration. So, for example, if you sold the 84 strike in December and GEHC gets up to 84, buy back December, roll it out to January, try and move it up to the 90 or something like that. But if it keeps rallying, eventually you're going to be like stopped out in terms of what you can do. So
yes,
for that reason, I really don't mind just buying the leaps because the IV is so low. And if you get that move up 10 points, 15 points, you're going to be looking good on that trade.
Yeah, and the time decay is going to be minimal on those options. I agree with everything Mike said. I think for me, if I have a directional assumption, especially to, that one that's significant, right? I mean, like a couple dollars to the upside, I wouldn't call significant. But if you think GEHC is going back to highs, 95, I would want that positive gamma in terms of an out of the money option. So it is more risky, of course, to buy a 90 strike or a 95 because over time you do need the directional move to play out, but you'll make a lot more than buying shares of stock, especially when you think of it on a notional equivalent, right? So like if you buy the 90 strike call at $700, you could buy, or let's just round it to $800, you could buy 10 shares. If GEHC goes to, and that's cash shares, in a margin account, you could do 20 shares. But if GEHC goes to 90, you'd make $100 on your 10 shares. On this option, you might make $400 or $500 just from the move to at the money. And so that's how I would play a directional assumption. Of course, there's a little bit more risk there than if you just bought the shares in terms of it losing money.
So yeah, anytime you're trying to speculate on a long-term time frame and then you look at the stock and it's a under 30% stock, we're probably just going to buy the leaps because you're playing for an outside you're playing for an outside move relative to implied volatility, and you're not paying a lot to get that delta exposure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ooh, Nikki, Nikki 6 of Motley Crue is unhappy that Nick B thinks Nikki's a girl's name. Honestly, we were always confused as to why the spelling was that way from our boy Frankie.
The spelling is feminine, I believe. Nikki
Nikki. I've never.
Nicky is not feminine. I think that's all good.
But yeah, any Nikki I've ever come across has been a female. But now we know. We just never, dug into the Motley Crue. Motley Crue. What do you think of having a portfolio consisting of perpetually placed put credit spreads in many uncorrelated underlies? I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in a bullish market. We're seeing a strong bullish market the last couple of years. If that continues, you're not going to have a lot of resistance with the short put spreads. I will say, though, you still got to be careful with sizing and your total positions outlaid, because if you have a situation like the Japanese yen unwind in August and it doesn't recover, and even if your products are uncorrelated, if everything starts selling off, like even look at COVID, everything's sold off. So those things can still happen. So I wouldn't say you would want to have your entire account outlaid in any specific expiration, but I don't mind just having bullish positions on, especially if you haven't planned for those trades and you want to manage your risk or mitigate your max loss. I think it's fine.
Yeah, and I think as just a beginner starting out, and for most people, it's very easy or much easier to lean long rather than be neutral, or even having short deltas is typically something that freaks people out. So I think put credit spreads are, perfect starting point, especially if you're trading stuff that you're bullish on, that you have a directional assumption. You're bullish on Nvidia and Apple and whatever other stocks you pick. It's a good way to have a high potential return on capital and participate in that movement.
Yep. Alan's looking at Starbucks. It's on the move. Would you buy a December 100 call or do a diagonal long 100 strike, short December 105 for 360?
January 100, 105, you said?
100, 105 diagonal or a December 100 call? We're going to go with the diagonal.
Yeah.
Because buying a call in a 28-day cycle, so the opposite, like we just went over GEHC and we explained why we would buy the leap. It's because it's a long-term time frame. Theta decay is low. You have plenty of time to be directionally right. And when we look at the research, we've shown time and time again that the theta decay and the decay of options starts to accelerate around 45 days. So the last thing we're going to do is buy a near-term option that has higher implied volatility than a longer-term time frame, has a higher theta decay because of what we show in research, and it's just going to be a really volatile position. If you buy the 100 strike in December and Starbucks drops 3 points, you've just lost half the value of that option. Where if you have it in January, or if you have the diagonal spread, that's not going to be the case because you have the December short helping to hedge your January long.
Yeah. It's hard to be right off the bat too. So we're always doing some sort of hedge with a short premium position. So with this call diagonal, you have a little bit of positive decay in your favor. So if you're not directionally correct today or into next week, you've got some time to be right on that assumption. Of course, you give up the tail upside of this profit potential that you would have with just a naked long call. But that's from our perspective, it makes sense to give up that 5 or 10% probability in exchange for having a little bit of positive decay and not having to be so directionally correct on that position.
Yeah.
But I can't get long Starbucks into this move, though.
Yeah. I mean, what's the winter drink they've got now? The peppermint latte or something?
Oh, are we done with pumpkin spice? Yeah, pumpkin spice, I guess, is over.
Yeah.
It's onto the peppermint mocha something.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. Could send it to the moon. But yeah. I mean, Starbucks, a lot of these products, so just going back in time, I wouldn't have expected this move from 75 to 100 over the course of a month. But people ask all the time, like, markets at all-time highs, well, how do I find trading opportunities if I want to be bullish? Well, you look at these products, like the products that haven't participated with the rest of the market, but you assume that they're going to be around for a while and they'll have their time to shine. You don't know when that time is, but like selling a put at 75 or doing a longer term diagonal spread, like it would have been even at 90, even after that rally, like, your risk is defined, you're taking advantage of the move. So that's kind of what we look for. If we're having a hard time finding products that aren't at all-time highs, like you can just look at the S&P 100 list or the NASDAQ list and just sort it by net change on the day, or look at, a chart. BITO is now obsolete. I wouldn't say it's obsolete, but I think you're going to see anyone that was trading options in BITO is likely going to move away from that and go to IBIT, because it's just a much cleaner experience. You have way more volume. You've got you're going to have a lot more expirations continuously coming out for IBIT, and those markets would not surprise me if they went 5 cents wide or even more narrow than that.
Yeah. I think IBIT is the winner of the Bitcoin sweepstakes. I think it's going to take liquidity from basically everything.
Yeah. So. And it's affordable too. Like I announced it a couple days ago, but IBIT's going to be my year-long trade next year. $50 stock, 70% IV. It's a beautiful product.
Yeah.
Where did I get my party shirt? Pretty sure I got this from J. Crew when they announced bankruptcy. I flocked to the website and I bought everything that was on sale. Talk about cost basis reduction. I'm pretty sure I got like 50% off on all these party shirts. A lot of them are from J. Crew.
This one is a 1985 vintage Tony Batista party shirt, straight from his closet. So I don't think you can find this anywhere. So one of one.
I do love that shirt though. It's a strong one.
Thank you. I used it in our Miami show promo. This was the shirt I wore.
That is true. Speaking of your performance yesterday was, you deserve an Emmy for that one.
Oh yeah. If you didn't catch that one, we recreated the Braveheart ending scene with Mel Gibson. It was fantastic. Really great. Really good stuff.
What's your management plan for the December 31st SPX Iron Condor? 21 days, or if the profit percentage is good?
Ideally, I could get out of it before that. I mean, for a profit, you got 39 days to go till expiration. Currently out about $80, $75, into what has been a pretty decent rally here over the last. What did we do? Did we do this yesterday? I did this yesterday. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and I think I did it pretty much near the lower end of where we were trading yesterday, because I did it in the morning and we had that little rally. Where is my trade? This one. So I did it. 59.19. So the E-minis have rallied about 50 points from where I put this on, and it's only moved about 70 or 80 cents. At this point, there's really nothing to do with it. The great thing about SPX and XSP and anything that is cash settled is that there is no issue holding this, to expiration if you wanted to, and it's defined risk. So that's certainly something on the table. Ideally, I'm out of this in the next couple weeks, hopefully for, $200, $300 would be like a home run, but you probably need a little bit of a down move for that to come into play.
Yeah. I think you could also see a contraction if next week, let's say we get into next week and we just chop and we don't move much at all, you can see that thing come in pretty handsomely then. So there's a couple things that would happen that might bring it into profitability range more quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where the volume in ES comes from?
From people trading.
Yeah. Are you? I think Maj was asking more like maybe internationally, like is it mostly U.S.? Is it international? Definitely mostly U.S. I would say.
Yes.
But yeah, there's a sprinkling of international people too.
Yeah.
German people can trade long options again. Tax restrictions have been dismissed by the parliament. Look at that.
Sweet.
Wow. Beautiful.
Good.
BA upside play, call calendar, December, January 160 strike.
I actually have one that I was looking at today to close this out, but it's not quite there yet. Oh, I need to. I'm long the January 55 and short the 65 in December, and I think I did this at like $5 and change. I'm down about $100 on it. Yeah, I did this at 575. It's trading at 476, so I'm out $100. Boeing is another one. Boeing, along with the Chinese stocks, I feel like I have not made money in for many, many years, and so it's on my not friendly list. But I have a position, so I'm with you in that long exposure. IV rank at 47, kind of mid-range. It's had a nice little bounce here. It's near lows still.
Yeah. This is a good example of like what I was talking about with Starbucks. Like the market's at all-time highs, but Boeing has had the worst year this year, just dealing with all kinds of news, terrible news.
Yeah.
However, Boeing runs our airlines. United, like there's only one airline that doesn't use Boeing, and ironically that's Spirit, which is a terrible airline in my opinion. However,
it's gone now, so you won't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but I guess the point is, Boeing, I think, like if you asked me what are some stocks that are near the bottoms that you wouldn't mind getting long, I would say Boeing is probably one of them for a number of reasons. It's at lows, market's at highs, and Boeing's not going anywhere.
It has the appearance of being cheap.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, would I be surprised if Boeing touched 200 again over the course of the next year? Absolutely not. So, or even like 175, like just retracing kind of this range here. So, yeah, I like Boeing in terms of just taking an upside shot. I'm going to get into a January, December call diagonal spread.
Yeah, might as well. You could get into the one that I'm in, the 55-65. I mean, you get in
50-60.
50-60. That's fair too. I mean, I did this a little while ago. I did this on the 8th, so it's already been almost 2 weeks. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And Tim, no, I did not play sax. I actually played sax in 8th grade. My dad was a sax player, but I was on the drum line, which might make some of my colleagues that I work near upset because I'm constantly tapping. Constantly tapping. Let's see here. Bullish on Uber, put credit spread, naked put or debit call diagonal. How would you play this?
Ooh, Uber. Okay. We were looking at this the other day. I think somebody wanted us to get short it. Man, IV rank at 8. Implied volatility relatively low. I think you play this to the upside. I mean, this got hit with the Tesla move, like the Tesla FOMO, like they're going to eat Uber's lunch and have all the robo taxis and all that stuff. I've done this before in Uber. I use this $1,200 in buying power. That's a little much. I had one of these, like a crab trade, but with naked upside here, where you do like a 1x2 just to cheapen the amount of debit that you're paying here. But I think I'm just going to go with the 70-75 call diagonal spread. Lean a tiny bit long here. And you can get 28 deltas long, $3 and change.
Yeah.
It's a tough one to sell premium in.
Yeah. 30% IV, low IV rank. Like selling premium, you can do it, but you can get way more profit potential if you're directionally right with a call diagonal, and you can put up way less capital and have way less risk. So really the products that we're selling premium in are products that have over 50% IV, middle to high IV rank, and they're mid-price to where we can afford rolling perpetually. Yes. So there you have it. Dell Strangle, now straddle at 140. Do I wait until after earnings before buying the guts and selling the wings?
Are you in
what
December?
Expiration?
I would imagine December. It's a tough question. Obviously, you don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I would probably say the conservative approach would be to do it now and not wait until after earnings, because earnings obviously can move. The expected move, so it's got earnings on November 26th. If you look at the second weekly, you got about a 13-point expected move. That's right now. So you're right at the money. You could potentially have $13 of intrinsic value on either side after earnings. I mean, that's what the market projects. So I think I would take it and roll it now, reduce your overall exposure. So if you have the 144 straddle in December, you could do something like the 135, 150, or 130, 155. You have to pay a little bit of a debit, but you'll be further out. Your break evens will be further out of the money, and if you get that non-movement, you'll make a good penny back. So I would say the conservative route would be to make the adjustment and move on.
Yeah. Let's see. Microsoft's such a normal stock, so why is there such a big difference between the bid-ask prices and the 42-day options? It's just a weekly cycle.
Yeah, and these probably just opened. So open interest. Well, I don't think these have been open much more than a day or two. I mean, they have open interest, which means it's been at least one day. But go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you're looking at this expiration because you're trying to get the closest expiration to 45 days, don't do that. It's the 45-day window is really more like a 30 to 60-day window. And we're always going to go with the monthly expiration versus a weekly expiration that's way less liquid, that's closer to 45 days. So 100% of the time, we're going to go to January here because you've got way more activity, way better bid-ask spreads. And yes, it's closer to 60 days than 45 days, but you're just going to run into the trouble a lot of times if you're going to a weekly that has much wider bid-ask spreads. You can get caught in some really illiquid situations. So 30 to 60-day window, we're almost always going to go to the weekly or the monthly cycle, unless it's an earnings announcement and we're trying to do something like sell the earnings implied volatility in the weekly. Like, we're always going to go to the monthly here.
Mm-hmm.
Felipe has an Iron Condor and SMCI with short strikes at 15.30 and $3 wide, expiring in December. I think the best I can do now is roll up the puts and keep the same expiration. Is that correct?
I might just close the put spread out. I mean, you got basically a nothing put spread. You're right at the money. So this spread is not going to move all that much, especially with the way volatility is right now. It's 144% implied volatility over the next 28 days. This spread is going to trade for between $1 and $2 until the last week of expiration. And we can even see that here. So let's go just to next week's option, those same strikes. It's trading at the same $1.50. It's $1.70 here. So you lose 20 cents over the next 21 days. So I would just leg out of the put spread and then go with the and just lean a little bit directional.
Yeah. And a lot of times with narrow put spreads or narrow call spreads, I guess 3 points wide on a $30 stock is not necessarily narrow, but you have to always weigh your risk that you're adding versus the credit you're getting for rolling up. So like if you rolled that 15 strike to the 25 strike, for example, you are, you're picking up 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, but you're moving your risk up $10.
Yeah.
So it's just not really worth it. We'd rather just not have that risk, lean a little short. Your risk is still defined, but any kind of sell-off is going to help you immensely and allow you to get out of that trade much sooner than if you have a narrow iron condor on. The more narrow the iron condor is, the more it's just a butterfly. You have to hold it all the way to expiration. I love the specification of the Nickies.
Are we still debating that?
Yeah. Ooh, Nicole with a Q. Niquule. I like that. Spicy. Spicy. JPM keeps moving on me. Should I just close it? What do you have? Oh, yeah, there you go. Short. Looks like you've got a 230, 220, 240, 250 iron condor.
230.
230, 220.
Okay, 240, 250.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the same sort of case.
Bless you.
Thank you. This is the same sort of situation as the SMCI position, but you have a lot less volatility. So it's going to be a harder one to hold on to because it's going to be marked at a much bigger loss because it's low implied volatility. So there's much less extrinsic value across the board for these options. I think for me, I would just close the put spread, lean a little bit short. And after I do that and kind of give up on the trade, so to speak, I want to try and get back, a couple $100, 150, 200, 300. I'm not looking to make this a profitable overall position. I'm looking to close this for a lesser loss and start something new in January is how I would approach the situation. Do you agree?
Yeah. The narrow iron condors, like, yes, you are reducing your max loss, but again, the more narrow you have it, the lower your pop is, and the closer you're to expiration, you have to hold it. So you have to nail the price range at expiration, which is tough to do.
Yeah.
Jake,
is that one? Do I get short a little JP Morgan here?
You could.
And this thing has just gone straight up. Do like little put diagonal spread and sympathy. Do like a very cheapy 245, 240.
I like it.
$5 wide at a tiny bit. I can move this to the 37.5. Do this for $5. I'll do that. I'll move it to the 237.5. It's a little bit wider markets, but no big deal here. We'll get a little bit of short delta in JP Morgan. I gotta go up. Come on. 525. There we go. All right, we're in. 2 trades. Keep them coming. Need some more.
Jake has a QQQ butterfly. The 474, 480, 486. So a 6-point wide butterfly that used to be a broke wing butterfly that is now a 13-cent lotto ticket. Why does the analyze tab show a huge profit now? It's just it's not accounting for your rolled positions.
Yeah.
So what you could do is I would make sure your position tab is grouped by order chain so you see that properly. But you could just throw on a new trade using the same strikes and adjust the credit or debit to 13 cents. And that is what you will that will adjust your visual of the max profit, max loss. Lean hogs up 70 cents. I think I'm closing that one. 70-cent winner, 21 days to go.
Yeah, that's quick trade from Wednesday.
Yeah. That's Thomas giving us shekels from afar, taking care of his newborn. Yeah, I'm gonna route an order to close for 70 cents. Just to let it sit there for a little bit.
Do it.
There you go. Ding. 70-cent winner. Glorious. Love to see it. Ooh. Trump loves Elon, and Elon posted all energy generations will be solar, or all energy will be solar in the future. Enphase up 5 days in a row after selling off aggressively. It's time for a crab trade on Enphase.
Well, I have an inverted strangle here, so I could use about 10 more points to the upside. So I'm short basically the 75 straddle here. I'm short the 75 call, the 80 put. Definitely need some upside movement here. So I'm with you in sympathy, but already have a position.
Yeah, I can get on it. I'll get on this. I'll do a diagonal spread. I'm going to buy the 65 in January and sell the 75 in December.
I know this wouldn't be your pick, but you could look at short puts here too.
Yeah.
I mean, the 60 or 55 strike in January at $3 for the 60, $2 for the 55, $600 in buying power. Relatively high implied volatility.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to sell the 60 put in December for $1.90.
Okay. There you go.
Shorter time frame. It's up 5 days in a row. We can take a little sell off here and be fine. $600 buying power. Don't mind owning the stock at 60, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
I was sold at $1.90. Yeah.
Small position in terms of buying power.
Yeah. But yeah, crab trade you can do too.
Yes.
Let's see. IBIT trade of the year, strangle, diagonal. I will be doing pure short premium there.
Ooh, you're not scared of the explosive upside of Bitcoin?
Not really. I mean, yes, but we can manipulate that thing. Like with 70% IV, even just looking at January, it's at 56 right now. You sell a 56 straddle, you start with $1,100. So in DraftKings, when I sold the 35 straddle at the beginning of the year, I started with $400. So the fact that I can start with $1,100 really gives me a canvas to do whatever I want in there. Even if it rallies 10% a day, I can roll up and out and up and out and mitigate that.
Why wouldn't you do a strangle to start?
Because I just like starting with as much premium as possible.
Okay.
Personally.
That's fair.
Like that's totally fine too. Like you could do like a 50-70 strangle.
Yeah. Delta
Something
neutral.
Like yeah.
477.
I don't mind taking advantage of that call skew there. But yeah, we'll see where it's at the end of the year.
Cool.
But that'll be the trade.
I wish there was there's really no leverage here. It looks like it's basically cash secured, at least to the downside. The upside obviously has unlimited risk, but it would have been great if you could get like $500 in buying power on this thing.
How are the prices of ES and SPY reconciled if they are independently traded? They're just different products, completely different products, even though they track the same thing. But so you won't see them up exactly the same or down exactly the same.
Yeah, the difference in price is the carry costs and the dividends that are not paid in the futures. The reason they move basically in the exact same in terms of value is because of arbitrage, right? So if one of them, if SPY was moving more than the E-mini futures, there'd be an arb there to be long the futures and short SPY. And so that constantly gets arbed out. And this is not something that a retail trader would even want to do because it's so little value for such large amount of capital to do it. But that's why it's all the same, is because there's a constant arb between the two.
Mm-hmm. What is your exit plan for your asymmetrical IBIT crab trade? Do you have this on the 55, 60, 70?
I have the 55, yes, in January, and then the 60s, and then the 70 in the December expiration. So we're moving to where I need to be. I mean, this one, there's nothing to do right now. I mean, in terms of extrinsic value, there's still $4 and change, $4.60 here. So I got nothing to do but sit and wait. Volatility has remained high. It's not like you're going to get much decay in this near term. I think I put this on like 3 or 4 days ago, on the 19th, 3 days ago. So just a wait and see at this point.
Cool. Yeah, I have the Psycho Bull on the
Yes.
50 put that finances the 55-65 call spread in December.
That's gotta be working.
So yeah, any continued upside. Yeah, it's up $200 right now because I sold that package for $1.10 credit, and now it's trading for a 90-cent credit, additional credit, because of the value of the call.
Yeah,
is increasing. So yeah, that position for me is a hold. If we get to 65, I'll probably close it because that 10-point wide will be trading for $5, and my 50 short put will be cut in half at least.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd probably be a $600 winner if we get to 65.
Yeah.
Which would be wild.
Yes.
That means Bitcoin would be at
20%.
120K.
Yeah. Ish.
Yeah. Let's see. My portfolio has 40 delta. Should I think of reducing it? Not necessarily. It just depends on what your assumption is. If you want to lean more neutral or short, then yeah, I would reduce that a little bit by either closing scratches or winners, adding new bearish positions. But there's nothing wrong with being bullish into a low IV bullish market.
Yeah. It also depends on the size. Like 40 deltas is not the same between a $10,000 account and a $100,000 account. Yeah, that's another question. This is the size of the account. But 40 deltas generally, if you're anywhere in the $10,000 to $30,000 account, I would say that's relatively light, if not flat.
Mm-hmm. Chris wants to take the other side of Starbucks, buy the 100 and sell the 96 diagonal spread. Are downside verticals more risky than upside verticals? Nope. Same thing. The setup is exactly the same. It's just where the direction goes. Sometimes both trades can be profitable if you get two-sided action. If you get a day where it's up $3, then you get a day where it's down $5. Like both of those trades can be taken off for winners. So yeah, you just need to be right directionally within your time frame.
I can dabble in that $178 debit. Slight
Fading
little,
Starbucks, huh?
I mean, it's up 40% in the last, from the lows.
I did just make homemade cold brew, so they're not getting my money this week.
Yeah. And I'm not much of a peppermint guy.
Not much of a peppermint guy. What? That's like the best thing.
What?
If I'm having gum, spearmint is the best. But if I'm having like a drink, I love peppermint.
No, I need like a wintergreen.
Yeah. What do you think about an iron condor and Tesla 1 month away from earnings? The volatility will rise? No, the volatility number will rise, but the actual premium will not rise. The premium will still decay. The number itself rises because the premium still holds on to a little bit of value because of the binary event, but time keeps passing. in a linear fashion. So if premium is staying bid and time is passing, that must make that IV number rise, even if that premium is decaying a little bit.
Tesla's also its own animal in terms of volatility. Like, it's very news driven volatility. The price, obviously, as it goes higher, vol increases. You can even see on the 5-day IV change, it's up about 2% in the last 5 trading sessions, and Tesla has gone up from there. So it gives you an idea of like just the velocity of the skew and the risk that is perceived to the upside in Tesla specifically.
Mm-hmm. Can you advise what conditions you would look for when picking an entry for a put ratio spread? When do you enter and exit? How close to the money do you enter? How long do you typically hold them? It depends on what you're using them for. If you're using them to acquire stock, we would make them as wide as possible while still routing them for a small credit. If you are trading them, maybe we do a blend. So maybe we make the put spread a little bit more narrow, not too narrow, but make it a little bit more narrow, give ourselves a little bit more credit. But generally speaking, if we're trying to use a ratio spread to acquire stock, we want to have the lowest break even possible. And that's going to come into play when you have a really wide ratio spread.
Yeah. Setup is generally the same. I mean, we go somewhere between the 20 and 30 delta for the long option. You sell 2 further out of the money options to finance buying that long option, and it gives you the no risk to one side because you're collecting a credit, and it offsets the cost of that long option. You get a big wide break even against you.
We've got a specific one in NVIDIA, the 137, 132, 28 days out, December. So yeah, basically the same setup you just had.
Yeah, that's exactly what, 30 some odd delta for the long option. You're selling around the 20-ish delta for the shorts. Do it for, a small credit of $1. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, so all you have to realize is these put ratio spreads, they're not complex. It's literally just a put debit spread financed by the extra short put. So if the market drops in NVIDIA dramatically, you have this vertical spread, the 137, 132, that can only appreciate to $5. So if NVIDIA drops dramatically, that's the first thing we would check is what is the value of this vertical spread, the 137, 132. If it's close to $5, like if it's at 450 or 460, we're just going to take that off, and then we can just roll that put perpetually going forward. There's no reason to hold, just like there's no reason to sell a put and then have it left on for 99% profit or 90% profit. There's no reason to hold an in-the-money debit spread that's close to 100% profit. So these are complex trades, but at the core, it's literally just a debit spread with a short put. So that's the adjustment we would make.
Yeah.
Can you explain what the VIX is exactly? It's a product you can buy and sell options in, but it's just volatility. How does that work?
Yeah, it's a reflection of the premium in SPX around the 30-day mark. So when you look at SPX, the 30-day implied volatility, which is a function of all of the out of the money and at the money options in SPX. And so they have this fancy calculation that takes all these options and kind of spits out a number that reflects the implied volatility of the market over the next 30 days. And so, it's just a measure of option premium. And yes, you can trade options on the VIX itself, which is a derivative. So you're trading derivatives of a derivative. There is no buying and selling of the VIX itself. It is just a calculation based on the option prices in SPX.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, VIX is not a clean product to trade because the strikes are all wonky. So we will usually trade, UVXY, SVXY, VXX.
Yes. So when you look at VIX. The VIX does not trade. So like right now, the front VIX is 1595, which is what it's trading at right now based on the vol futures. So when you look at, and the vol futures go out in time. So when you look at a further out expiration, this expiration is not trading at 1596. It's actually trading more around 17. And you can look at the at the money options will trade for roughly the same value for whatever expiration you're looking at. That'll tell you what volatility future it's looking at. And so you can see, that it's trading more towards 17, which is what the vol futures are looking at further out in time.
Yeah. How do you sell selling options on futures in a 100K account? Do you look at deltas or capital requirement or both? Certainly both. Our rule of thumb is to use no more than 5K in buying power requirement for a 100K account, which is 5%. That's still on the high side though. I would rather see it closer to $3,000 or $2,000. That just helps you wade through the inevitable volatility that you will realize at some point in your trading career. So whether that means defining risk or trading smaller, that's where we're at. No more than 5%, closer to 3 to 1% is going to allow you to wade through a lot more volatility. How often do you guys take charts into account? We like looking at charts every once in a while. Neither of us are technical analysts, but it just makes us more comfortable to take a directional shot, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, you can't not look at a chart. I mean, you got to see. Yeah, it gives you a story to at least build something around, right? I mean, you could say, I'm getting short because we're near the highs, or I'm getting long because we're near the lows, or I'm doing an iron condor because we've been chopping around, or whatever. It gives you context. So, but I don't put much weight into any of the other technical stuff. But I do like my ribbons that I got from Ryan, which are fun. We got the 8-day, 30-day, and the 21-day simple moving average.
Yeah. That just shows you long-term trend versus short-term trend.
Yeah. Well, 20-day, not exactly long-term, but yes.
Longer.
You can make those whatever you want. 200-day, anything, whatever you want.
Yeah. That's it. We're out of time.
Cool.
Thanks for tuning in. If you got any questions, you can reach out to us on Twitter. I'm at Trader Mikey B. Nick's at Trader Nicky Bat. We got plenty more content on the YouTube channel as well as tastylive.com. So stay tuned though. And we'll see you same time, same place on Monday. I'll be on with Ryan talking about our crypto bags. It's going to be great. But yeah, have a great weekend, everyone. And go Bears. Maybe.
Happy Thanksgiving.
We'll see you Monday.
Peace.
I've been trading for 15 years now, and more than anything, what got me interested was just this kind of need to learn, really. I started off as a chemist and engineer, and I love those fields, but sometimes when you're doing an experiment, you can go months without anything changing, materially, I should say. Whereas with trading, every day is different. My favorite strategy really has become selling put spreads. Now that works in a market where we're continually going up, of course, but I love trading everything, and that's sort of a result of trading at a prop firm. We looked at the entire universe, as we say. So, no, I love to trade it all.
You hear it all the time. Spoos up or spoos down. What exactly does that mean? Spoos is a slang term for the S&P 500, specifically the S&P 500 futures contract /ES. It's the world's most liquid asset. In the S&P 500, billions and billions of dollars trade hands each day. The S&P 500 represents the top US stocks, all in one basket, traded through one contract. The S&P 500's movement day to day gives you a good overview of the market as a whole and what it's doing.
much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
I got the bag. Everybody wanna be like me. Yeah.
To my trusted financial advisor, let me know your thoughts on reinvesting what very little remains of my money into ramen noodle stock, now that I'll be eating it for every meal until I die. Best, Cynthia.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live market insights and insults.
They're all frickin' losers. There's no skill.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
We are back. It is Friday, November 22nd, 2024. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Ilya Spivak. We're here to wrap up this last week before the holidays really begin, and we go through a liquidity drain. But Ilya, it's certainly an interesting week here that we had in these markets.
Yes, it is. This has been a much more active week than one would think, looking at the calendar here. I mean, we started the week on this very show saying, well, what's going to happen this week? It's got NVIDIA. That's about it. This is going to be quiet. Everybody's already after the holidays with this kind of calendar, but not so much.
I think those are more of hopes and prayers at the start of the week. Like, please, we're so tired. Yeah. Can this week please be a quiet week?
I was divesting out of dollar longs by Wednesday. What in the world was I thinking?
Well, you know, I say it's a fascinating week because of, for example, what's happened with gold. We can go to the slides, yes, guys. We come into this week where gold has now clocked its worst 2-week stretch since the pandemic, since March 2020. Now, what are we seeing here? This is the best week of the year for gold prices. Gold prices are having their best weekly performance in 13 months. The Russell is roaring. It's erased nearly all of the losses that occurred towards the end of last week. The sharp declines that we saw after the election, now back up sitting near the yearly highs. The Nasdaq struggling a little bit here, but again, natural gas, a big boom and then a bust. We were up more than 22% week to date at a point yesterday. Last time I checked, we were only up about 8% week to date. So it's been a lot of wild swings here. There's obviously been some geopolitics into it. Next week, however, I think we can say with a bit more certainty that perhaps things are going to quiet down, if only because of the structure of the calendar. Thursday, of course, is Thanksgiving here in the U.S. Friday is kind of a half day because we're not allowed to have 4 days in a row of markets being closed. But we're not on air. Wednesday, we're not on air past, I think, 10 a.m. Eastern time or 11 a.m. Eastern time, excuse me, in part because the markets just tend to quiet down. Now, before they quiet down, Monday, Tuesday, there are some items of note, particularly on the U.S. side of things. You mentioned yesterday when we were talking FOMC minutes. We're also looking at that durable goods orders report and PCE. Which one do you care about more? The soft data, that is the FOMC minutes, what these people think and feel, or the hard data of the actual inflation numbers and where spending's going right now?
I think without question, the FOMC minutes are the bigger risk. First of all, they happen earlier in the week, and so there's a little bit less of a pull on liquidity. The deeper you get into the week, the less participation there is. But the PCE is something that isn't really a big surprise risk a lot of the time. Because once you get CPI and PPI numbers out for a given period, as we already have seen, that was last week, the markets generally can be very good at forecasting PCE. Once you know kind of what goes into the PCE recipe, you can go back to CPI, you can go back to PPI. It's not perfect, it takes a little work, but you can unpick them and get a really good sense of what PCE is going to look like. So I don't think there's a lot of speculative fervor that's built up around that number. Famous last words, of course. But I was looking for higher Eurozone PMIs overnight. Ha ha ha. So we'll get to that in a moment, I'm sure. But the FOMC minutes, I think, really represent what is the kind of thing that has unnerved markets about what the Fed might do really since the middle of September, generously, early September, actually, if we look at where the bonds really start to sell off, or at least to top out, where the dollar starts to bottom out. It's been a 2-month story here about reflation that has only been made more acute by Donald Trump's election, because, of course, we can see we don't have to go far. We don't have to have an opinion. We can just look at what ZB did on election day and say the markets think these policies that are now going to be relatively unfettered in their execution are going to be inflationary. I mean, that much the market is telling you. You don't have to guess. So all of this is generally a recipe for markets for 2 months to have a directional conviction level in where bonds are going, yields are going. Gold takes a little bit of a detour for 2 weeks, but then snaps back in. So the FOMC minutes here, very much a point where the markets have this narrative back. And we know what happened at the November FOMC. We know from the statement the Fed got less dovish. We know from the press conference the Fed got less dovish. We know from the speech that followed a week later they were really on to something. And we know that Michelle Bowman did not dissent from that one. And of course, we heard what she said this week. She thinks there may be no more cuts. She thinks we might be done as of now. So how did Michelle Bowman not dissent? How did we get unanimity in one more quarter point? This will be really interesting. How that conversation went will be an interesting story. And if it looks like the Fed has buyer's remorse on September's moves, the market's not going to like that.
It's certainly possible. I mean, Bowman's dissent, I don't think the casual observer, may put much weight in it, but first time we've seen a dissent in the FOMC in about 20 years. Yeah. And so it doesn't come lightly, if you will. In turn, we talk about market odds shifting in recent days. Odds of a 25 basis point rate cut in December right now, are sitting at 52.5%. That's down from 55.9% yesterday. And of course, it's lower than the peak we saw around 82% last week. And we're now in that, we had real light, and we're in that gray zone where, again, if you go back to 1998 and you look at the pricing of Fed rate cut odds the day of the Fed meeting, anytime we've been at 55% or more, the Fed has delivered in that direction, hike or cut 100% of the time. So at 52.5%, the market's leaning there, but it's not in the place of, I would say, certitude. And we're now beginning to look at a calendar that winds down fairly quickly here the next few weeks, because we have Thanksgiving next week, of course. And then we go into the first week of December, where we have Fed speakers allowed to speak for a few days. We get non-farm payrolls that Friday the 6th, and then we go right into the Fed's communication blackout window. And the CPI report is on the 11th. So there's obviously going to, I think the month of December, we're going to get that Nick Timmeros article. The Fed is probably not going to have so much information at their fingertips to massage the messaging that the way they want to get the market in the position they want to get it into.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Right, yeah, before the blackout period ends. And so I would envision after you get that CPI report on the 11th, Nick Timros is going to say something on the 11th, 12th, or 13th. That's going to be the crystallizing understanding for what we should be looking for the December FOMC meeting. Because right now at 52.5, coin flip. I can't say I have either, a positive or negative affirmation of what will occur. And I don't think historically we can look to markets and say that the markets have any idea either. It's very much an open conversation still.
And if we don't have a cut, the great poetry of what has happened this year is that the Fed was right in December of 2023, which would be the greatest joke of all. That back then, as we looked at the markets set up, and as we talked about it all year, we went from 3 cuts to 1 cut to 4 cuts. The markets went from 6 to 2 to 6 to 5 to 2. It would be just the height of hilarity if at the end of it all, the initial Fed rate cut outlook in December 2023 was the one that was correct.
It almost makes you think that if you just fade anytime the market gets more than 75 basis points away from the Fed's expectation for what it plans on doing, fade the market move. I mean, we were at a point in May, right? May 1st, the morning of the FOMC meeting this year, we were talking about whether or not the Fed would hike again. There was a 0.3% chance priced in. And then you go to the first week of August, it's like, oh, there's a 73% chance of an emergency rate cut this week. People overreact. It's one of the reasons why I think, Tom, cover your ears. I don't believe in efficient market theory as much as you do, because that just doesn't seem very efficient to me. Either way, though, let's talk about this equity market rally that's broadening out here, actually, at the end of the week, which I think is a good sign. First off, in terms of liquidity and volume, kind of right on the nose. Just crossed 1 million contracts traded. So it's a pretty healthy volume day where the S&P is up by 0.34%. I talk about the distribution, though. We were kind of covering this on overtime yesterday. RSP, the equal weighted S&P 500, is up by 0.88 compared to the market cap weighted, up 0.35. And then when we look to, say, QQEW, the equal weighted NASDAQ, it's up by 0.76% to the NASDAQ futures 0.18% gain. And then that Russell is having another bang on performance for the second day in a row where it's up by 1.66%. So we're moving away from the Mag 7 basically. Money is flowing, trickling downhill to some of the smaller companies. Small caps obviously leading the way higher here today. The number of stocks above their 20-day moving average, 50-day moving average, 200-day moving average, all increasing over the past week. Breadth is up. You know where I sit at this table, Ilya. Why should I be looking at this setting in front of me and not think that I'm getting ready to eat as a bull?
You shouldn't be. In fact, as I was mentioning earlier, I thought this was a great long setup. The only reason I didn't do it was because the structure didn't make sense from a risk reward perspective once you started to price out the options. And I wasn't about to go and buy full RTY contracts because that's just a level of risk that gets one's portfolio in trouble unless you're adequately capitalized. So I too thought this was a good long on a retest of that former resistance becomes support, and lo and behold, here we go. I don't think that I would be getting long now that the move has been made, because we're closer to resistance than we are to immediate support, and now the trade is upside down. Now what you'd want is either a pullback of at least, let's call it 50% of the up move over the past 4 days, something like that, to give yourself a little bit better risk reward, or a clean break of the high there, where you had that bearish engulfing market top. Because what this is starting to look like is maybe the emergence of the new bounds of a range, maybe a breakout through the high. We're going to have to see. But if you had to look at this with fresh eyes, knowing nothing, you would say, well, support is somewhere around 2,300-ish. Resistance is around 2,450-ish. And I'm at 2,415. I got less distance to travel to resistance than I do to support. If I'm long, I'm effectively risking 2 to make 1. Why would I do that?
Entering here is difficult, right? But in terms of the setup itself, if breadth is improving and technical momentum is moving up, right? We talked yesterday about how we're starting to see the pitch, the slope of some of these shorter term moving averages turn positive once more. We're also likewise seeing that they're all in what I call bullish sequential order, the 5s above the 8, above the 13, above the 21, et cetera, as you move up the Fibonacci chain. And so as we go out of this week, the question is, if you're holding positions, I suppose the macro, the meta question is, do you adjust what you're doing around the holidays? And so I think you're really looking at a bifurcated approach right now. You either have positions that have expiries that are set well beyond next week. Next week is not a roll week for you. Maybe even the first week of December is not a roll week for you. And that's quite frankly a good thing, because the markets tend to thin out, and the more time on your side right now, the better suited you are to deal with, say, an unexpected burst of volatility that occurs during thin markets that leads to price dislocation that may otherwise leave you upside down. Something to consider. So duration is your friend right now. And so from my perspective, right, I have these ESH5 contracts still that aren't expiring for several more weeks. We're not close to the 21 days out. And considering that we're just moving through in the money on the long strike here at 6K, I think it's worth holding on to for the foreseeable future. Now, would I be doing that if, say, not today or next week, but the Friday after, let's say December 6th, if that was my roll date on these positions, would I be thinking about taking some off the table right now? And the answer is yes. If I was coming up and I was looking at, I was 30 days to expiry or so, this seems like it's a window with which you should be thinking about maybe closing the position, taking some profit on it, or getting yourself the time that you need. Going out into ESH5, looking into something like, 49 days, going out into the January numbers here. We can look at January 17th as 56 days to expiry. And quite frankly, I'm at 39 still. Because the first leg of this S&P 500 long call spread is in the money, I may kick out the strikes a little bit more and buy myself more time to account for the holiday. But it's that or close it out. Laying out a new position here today, expecting that I'm going to be scalping into next week. Holiday trading conditions Thursday, obviously markets are closed, but Wednesday and Friday, they're not necessarily normal that you can operate with your typical methodologies here. So for ES, in my case, it's, will we restructure this? Will we extend the position because we need more time? I think the answer there is yes. For the NASDAQ, on the other hand, this isn't in the money, right? And because time is going down, because we haven't reached the first strike yet, I still think that we're going to be getting towards 21,500 or so over the next few weeks. Do I want to deal with that in the holiday period? I actually think of the two positions, this is the one that's actually worth kicking out more to buy a little bit more time, because if the same strikes are going to be reached, running down the clock isn't the most favorable thing to do here. Putting these on fresh, though, is another story unto itself. It's a question of, do I want to maintain the position? And if I do I have the right amount of time on my side? And the answer may be no. And so that really is where people should be thinking about trading around the holidays, not like, what can I do next Tuesday with 0 DTE? I mean, sure, if that's your style, but for most tasty traders, 45 and 21 out, this is all about maintenance. And, quite frankly, Ilya, I've had a pretty good year. And for my personal account, I want to protect those gains. So there's no reason to get too aggressive right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this and basically thinking, okay, the shortest duration I have left is a 28-day put. So I'm going to probably do nothing between now and after Thanksgiving. There will be a little bit of space there to make some adjustments. These are not the kind of things that I need to manage in the immediate term. They're not my my core exposure. And as I was alluding to earlier, I cleaned off the meat of my reflation bonds and dollar and gold exposure last week. That was a great 8.5 week run, possibly the best yet this year. So I took that money And now I'm not as antsy to make big changes. So I'll probably sit through Thanksgiving and then look to reload. Sometimes that period between Thanksgiving and the New Year's and Christmas holidays can be an interesting one to lay on positions for what might be expected to happen in the first quarter. Sometimes that is a time when the markets reach a certain crescendo, and those people that gave you that crescendo by divesting of their holdings go on vacation, and things start to look like the bargain bin and look attractive. So maybe I'll nibble here and there, but I'm not really looking to do anything dramatic between now and essentially the end of next week, the Monday from next Monday, a week from next Monday.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. And, we talk about how the first quarter may unfold. It feels like people are trying to run up the scoreboard right now. If that's the case, then if the first quarter unfolds in a negative manner, I don't think people should find it surprising. Seasonality-wise, January and February have not been great for stocks. They produced 2 of the 3 largest months for volatility expansion over the past decade on average. So if you think that, we've had a nice run up here, 6,100, 6,200, as the Goldman's options flow strategist pointed out today in a note, he has his S&P 7,000 hat printed out for next year, but will we get there in the next few months? We may actually go up to 6,200 first, drop back down towards 58, and then ultimately continue up. Obviously, no idea how it's going to play out, but the momentum is great, right? If we're heading into next week, and if you're short heading into next week, I think it's a tough sell to hold on to that position heading into the weekend, just because of how this is shaped up. If you're bullish, we're further above our 1 week average today, which is further above our 1 month moving average. We see that we're about to get a bullish crossover here in stochastics and go back in overbought territory, which has been a hallmark of very strong momentum over the course of this calendar year. We likewise see that MACD here, bullish crossover as well. And volatility, it's coming in. IVR is 18.2 right now, down from 22 yesterday. Vol contraction, lighter trading volumes, market that's floating higher. That's a difficult market to short or have short deltas on in.
I have a little bit left. I took most everything off. Obviously, last week was a great week if you were short, as I was. It was the worst sell-off in 10 weeks. As I started to clean up the portfolio this week, I took my ES shorts off, thankfully, before the rally got any steam on that downtick on Tuesday. So we got that out of the way. I have a little bit of NASDAQ left. It's still actually floating positive P&L here because it's effectively from the highs. And I'm thinking with how soggy NQ has looked, I'm going to keep that at least going into the beginning of next week. Then we'll see what that does. If the FOMC minutes really are a spook, if the PCE numbers then confirm them, I could see the NASDAQ get a little wobbly. The setup already looks sort of vaguely head and shoulders adjacent. So I'm going to wait out on that one, but otherwise the only things I have on are kind of longer dated esoteric Trump trade ideas. So I'm short the clean energy ETF. I'm long the cannabis ETF around the HHS appointments. So these are sort of bigger madman's delight kind of ideas rather than anything in the core portfolio.
Has the outperformance of small techs this week, or small caps over tech this week surprised you?
I think
because it's NVIDIA earnings week, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think we've seen tech really dragging its feet since July. If we consider already in July, when the Fed came out and said we're getting ready to cut rates, everything topped. There was that spook thinking, oh, the Fed's late.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they've already missed the boat because by then the economic data was kind of sour and had been sour. And then, of course, by late August, the data turned. So everything else was reversing. And although all the indexes turned, Russell made a new high. Dow made a new high. S&P made a new high. NASDAQ couldn't do it. Still can't do it. And so we're in a situation here, I think, where the NASDAQ is kind of feeling the weight of past outperformance and is a sort of natural. I mean, you've talked about this and you've been absolutely right. It's been the natural kind of victim of a rebalancing and of a shifting of capital into underperforming, relatively speaking, of course, parts of the market. So I think this makes sense. We'll see if it holds. I think in a lot of these things, in the S&P, in Russell, you are now once again closer to resistance than you are to support, but you haven't cleared it. And so we'll see what all this looks like when we get into next week's illiquid chop. Nothing is to say that we couldn't be back at 2,300 in a single day, not because anything horrible has happened, but because there's just no liquidity and people are divesting at the last minute before they go on vacation. So this could get spicy. I'm okay having NASDAQ on because it's been the laggard. And because, once again, NVIDIA kind of went the way that we anticipated. The surprise quotient narrowed again, and the market didn't like it. It's not that the NASDAQ is up a little bit this week because of NVIDIA. It's up a little bit despite NVIDIA.
You mentioned chop that's occurring. I think the place that you find the most amount of chop right now in any corner of the market is probably the bond market.
Yeah.
It's been a game of ping pong down here where, once again, we were trading higher on the day. We've since faded the gains away from 117. That's been par for the course since the election. And quite frankly, we haven't seen a close outside of the election high or low. November 6th is when the candlestick gives us that movement. While it's technically the fifth year, while the election results are coming out, it's the 6th for the trading day. So we haven't cleared the high of 118 and 26 ticks or the low of 115 and 13 ticks on a closing basis since then. It's the same thing in ZN, right? When you look to ZN right now, high, low, there's been some dips below there, but we're still very constrained by that election price action. What do you make of this? I mean, I found this to be a very frustrating chart to look at. My mindset has shifted on it completely just based on the balance of risk. The only way that bonds are going up now in the short term, I mean, there's the possibility that if the Fed doesn't cut in December, the market says, okay, the Fed's realizing the risks. We don't need to keep pushing on the higher rates. And kind of like how 50 basis points of cuts gave you a hawkish reaction in the bond market, no cut could give you a dovish reaction in bonds. But that would be fleeting. And the only thing that's going to get us up here sustainably would be recession then in the short run. So at 24.5 IVR, I know that ZN is the more approachable contract for retail traders, at least in the future space relative to ZB. Tick size is half. It's $31.25 for ZB. It's $16.12.5 for ZN. But this is a 24.5 IVR. That's not huge compared to what we've seen just recently throughout October in notes or bonds. And it's still a very uncompelling, if that's a word. It's not a convincing technical setup to say I need long deltas here right now.
No, it's not at all. Similarly, it doesn't say I need short deltas.
Exactly.
So when I look at this is really what inspired me to get out of my dollar longs this week. Because if yields aren't going higher, why should the dollar keep going up? That's really the thing that sort of consistently was clawing at the back of my head this week as I was thinking, do I get out? It's at peak P&L, it's at its lows. And it's the lack of progress here. And I think it's almost as if all the news is out. The Fed has started its cutting cycle. It's fine tuning, and we're hanging on what December is going to be because sure, there's going to be a cut or there's not going to be a cut. That's in my mind almost secondary. It's what's going to happen with the update of the SEP. That's what I'm looking for. The Fed in September said there's 100 basis points in cuts next year. I find it highly unlikely that that's what the SEP says when the Fed releases it in December. And so the questions why the FOMC minutes are going to be so interesting. That'll be a nod to what that's going to look like. Is it going to be down to 75 or is it going to be down to 25? So that'll be really interesting to see. I think the bonds are waiting. The Fed is out. The election is out. What else is there to do here until the next shoe actually drops? It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of conviction. It looks like the market is basically baked in what there had to be to bake in, and now is waiting for the next thing to occur. We haven't had a big piece of U.S. data in a while. We haven't had one of these big tectonic events that everybody was sitting waiting for all year. All of that's in the rear view now. So I think we're going to have to let the break occur. I think it's either a recession that gets the bonds going higher, and that's really difficult to see after the PMI numbers that we just saw. Hot heat out of the US economy again.
Strong top-level macro numbers, yeah.
I mean,
microeconomy sucks, but the macro level is as good as we've seen in a while.
Yeah, and manufacturing is anemic all around the world. Name me a country that doesn't have anemic manufacturing right now. And before we start worrying about, China. Yeah, theirs is worse than anyone. So when you look at the situation in manufacturing now, it's just slow. The cool off from the COVID goods gorge, that's basically working its way through the manufacturing sector. Fears of a trade war reheating certainly aren't helping. That's been with us all year. But the U.S. is about the service sector, and the service sector numbers were screaming hot again. So when you look at all of this and you go, okay, well, it's not going to be a recession that gets the bonds up, certainly in the near term. Instead, it might be risk aversion. If the market has had a beautiful Goldilocks narrative all year, no big increase in unemployment, inflation down by 2/3 in terms of the rate, not the level. That's not how this works. Inflation is a rate. When you look at all of what's happened, it makes sense why the markets were so screaming hot. Everything went well. Everything went right. None of the very significant risks that could have occurred actually did. And it's not to say that they are not going to occur next year. As a matter of fact, the risk that they will occur next year is much higher because the high rate refinance cliff is much more acute next year and in 2026 than anything we saw in 2024. As a matter of fact, we talked about this before, corporates' credit outlays to service debt actually fell in 2024 because they gorged on cheap money during the pandemic. But all that money rolls over next year and in 2026. And it's going to roll over at much higher rates, 200 times higher, 300 times higher, 400 times higher in some cases. And that's going to be a significant risk. If the market starts to get spooked around that idea as a preemptive, I don't want to be exposed when this happens kind of a move, before anything even occurs, because of course we know markets are forward-looking, risk aversion might send capital into the bonds no matter what the Fed is going to do or not do, especially at the long end. So that's something that could be a catalyst, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, we go to the September Fed meeting and we get 50 basis points of cuts and the yields go up almost to say you're cutting too fast. We get another
very
cut
clearly,
here.
by the way. Day up.
We opened up on November 7th at 4.42% of the 10-year yield. We're at 4.411%. So in a sense, the market really hasn't done anything since the Fed meeting. It's very much in a holding pattern. And part of the reason it's in a holding pattern is, I think, is the Fed seeing some of the risk that's come back into the table. If we're going to be intellectually honest about this, back in September, I was flailing around the Truflation report saying, look, it's, deflation's becoming more of a risk than runaway inflation here. It was a 1.01% reading at a point in September. And if we're going to hold ourselves to that same, threshold, if we're going to track that, then we have to track it now, even when it doesn't confirm any narrative. But Truflation in the US is 2.74%. And that's obviously above the Fed's target. If you wanted to look at Truflation as a real gauge here, I certainly use it as something to keep in the back of my head. And we see that from the various models that you could look at. If you were to do a Taylor rule estimate for where the Fed funds rate should be, you can go over to the Cleveland Fed or the Atlanta Fed's website. They have tools to punch us in. Their base case models are saying that the Fed funds rate should be higher than where it is right now, which is confounding. So if the market senses, my point is, if we get to December and the Fed says, you know what, no cut here, the economy is a little bit better than we anticipated, we're only going to do 2 cuts next year because that's what the market's pricing in now, then maybe bonds don't keep melting down. Maybe that gives them the runway, because then directionally, which way is the Fed likely to move? Are they likely to do more than 2 cuts or less than 2 cuts as the economy evolves through 2025? One might think the balance of risks is for recession, for big spending cuts, right? I think those are lower, but this is, to me, the most interesting shift, though, as we move out over to gold and silver here.
Yeah.
Gold and silver this week have posted rebounds, gold in particular, in context of this extension of the rate cut timeline. Last week when Powell spoke, the market was saying that the rate cut cycle would end by June, that we would have our cut in December, we'd have another one in March, and then we'd have another one in June. Now the market's saying we're going to get one maybe in December. We might get a second one by May. We might get a third one over the next 12 months by October. And that's barely there at 50.02%. So I see that the Fed cut odds have actually really flattened out. They are effectively at their low point when you look at the rolling 12-month cut expectations. And over the past year or two, say 18 months now, when we've been at a relative low point for Fed cut odds, when we're too far below the Fed's median expectation, it's been a place where bonds have rebounded from, right? Yeah. Like in May, when we were pricing in one hike, even if it was a small degree, we were still talking about, are we going to hike? No, the Fed was even keeled, 3 cuts all year long. Where were we in August? 6 cuts with an emergency one, 73% chance in 1 week. Did that happen? No. So getting long bonds when the market was pricing in the hikes at an extreme this year was smart. Getting short bonds when the market was pricing extreme for cuts this year, that was smart. That stamp of approval from the Fed may ultimately be what we need to see the turn occur. And if we can get some of those puzzle pieces in, it does put me in that, again, I keep calling it the Wedding Crashers mindset, because it's like the end of the movie when Owen Wilson runs up and says, I'm not asking you to marry me, I'm just saying don't marry him. The selling put spread strategy here, maybe we then have enough for a floor in bonds before we start sorting through the tariffs and trade wars and what have you. But if we have a floor in here, then we have a definable level right around 115.5. We have a little bit more volatility at 35.1 in ZB, and we could talk about sizing up a potential selling a put spread down there, but just not yet. We need to see a little bit more. Bonds are tough, but the rate cut odds have really dissipated and have really been extended and pushed out in a manner that we haven't seen this entire cut cycle.
We're at 52 basis points priced in for next year, which essentially takes us back to where we were in the middle of April. Now, what do we know about the middle of April? The middle of April is where U.S. economic data starts to deteriorate into July, and that deterioration convinces the Fed that it's time to start cutting. We've gone a full round trip. So when we look at this, it's telling us, okay, this, if ever there was an inflection point, this seems to be it. We just need for the market to actually show that it's ready to trade on it. Get me a little wiggle in ZB that takes us, let's say, something like north of 117 and into 118, and that starts to look like an attractive opportunity.
Yeah, if we can get a significant rally in ZB, I'm much more inclined to look at something like an iron condor, because I think that the first quarter with the tariffs and the threats of the tariffs, that's going to cause a lot of volatility in the bond market, even if it's more show than tell. But shifting that conversation, that's kind of what makes this week remarkable for gold, because so much of the first half of the month was defined by Fed cut odds shifting. Gold is now looking at an environment where maybe the Fed can't cut as much anymore, and interest rate or inflation expectations are going up. We saw real yields rising in the wake of the election, and gold is taking it on the chin. The worst 2-week performance for gold prices since the depth of the pandemic in March 2020, prior to the Fed making the announcement that they were just going to open up the spigot and throw the kitchen sink at everything, before we knew the stimmy checks were going out. Those are the dark days of the pandemic, Ilya. We just went through that here in gold again. And now on the other side of that, the mid-July high, swing low here on the 14th of November, we have effectively erased a substantial portion of the move. Yes. We're now at the highest level since November 6th, since the election itself. We've almost erased all of the election losses. Square the circle for me right now. Why is gold having its best week of the year this week? Of all the weeks, why would this be the week?
It seems like what's going on in gold here is the tension between uncertainty, and sometimes it's election uncertainty, and sometimes it's geopolitical uncertainty, and what Fed policy odds are doing. So if you go back to the daily chart for just a moment here, let's do a little bit of show and tell. So if you look at where the Fed is on this chart, take us to, let's call it mid-September, and you find that's actually exactly where gold bottomed again in the wake of the election. So when you get to where the Fed actually makes its move, September 17th, September 18th, there's a little bit of a wiggle in gold, and then it goes higher. And it goes higher as yields go up and as the dollar goes up, which makes no kind of sense at all. That kind of environment should be kryptonite for gold. And yet, it goes higher. Now, it tops just ahead of the election. Incidentally, that's where I sold it, that beautiful evening star up there. And then the election comes, and gold cracks back and stops exactly where the Fed left it in mid-September. So that whole left turn that gold does and says, I'm drunk and I'm going to forget that the macro world exists, it all gets erased in the wake of the election, basically over the course of 2 days. One big red candle, a little bit of a breather, a second big red candle. Where is the bottom? The Powell speech. That hammer at the bottom, that's Powell saying, yeah, okay, you got us. Not as many rate cuts. We hear you. Got it. And then what does gold do? It goes completely the other way. But again, bonds don't make a move. The dollar, if anything, keeps going higher. This again smells like the introduction of uncertainty, or at the very least, the removal of the Fed as the dominant story in gold, and the opportunity for uncertainty to once again be the dominant catalyst. And everything we've seen then, since then, has been escalation linked to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, where all of a sudden we have nuclear thresholds lowered, we have U.S. ordnance allowed to hit targets inside of Russia, we have anti-personnel mines getting allowed. So it seems like gold at this point is a creature of uncertainty, but next week, FOMC minutes, PCE numbers, they take us back into a Fed's story. Take a look at where 2720 is on this contract contract. And what you find is that you are exactly at former support become resistance. At the bottom of that, I guess, head and shoulders-ish setup at the top near 2,800 or so. You're right back at its base, retesting it as resistance. And so if ever there was a spot to look for a turn back down, this would be it, unless you broke higher. So I'm not doing anything here, but I'm actually looking for this up move to grind to a halt right around now.
Well, I'm definitely not looking for the uptrend to grind to a halt right around now. It's definitely been a bit of better circumstances the past week when a position. Listen, you have to accept some certain realities when you adopt certain trading styles as your mantra. And I've always been comfortable with this. Ilya, you've seen it in real time this year. As a momentum trader, I perfectly understand that there will be a trade in that chain that is ultimately wrong. It may be 3 in a row, and then the fourth one is when the trend breaks. It might be one where it works, and the next one immediately goes bust. But the way that I structure these is such that the iterative next trade is at a max loss of right around 50% of the previous winner. So when this was sitting at max loss a week ago, I mean, literally it was a week ago sitting at max loss, I said, you know what? Can't get any worse from here. Might as well hold on. So I'm very fortunate now that this is moving back in my direction. I see no reason to take it off because, hell, that's why I put it out in the first place, because I'm a gold bull. I do think you make a good point about some of the election uncertainty disappearing, and then okay, where's the macro world really at right now? Oh, well, the dollar's on fire. Oh, yields are on fire. Okay, gold is probably too valued. I want to bring up something, though, that may be stirring the pot here, because we're hearing more and more about the potential appointment for Treasury by Donald Trump. Now, I haven't seen any specific announcement here. Let me see if this has been updated. Treasury Secretary. Okay. So Scott Bessett's at 40%. Kevin Warsh is at 39%. One of the stories that's being
for Mark Rowan?
Down to 18%. One of the stories that's being floated right now is, and by the way, if I was Mark Rowan, I'd be fighting, tooth and nail for this, because when you get a federal appointment, a cabinet level position, you can sell all of your financial assets tax free. So little perk of the job. Not a bad deal, particularly if you're a PE guy who hasn't marked to market everything. So you get to mark to market all your long-term investments and then sell them tax-free. Nice if you can get it. So Scott Bessent, right? I've made clear he's my personal favorite. Kevin Warsh, as I've learned more about, I'm really disliking more and more. There was one Fed official during the global financial crisis that was saying in 2008 the Fed needed to be concerned about inflation. One Fed official who's arguing that the Fed should not cut rates.
There's one thing you don't want to be. You don't want to be the Jean-Claude Trichet of the Fed.
Kevin Warsh was the only Fed official in 2008 who was saying that the economy, they needed to be more concerned about the inflationary effects of easing than they did the collapse of the housing market. The Fed's transcripts are now publicly available, so I would encourage everyone to go check that out themselves. But forget that. This is a potential analogy, an allegory to what happened with Richard Nixon. 1969, Richard Nixon is elected in a landslide election. And obviously, the president of the United States doesn't have any statutory authority to fire the Federal Reserve Chair. The whole purpose of having an independent Fed is to prevent politics from getting their meddly little fingers involved. And so
long may that endure.
A gentleman by the name of one Arthur Burns.
Ah, yes.
He is widely regarded as one of the, I think everyone in this audience say Arthur Burns is one of the worst Federal Reserve chairman of all time, right? That's why we needed Volcker to come in and clean up Arthur Burns' mess and bring the hammer down on inflation. And Volcker is widely regarded as an independent Fed chair who does the job that's necessary. So why do I bring that up? Because in 1969, Arthur Burns, he is invited to become counselor to the president, a newly created cabinet position under Richard Nixon, purely as a placeholder so that he can be an official advisor to the president before he is ultimately appointed as Fed chairman when William Martin, the previous Fed chair, signals his resignation. I bring that up because the talk around DC today, from what I'm hearing, is that Trump is going to appoint Kevin Warsh to Treasury Secretary as a placeholder so that he could then appoint Warsh to Fed chair when Powell's term resigns in May 2026. effectively neuters Powell as Fed chair. If Trump is appointing someone with the sole purpose of waiting around, acting as basically a shadow Fed chair, it means Fed policy, the market takes what Powell says less and less seriously every single day, and it pays more attention to what Kevin Warsh says every single day. And the job of Fed chair is fundamentally different than Treasury. So what does Warsh do in that role to ensure that he maintains his pole position spot as Fed chair? Maybe that's part of the risk that's coming into play from gold here today. I don't know, but it's a sort of set of circumstances that I find to be very unique. There's only one historical allegory to it. Again, Nixon appoints Arthur Burns to be his counselor. And it's very possible that we're seeing a replay of that here with Kevin Warsh to serve as kind of a shadow Fed chair operating as the Treasury Secretary. And then you have Scott Bessent over at NEC, and then he slides into Treasury Secretary once Warsh leaves for Fed chair in 2026. It's a lot to work with, but the news flow today and what's happening with gold, I can't disconnect the two. Ilya, you think about that and have an answer for me on Monday, because we need to keep going here. I just want to highlight energy, because I know that you and I don't have anything going on in here. Crude oil's been a really significant, thorn in our side in terms of not really giving us anything outside of this very tightly constricted range. I point out that we're moving closer towards the top side of the range. So if you're a cowboy and you think that this range holds, you could sell put spreads against 72 here. Natural gas is the thing that draws my attention the most, because it was up by 22% this week. When I last checked, it was only up around 8.5% now, week to date. You and I don't have any positions on in here still, but fascinatingly enough, the trend line that's been capping the swings higher here in recent months proves to be a cap once more. The decline in natural gas prices obviously following on with changes in those NOAA forecasts. Temperature forecasts of the lower 48 are actually perking up now for the 2 weeks ahead. Ilya, I had to skate through all of that because I wanted to get to the euro and the conversation here today on whether or not the euro is actually failing as a currency. You and I at the start of the week had a conversation about the euro here on Futures Power Hour. We've been talking about it on overtime here, and how a move back towards parity seemed like it may not be out of the question. And that was when the euro was trading.
Yeah.
And we basically touched 103 today. We're closer to parity than we are where we started the month at this point in time. This is a currency of a region that has, as we saw overnight with the PMIs, they are facing potential stagflation now. Growth is going down. They have inflation risks with the price of European gas prices moving the way that they've been moving. They have an ECB that effectively can't do anything because they're stuck between low growth and inflation that's not coming down or potentially moving back up. Germany's deindustrializing. Germany may be at risk for secular stagnation. They can't put up a fight against Russia, right? You know, if this fight against Russia was so, as we heard from so many European leaders, it was an existential threat because if Putin takes Ukraine, then he's going to march into Poland, he's going to steamroll the Baltics. The European response since Trump was elected has been to absolutely roll over. I have very sincere, for the first time I think in a long time, very sincere concerns about the euro surviving as a project. And I can't help but think that in a world where we get all these tariffs and we potentially have stickier inflation here in the US than otherwise assumed, Europe is just going to take it on the chin. So this rebound here today in the euro, it is a rebound because while we're down by 0.65%, we are well off the lows. In fact, we're closer to the highs of the day than the lows of the day when we were at 103.41. I think that this is still, as I've been saying for the past few days, opportunities to explore trades around parity right now in 6E are ones that are worth exploring.
This is a really interesting situation here. It's a really interesting situation because, of course, the numbers out of Europe overnight, that's how you get this sell-off, were abysmal to say the least. The composite Eurozone PMI came in at 48, which suggests that we are back to the recessionary conditions that we had at the end of last year. We started this year with the Eurozone coming out of what was basically a recession in the second half of 2023. There was a nice little upswing up through May. Then growth cracked. Obviously, everything the Fed has seen since September, as we have just discussed, has been higher rates, fewer rate cuts, hot economy. And the PMIs for the US today confirmed it again. The only thing keeping me from getting back short this, because I've been short since early September. I only got out this week, and what a run it's been. I thought, okay, we're starting to get into last year's lows. This is going to be a place where we might see a bounce. Let's take this money off the table. Eurozone economic data has been surprising a little bit higher relative to forecasts. Hasn't been good data, just not as bad as expected. Maybe speculative juice in this short is finally out. And not today. Because the PMIs are absolutely atrocious overnight. And so when you look at this now, the fact that we're starting to erase some of those intraday losses, that the wick on the continuous contract in particular for the euro is as long as it is, I think tells us we are maybe still good for a turn here. And if we are, if there is a bounce, if we hold the big, long 2-year range on the weekly close, any bounce in the euro, anything of substance, is in my mind one of the most appetizing shorts for next year that you could possibly imagine.
Same thing for the pound.
Same thing for the pound. Cooked.
Europe's in trouble.
Absolutely cooked.
Europe's in trouble. The yen here, despite all of its attempts to bottom, we did have the bullish engulfing bar key reversal right last on the 15th. It's been a sideways chop, not exactly the follow through you'd like to see. It kind of reminds me of what we were looking at. This is actually the Z4. If we were to go back a contract, we'd see it a little bit more in here when we were trying to find our lows right around 0072 in the early parts of the year. Anyway, where I'm getting at is the dollar looks really strong still. That's just the long and short of it. It's drinking the world's milkshake or sucking up the world's liquidity right now. The gold's going up, the dollar's going up. Gold's going up while the dollar's going up. That's a really big problem for.
It's strange.
But I think that speaks to the ills of some of these other currencies because gold in euro terms is skyrocketing right now. Right? Gold in pound terms skyrocketing right now. Gold in yen terms skyrocketing right now. And the last time that I think that we saw something develop along those lines was late 21 going into 2022 when the dollar was doing what it's doing now. Maybe that means we have more equity weakness ahead, but who knows? At least let's hope it doesn't come for the next few weeks while those ESH56K calls are sitting there. Ilya, the calendar for Monday, we talk about it being a light week in terms of events. I want to point out just 3 things here. We have the Chicago Fed National Activity Index, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index, these regional Fed readings on the economy. They tend to move the market. For the Chicago Fed one, I would point out the Newswire service that is the that handles this. They tend to leak it out a little bit early, about by 15 minutes. So if you watch Twitter, you may be able to get a hint of what that is. Check out dollar yen spot rates to see if that moves early, and you can get perhaps a positioning cue for what to do in other asset classes. One thing I've learned over the years, thanks to perhaps lawsuits being threatened against me for talking about it, but those are dismissed. The 2-year note auction, that's also the other item of note in the afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 Central Time. There's 2s, 5s, and 7s next week. It's actually an interesting week for auctions as we close out the month of November, which brings us to a brief bit of education as we wind down the show. Just go to tastylive.com, top banner, learn beginner futures. Find this coursework there or click the link on the bottom of the screen to learn about contract size, notional, and tick values. I'll leave that to you folks to do because Ilya and I are done here for this week. It's been another great week here on Futures Power Hour. We'll be back on Monday, same time, same place. We are here Monday, Tuesday next week, and then we're off the rest of the week for the holiday. So be sure to catch us when you can. Until next time, Ilya, he's been Ilya Spivak. I've been Chris Vecchio. Good luck trading. We're taking a brief break here on Tasty Live. We'll be back after a quick commercial, and then you'll get Dr. Jim with From Theory to Practice.
Have a good
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to rock, paper, scissors.
If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Trading is hard enough. Here's what liquidity is. You want to be like water. Liquidity is in reference to how easily you can get in and out of a position, from volume to open interest to actual price at which you can buy or sell your position. It's important for all traders, from stock traders to futures traders to options traders or even crypto. Tight bid-ask spreads and high volume are characteristics of good liquidity.
Are you tired of one-size-fits-all financial services? Tasty Trade is a bespoke brokerage that tailors to the unique needs of your trading style and account size. You can trade stocks, options, futures options, and crypto all on the same platform. Find stocks that fit your criteria and analyze them with studies and drawings on our charts, or keep up on a company's events and performance with our in-platform newsfeed and fundamental data. No matter where you are, you can trade with confidence on Tasty Trade. Place trades and keep track of the markets with ease on our desktop, web browser, mobile, and tablet platforms. Having any trouble? Don't worry. We have the tools and resources to help. Check out the Tasty Trade Help Center to learn about our platform, trading concepts, strategies, and more. Forget the one-size-fits-all financial services and go with the bespoke broker that can help you grow. Learn more at tastytrade.com.
And this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Friday edition of what it is that we are trying to do. I have very, very, very little confidence that we will figure it out here today together, but we are together, and that is the most important thing. So thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for being a part of what it is that we are doing. And it's only because of you all that we can do what we do. So thank you guys so much. If you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, then I would actually bounce on over to YouTube, because you can join the conversation, you can join the discussion, you can communicate with your brethren that are also watching the show, and this can all happen live in real time if it is indeed Friday, November 22nd. That's crazy. Friday, November 22nd, 2024, right around 2 o'clock Eastern time. If you're in the archives, then you are on your own. You're going to have to be a one-man team, just like Jason Bourne. But let's go ahead. Let's pop in. Man, what's going on? Let's go into the market here a little bit. Paul, can you bring us here into the portfolio? Beautiful. So let's take a look. Man, I don't know. You got EMI/S&P's up 14. You got the risk-free instrument up 11. Also known as the NASDAQ futures. This is going to be your Teslas, your Metas, your Netflixes, your Chipotle's. Chipotle is in the NASDAQ, which is a little bit of a surprise, given it's only having 3 characters in its ticker symbol. But, yeah, you got the risk-free instrument doing quite well. Got the boomers doing what boomers do, man. They just overperform. Right? What do boomers do? They underpromise and they overperform. That's what they've been doing their whole lives. Right? And they're doing it again here today with the Dow Jones Industrial Average Index Futures up 335. Got the Russell up 38. And so you got the small caps kind of leading the pack on a percentage basis. Actually by quite a bit. I mean, you've got ES, NQ, and YM are all less than 1%. I mean, NQ is basically unched on the day. ES is not even at 0.25% or thereabouts. The boomers are close to 1%, but man, the Russell 2000 is at about 1.5% on the day, a little over 1.5% on the day. So that is pretty impressive indeed. And then, of course, man, check out our Peter Shifties out there. Look at these Shifties, man, up $37 on the gold futures today. Got silver also doing pretty well, I think. Let's look at /SI for all my Hunt brother fans in the house. Yes, up 38 cents on silver. So silver is up, it looks like about the same as gold on a percentage basis. Gold's actually outperforming. So that's a little unusual. Normally, silver is kind of leading the pack to the upside and to the downside. I mean, it's a higher risk, kind of higher reward type of instrument for the most part. But today we actually see gold is kind of leading the pack. And then, of course, let's toss a shout out, guys. Is it happening? Has it happened? Where are we at? Look at my crypto bros. Bitcoin at 99.2. Look at this thing, man. Only up $400. That's like the bid-ask spread differential on Bitcoin. Like, man, that's crazy. So Bitcoin, it's going to happen. It is written. Like, there's just, you can't stop it now. Like, just get off the tracks. The train's coming through. Like, I don't know what to tell you. But I told you guys to buy Bitcoin back at 17,000. Go back and check the tapes. I mean, I never actually said that, but in my head, I was like, that's probably pretty good idea to scoop up a little Bitcoin here when everybody thinks you kind of shouldn't scoop up Bitcoin. So let's think about that for a second. Again, if you've seen the show before, I'm not a crypto guy. If you're brand new to the show and you're looking for crypto content, you are in the wrong place. I want to save you time. I want to save you energy and investment. And this is not going to be a great resource for you. I would check out the other programs we have on the network, like Ryan and Frank. And there's just so many more. Even Errol's got some crypto content. So I would look at the other hosts on the network that can help you with the crypto. I'm not your guy. But let's just think about this. Let's just zoom out. Let's just zoom out for 5 seconds. It looks so obvious to be long crypto right now. Like, it looks so obvious. It's like, man, I got to get in before this thing hits 150. It hits 200. I mean, Michael Saylor came out the other day and said it's going to hit 13 million or whatever. Like, if it hit 13 million or 3 million or whatever the number was, it's like it would quite literally financially dwarf like all other assets like in the world. Does that seem obvious to you? Does that seem like it's going to happen to you? Now, maybe if you're a crypto bro or bro set, then you're like, yes, it's going to happen. I'm all in. Like, I've got my paychecks converted to Bitcoin. Like, I'm all in. Like, I get that. But I don't know, man. The market kind of has a way of taking something that's super obvious and just not necessarily allowing it to be. Just not necessarily allowing it to happen. And so I don't know, man. If I held some Bitcoin right now, which I don't have any, I have zero. If I had some, and I've had myself a nice little run, I'd probably be looking to take some off the table. Just saying, we've seen this movie before. It's played out with different stocks and different indexes, different asset classes, and it's basically the same. It's the same every single time. And so, obviously, given the fact that I just said that, Bitcoin is going to hit 150,000 in the next, 12 to 18 weeks. But there's your Bitcoin commentary, man. We're bringing a lot of crypto to the show lately. I mean, nothing that's going to actually help you analyze your positions, but it's fun nonetheless. Look at the VIX getting smacked today down to $1. You've got the VIX back into the 15 handle, and so that is pretty low for the market volatility index. All right, what I want to do today, guys. So I was looking at the portfolio, obviously, throughout the day and kind of getting ready for the show and just thinking about, like what we were going to talk about, and I'm like, man, there's nothing to talk about. There is nothing to do. I mean, I'm going to find 38 minutes of commentary. Don't you worry about that. But it's not going to be related to the portfolio because there's nothing to do. Like, I mean, we've already talked about all these positions. There's nothing new. I don't really want to rehash and regurgitate what we just went over, a couple of days ago. I mean, we've already talked about MES. We do nothing. AMD, we do nothing. DIA, we do nothing. With a few tiers along the way because that guy's probably not coming back. And then you've got DIS. That's our long put, holdover from the crab. That's probably not coming back, but it's got 28 days to go. So we do nothing. Netflix, obviously, Netflix down today. Wow, that's crazy. That's got to be a bad quote feed or something. Because everything else is up and Netflix is down and Nvidia is down. Wow, look at this, man. This is crazy. So the NASDAQ, it's unched on the day. I mean, it's just barely positive. But you've got two of the darlings in the NASDAQ index are not exactly pulling their weight. You've got Netflix down. You've got Nvidia down. Now, Netflix is down 10 cents. That's nothing. But Nvidia is down $5. That's something. That's 3% on a $140 stock. And so, man, that's pretty actually, wait, no, that's like 3.5%. Isn't it? Yeah, it's almost 3.5%. So, yeah, that's pretty wild, man. Netflix down, Nvidia down. But for our purposes, our positions, there's nothing to do here. The vertical in Netflix, we sit tight. The butterflies, well, not the butterfly, but the long calls that we have in Nvidia, these guys are gone. Like, it's over. They're not coming back. They're just going to expire and just we'll kind of be done with those. Oh, wait, I meant to circle these guys. These guys are going to be gone. They're not coming back. That's our vertical spread that was also put on as part of a package with the butterfly. And, that's got 56 days to go. We sit tight. We do nothing and just kind of let the guy cook. And then, you've got Qualcomm, TLT, and Uber are all positions we've talked about recently. Look at Uber, though. Uber bouncing back strong. That's good for the call diagonal. And then United Airlines, this was a strangle that we just put on yesterday. So there's really nothing to do there. It's all good. There's really nothing to do there. But the last couple of days on the program, I've really kind of shortchanged you guys in terms of you guys come with some amazing questions. You have amazing questions. You have amazing comments. You have amazing, like B- quality trolls, but they're all accepted. All of it is welcome here on the program. And you guys really come to play. right? You guys really, really kind of bring, your quality remarks. And so I want to get to more of y'all's remarks here on the show, on the program. Look at you guys. I see you guys already in the chat. Man, it's like it's a Friday or something. Man, it's like everybody's feeling good. I got Grumpy Mike in the house. I got Metaphysics in the house. Edward Lon III in the house. Man, El Stam looking good. They got Andres in the house. Man, look at you guys. Man, look at you guys. Jim's in the house. What's going on there, Jim? My name brethren. You're a good man, Jim. And don't ever let anybody tell you differently. And don't ever let anybody tear us apart. We gotta stay together, man. And by the way, for you new parents that are out there, not like new parents like the baby's already been born because they probably already have a name. That would be kind of a power move if you just waited like a couple of weeks and then finally figured out what the name should be. That would be a very unusual play. But if for anybody that might be expecting, right, whether it's you yourself or maybe your wife, if you want to shock everybody wants a different name, right? Everybody wants to have something unique. Everybody wants to have something that's, never been done before. Like I want my kid to be in a class where he's the only whatever or she's the only whatever. Like I got it. Like I understand. Here you go. If you name your kid Jim, he'll be the only one. I promise you, he will be the only Jim in his class. I promise you. Now, you could go straight Jim. That would be a total power move. You can even go with the more formal James and then call him Jim or Jimmy or whatever. He'll be the only one. He will be the only one. Jim knows what I'm saying. He's in the chat, but I just get the feeling, just based on Jim's first couple of comments in the chat, he might be my age or even a bit older. And I'm just saying that based on his name. I've never met a Jim. Actually, wait. We've got James that works in production. But James, I think you're not younger than me. I think you're older than me. I'm 43, James. So let me know in the team's chat how old you are. I'm pretty sure James is older than me. I don't think he's younger than me. And so James might be the only one, but I really haven't met any millennial Jims. Like, no. Gen X, or not Gen X, but Gen Z Jims? No, it's never been done before. So anyway, I digress. So where are we at? I see Anka's in the house. I see Theta Trader's in the house. Dr. Jim has to finish his last set. Now, we got all that polished up earlier. That was a morning deal today. We did, what did we do today? We did some back and arms today, right? Because, it's a Friday, so arms are acceptable, right? We talked about this many, many times before on the show. And so we did some back and arms today. Feeling pretty good. And the tennis elbow, man, this thing's it's still lingering. It's been like 15 weeks now. I'm probably at about like 97%. I'm about as close as you can be to being fully healed without being fully healed. But there's still a couple of things that I can't quite do. And this thing is just, man, it's nasty. But anyway, Theta Trader, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Anka's in the house. What's going on there, Anka? I appreciate you too, my friend. Thank you for being here and just being a regular of the show. Anka, you are like the string that holds all the pearls together. Right, I just appreciate you so much. I mean, you tune in regularly, and Theta Traders tune in regularly. You guys are amazing, and obviously, I'm Sergio's always in the house, and Paul's always in the house. I mean, you guys are incredible. So I just really, really, really appreciate you guys. So Weiss in the house. What's going on there, Weiss? David M. Happy MSTR Friday. MSTR, yeah, they still in business? Whoa, up $46. Ooh, they scared the children yesterday. And again, this is not a crypto show, but I like to stay abreast to what's going on in the crypto world. And I know that MSTR got absolutely stapled yesterday. So if we look at the look at that thing. Look at that thing. That is a boss candle right there. You want to talk about a power station. Man, look at that thing. That is legitimate, especially after when you actually inspect the candle a bit more closely, you can see that it opened way up here, right? So not only was there just a power station bearish candle, but this thing was coming off of a huge gap up. And then Saylor, if I'm not mistaken, and again, I don't know all the ins and the outs and the details, but I'm pretty sure Saylor came out to all the shareholders and said, hey, I'm just going to dilute everything you got. Like I'm going with convertibles, I'm going with this, I'm going with that. I'm going to dilute all of your ownership so I can buy some more Bitcoin. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. You just got to stick around and see what happens. Right. And so apparently yesterday, nobody liked it. Now today, people are liking it. So, that's what makes a market, man. What can I say? And so, yes, MSTR, it is an MSTR Friday. So happy MSTR Friday to you too there, David. I appreciate you, my friend. Let's see. Robert in the house. Sorry, Dr. J. Should have capitalized the DIN doctor. The DIN doctor. There could be a typo in there. I'm missing that one there, Robert. So my apologies. The DIN doctor. I see. Oh, the D in doctor. I think there was a typo, but only a space missing. Sorry, Dr. J. I should have capitalized the D in doctor. No, you're all. Oh, I see your comment up above now, Dr. J with a little D. No, man, it's all good. I'm happy to be here, man. I'm just happy to be here. Right. I'm just happy to be part of the team. Right. Big D, little D doesn't make a difference. Right. So you can do whatever you feel is necessary. And so let's see. Tasty Live chiming in. That could be Frank, could be others. I think it's probably Frank. And so we'll be live normal Monday. That's correct. I'll be on vacation on Tuesday, but I know the network is normal on Tuesday. But then on Wednesday, the afternoon programming is dark. And so I'm leaving on Tuesday. We're heading to Charlotte for Thanksgiving to be with my sister-in-law. And we used to live in Charlotte. Before we moved to Chicago, we lived in Charlotte for like 7 years. And it was absolutely amazing. Love the city. Love everything about Charlotte. I mean, I love everything about St. Pete. But man, I don't know. Charlotte might even be a little bit of an uptick from St. Pete, to be honest with you all. To be Frankie Walsh with you all, Charlotte's it's like utopia, man. I mean, it's like you got it all. You got the Four Seasons, but you have a fairly mild version of the Four Seasons. You're very close to the beach. You're very close to the mountains. Economically, it's really strong, and it's pretty safe for the most part. And so, yeah, Charlotte's amazing. But Sergio's in the house. What's going on there, Sergio? Dr. Jim, I loved your segment on Monday, man. I appreciate you. Make sure you email Tom and tell him the same thing. Thank you for always breaking it down, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for always being there to allow me to break it down to someone. Because if you weren't there, there'd be no one to break it down to. I'd only have Tom and Tony. And Tony's, I guess, a mild uptick over Tom, but it's tough sledding on both fronts, right? Like it's a difficult go with both of those cats. But I appreciate you there, Sergio. So Theta Trader. Dr. Jim, how is our AMAT trade doing? Our AMAT trade's gone, brother. Gone. You missed the show yesterday. You took a day off? Man, we're making money. You take a day off, like we're moving, man. We're doing things. Right? AMAT trade is done. I had to work yesterday, but I closed out my short put at 55% of max profit, possibly looking to reestablish. Yes. So as you see, it's not in the portfolio anymore. And that is because if I go to the activity page, you can see that it's right here. So we did so here's the entry trade. Thank you very much, my friend. You cleared Anka's bill for her. So she's watching today. You all should figure this out. And yes, her account is now settled because of you. And so she thanks you. Trust me. And so we bought it back for $1.33. So yeah, we got a little over 50% too ourselves, maybe 55 or 57, about the same as what you got, I think. And so that's pretty solid. Like it's a decent little trade. And so, I mean, yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. It's not very often that we have a winner on the program. So I appreciate you. And it's even less often that it's my own original idea that ends up being a winning trade. So thank you there, Theta Trader. Andres in the house. Hey, Dr. Jim, question on volume and open interest. Do you have a specific way to interpret potential price moves using either? Great question, Andres. Thank you very much for being here. No, I don't. And I actually don't even look at volume and open interest. So like if you go to, like if I go to, if I just go to like Netflix, for example, and I go to the trade page, I go into like the January cycle, obviously as one of the drop downs here, like right now I have extrinsic value and delta. I can change extrinsic value to open interest and I can change delta to volume. And this will kind of show me, like what type of open interest and volume there is in the different strikes. And when you look at these numbers, like I don't even really know, to be perfectly honest with you guys. I'm not sure. Like I'm assuming these numbers are presented in, hundreds or thousands. I have a hard time feeling that I have a hard time believing or even feeling that only one 835 call has traded today for the January 17, 2025 cycle. So is it really just one in Netflix? Maybe it is. And maybe there's just one lone long call holder out there that's waiting for a pair, that's waiting for a match. It's possible. So I'm not exactly sure how these numbers are even presented because I never use them. I'm just being honest and transparent with you guys. We could fumble around and reach into the dark, and I could try to whip something up to make it make sense. And, maybe I could get away with it, but it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be authentic. I don't look at them because by using the watch lists that are already pre-populated with all the stocks that basically everybody is trading, including Netflix. So using like the Tasty Default watch list, using like Tom's watch list. I've talked about this a million times before on the show, but not recently. That allows me to kind of pre-screen for volatility, or not volatility, but liquidity. I don't really need to worry about liquidity. If I pop open, like for example, If I pop open Tom's watch list here, open up the hamburger menu. I've got Tom's watch list right up here. It's right in this drop down, right up there. All these stocks, these are all the stocks that all the big boys are trading. These are all the stocks that the market is trading. This is where the liquidity is going to be bountiful. This is where the liquidity is going to be plentiful. I'm not going to have a problem getting filled. Now, some stocks are more liquid than others. That's going to be a problem, regardless of, what watch list you may or may not be on. If you're trading a stock that's not that liquid, the best example I can think of is Chipotle before it split. I'm not sure what Chipotle is like now. I haven't traded it a ton after the split. But before the split, like y'all know, if you traded Chipotle before the split, when it was like 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, it was brutal, man. It was brutal. Plus, you're probably in there doing defined risk strategies like verticals or iron condors, like multi-leg strategies. Very, very difficult to get decent fills. And so Chipotle was not super liquid, but it was on most of these lists. Is it even on? Is it on Tom's watch list? Hold on. Let's sort by. Is Tom looking at Chipotle? There you go. Boom. There you go. CMG. Done. Now, again, this is post-split, so it might be different. It probably is different because it's such a smaller price now. But by using Tom's watch list and Tasty Default, I don't have to worry about open interest or volume. Do I think there's a tell there? No, I don't. I don't think there's a tell there. I don't think there's a tell in volatility differentials between the VIX and /VX. I think it's very, very difficult to discern any type of directional tells from the market. When the market does X, that means it's very likely to do Y. I think it's way more random than that. I think it's way more unpredictable than that. I think it always looks obvious after the fact. And I think, after the move happens, how did I miss that? It's well, hey, man, it's a lot harder to do in the moment when you actually don't know what catalyst the market's going to latch onto. So hopefully that helps you a little bit there, Andres. I don't use them. There's a 4-minute, maybe 6-minute diatribe as to why I don't use them. And so let's see. Colonel, is that Colonel? Colonel? Yeah, I think that's Colonel. Dr. Jim making a house call. Man, I appreciate you, Colonel. Thank you for being here very much. And, here we go. Anka says, Theta Trader, you got all the credits yesterday for the revenge trade. There you go. Yes. So, Anka, thank you for vouching for me. I appreciate that. That's correct. She is right there, Theta Trader. Go back and watch yesterday's show, and you will see we gave you all your flowers on that trade, 100%. And so, we appreciate you. Okay, so Jim's in the house, my name brethren. Greetings, Dr. Jim. What's going on there, my friend Jim? New to the platform, man, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You're new to the platform, probably new to the network. Exciting times ahead, man. Exciting times ahead. And option trading in general. 2 weeks old. Wow, that's very new. Very new. I have a profit on a GLD bull call spread. A bull? That's not usually the type of terminology that we use, but it's obviously very popular in the option world. So that must be a long call spread to where you bought, you gave me the strikes, 240, 249. So you're long at 240, you're short at 249 would be my guess based on how you read that. I'm pretty confident that that's what you have. You're in January, the January cycle. Should I add a bear call spread to make a butterfly if I'm correct? Thanks. Great question. Excellent question. And the answer is no. You should definitely not do this. And if you've seen the show, you've only been you've only been around for 2 weeks, not even on the network necessarily, but just trading options in general. I'm personally, if you watch my show on a regular basis, you will see I'm very hesitant to say, yes, you should do this, or no, you should not do that. I don't really think it's that obvious and that easy. I don't think it's that simple. With express apologies paid to all my Tom Sosnow fans in the house, I don't think there is an optimal solution most of the time. I think it's gimmies and gotchas. Tom loves to use the word optimal when it doesn't even make sense, when it doesn't even apply. He's well, that's optimal. I'm we're not even talking about anything that relates to optimality, right? And he's well, it's just the optimal move. I'm it's actually not. It's actually not at all. And so it's usually gimmies and gotchas. Rarely is there a very clear-cut yes or no. In this situation, though, you actually happen to stumble upon one of the exceptions with your very first question on this show, or one of your first questions. I don't necessarily remember you being in the stream before. And I would remember because your name is Jim. I think you popped in maybe the other day and I wasn't able to get to your question or something. The reason why you don't want to do that now, it's very simple. You have a winning trade on your hands. The way that we generally approach things inside the Tasty world is when you have winners, you manage those winners. When you have winners, you book those winners. Now, there's different ways to do that. You can wait for your profit target, 50%, whatever. You can manage way more aggressively a lot earlier. There's different ways to kind of slice that up, Jim. So, it's not just a set it and forget it type of thing. You still need to have a strategy. But just generally speaking, zooming out, you make a good trade, You don't try to get cute. You don't try to get fancy. You don't try to get creative. Like, you take it off. You take it off. You move on. You find something else. When do you get cute? When do you get fancy? When do you get creative? When the trades are not working. And so now this is where the management techniques come into play. This is where you look at doing things like adding other vertical spreads. This is where you look at things like rolling out in time, rolling the untested side, doing different things to potentially improve your break-even points and widen out your widen your break-even points and extend the duration of the trade. Like, extend the life of the trade to give yourself a fighter's chance for that guy to come back. And so that's the basic idea. So right now, like, here, I'll even pull this up. I don't know what you bought it for. And you didn't put that in the chat, but that's okay. We can probably still kind of figure this out. So if you're in January, so if you've got a 240, 249 call spread, yeah, man, look at this. This thing's already selling for $6. So it's a $9 spread. It's selling for $6. So let's kind of unpack, because you're brand new. I'm so excited for you, man. I'm so excited for you. Like, there's so many things coming down the road that are just going to be so much fun. And by fun, I mean, it's going to be incredibly nerve-wracking at times, but it's also going to be fun. Like, it's going to be fun. And it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very worthwhile for you. And financially, obviously, there could be a huge potential reward, on the other side of the rainbow. But let's talk about this. So again, I don't know what you paid for the spread, but let's say you bought it for $4 or $4.50. Let's say $4.50, because a lot of times when we buy vertical spreads, we pay about half the width of the spread. So you may be in a different boat where you paid more, you paid less, but I'll just use where we would typically enter a long vertical spread or a long vertical spread on the call side or the put side, half the width of the spread. So here, you've got a $9 wide spread. We would typically look to buy that for somewhere around $4.50. And you can usually do that when you're kind of straddling the at-the-money price. So again, with this specific example, if you buy a 240 call and sell a 249 call, to pay about 50% of the width of the spread, you would do that when gold is trading around 244.5. So halfway between the long call strike at 240 and the short call strike at 249. So let's say you did that. Well, right now, you are looking at $1.50 winner, $1.50 winner, even almost $1.60 winner, because we're at 608 right now on the cost. So what do? Well, you have a nice trade on your hands. Adjusting it, doing anything in addition to it doesn't make a lot of sense. I feel like you're trying to get too cute. I feel like you're trying to get too fancy. There's a time and a place for that, and this is neither of those. You really have to decide either A, you take it off and you move on, or B, you stick to whatever profit target you have that might be beyond this point. So again, generally speaking, with a vertical spread, we would be looking for about 50% of max profit. So if you buy a $9 spread for $4.50, your maximum profit is $4.50, because it's going to be the width of the spread less whatever you paid for it. And so, which happens to be the same number if you buy the spread for exactly 50%. So that would be a profit of half of $4.50 is $2.25. Right now, you're sitting on a profit of $1.50, let's say. It's actually like $1.55 right now, but $1.50 to keep it easy. Should you take it off? I would leave it on, and I'd stick with my original profit target of 50%. That's what I would personally do. That's what I would encourage you to do. But there are other ways to do it, and you just got started. Right? You've got your whole career ahead of you. You've got your whole trading, premium selling, tasty career ahead of you. Man, book the winner. You've got $1.50, right? That's $1.50 in option dollars, which is $150 in actual dollars. Do you know how many times you can eat a bonefish with $150? Like 9, maybe even 10 if you're really, really mindful of what you order. And so it's like, man, that's some good stuff. That's some really, really good stuff. So I'd probably take it off now, with the understanding that, I personally would probably stick to the 50% target most of the time. So hopefully that helps you there, Jim, and gives you a couple things to think about. I want to stay on that for a few extra minutes just because, man, my heart always goes out to the new people that are just getting started. It's hard, man. It's hard stuff. Like, this stuff is very hard. It's very complicated, and it's very confusing at times. And so, to have somebody kind of, take some time to explain things in maybe more detail than you might be able to find otherwise, I'm really honored to have a chance to do that. And so, and I give all my students from over the years when I was in the classroom all the credit, because they're the ones that grilled me, and they're the ones that forced me to do that. Otherwise, I just, I wouldn't have lasted very long in the classroom. And so, Jim, I appreciate you very much, my friend. Theta Trader's back, says, yes, thanks, Anka. He hasn't sent me my check yet. I'm not, because everybody's clear now. Everybody's clear. Like, this is how the Ponzi scheme works. Right? This is how it's all going to shake down. Like, Anka's account is cleared. It's settled. And y'all got to figure that out. That's between y'all now. I'm no longer involved. L. Stam in the house. Dr. Jim, I've been ashamed to show my face. The Cowboys are copped up. Yeah, they're bad, dude. They look real bad. I mean, they're maybe not Dolphins bad, or maybe they're actually a little bit worse than the Dolphins. I don't know, man. Your boy Jerry Jones, I don't know what he's got going on over there. But yeah. And so that's that's brutal, man. It's brutal. So Jim says he's trading in an IRA, no futures for me. Yeah, I mean, trading in an IRA, no problem. You can definitely do the vertical spreads and all that kind of stuff. I mean, just what you're doing is fine. But if you have an IRA at Tasty, by the way, you can do plenty of futures. You can do options on futures. And so something to think about, right? Again, you just got started. I wouldn't necessarily uproot everything you're doing to make that change now. Like you don't need futures. You don't need options on futures yet. You need to build a foundation. But down the road, man, futures can do a lot of really positive things for you that can help you more efficiently use your buying power, that frees up capital to do other things that are independent opportunities, other things that allow you to hedge against your core positions, other things that allow you to just do whatever it is you want to do. And so I would definitely, in the future, I'd be searching for a brokerage that's going to let you do futures in your IRA. I know Tasty does, and so that would obviously be my pick. I might be a bit biased. But you can make up your own mind. It's totally up to you. So Andrea's in the house. How to handle my inverted strangle in CRE? CRE, isn't that the housing stuff? Maybe a banking ETF? Huh? CRE. Is it? Yeah. Is that like? Is that housing? No, it's not housing. Is that like mid cap banks or something, like regional banks? That might be right. How do I handle my inverted strangle in CRE? My trade price is 607. The strikes are 68 put and a 62 call. The expiration is December. Thank you, Andrea. So if I go in here, you go to December, you have 28 days to go, and you have a 68 put. So you're here, and a 62 call. 62 call. Wait a minute. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is the inverted strangle that you have on. It's selling for 874. So that means if you wanted to buy it back right now, it'd be 874. You've collected 607. So you can kind of do the quick math there, right? Like you lose almost $3 on the trade. Not that big of a deal, to be honest with you. Like I'm sure over the life of this trade, you've endured some pain. I'm sure over the life of this trade, like it's been a real stick in the mud. Been kind of a canary in the coal mine for what it is that you're trying to accomplish. But at the end of the day, we're only talking about a $3 loss, and that's it's $300, which is not insignificant. Don't get me wrong, but in the world of undefined risk strategies, it can get and will get at times much, much, much worse than this. So the first thing I want to point out is it's gonna be okay. Like you're in a fine spot with CRE. Now, CRE right now is at 67.70. So it's in a decent spot from a price standpoint. You could use it a little bit lower, like 65 would be the perfect number for you, but it's inside of your strike. So that's good. Now you're 28 days to go. You're in December. You're getting close to that 21-day marker, which is where we typically like to move and roll at least our undefined risk strategies so that we don't take on and absorb that gamma risk as we get closer and closer to expiration. So you have like 7 days to go until you get to that point. Personally, here, I would not do anything right now because it's in a good spot. Just let's see if it stays there. Let's see if you get a little accommodation. Even coming into today, it was in a better spot than it is now. It was at 66, right? And so, that if it could return back to 66 or 65, then that would be amazing for you. That'd be a perfect number for you. And so you could just sit tight and just, then you can decide what to do at 21 days to go. I don't think, because this is one of those ETFs, you don't have to worry about earnings. So you can continually roll this thing out into the future. Like at 21 days to go, if it's between your strikes and you want to keep it on, you could roll it out to the next cycle. Here, just to show you, if I were to roll this right now, I bet you I'd pick up at least $1, maybe even more than that. So you've got 68, 62, 68. If I minimize December, I go to January and I want to do the same trade. So I'm going to sell the 62 call and I'm going to sell the 68 put. Yeah, I'm getting $1.40 on that roll. Now that's what it is right now. And so that price is definitely going to be different in 7 days, waiting until the 21-day marker. But it's like, man, you could get a decent little roll price for extending the duration of this trade. That's probably what I would be looking to do right now, Andrea. I'd be looking to just sit tight right now, just breathe easy. It's only a few dollars. Again, you start slanging, undefined risk trades in like Tesla, Nvidia, like whatever. Like it can and will, and at times be much, much worse. And so right now I'd sit tight, do nothing. If in 7 days you want to keep the trade on because it's cooperating and it's between your strikes, then you could roll it out to January and have basically the same trade on with more credit, better break evens, etc. If KRE goes outside of your strikes in the next 7 days and you just want to be done with it, you can always do that. You can always pull the plug. And that's another thing that's great about this. I would probably sit tight and try to battle this thing back. But here's what's amazing. You're only down $3. You could just say, I'm done with this, Jim. Like, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to look at it. Like, it's really been just a real source of, stress in my life. I just want to be done with it. Then cut it. Cut it right now. Do it right now. You're down. You lose $3. That's not a big deal, right? That's a couple vertical spreads in Amazon, and you're right back in business, right? And so, you really have a lot of options that are available to you, pun intended, of course. And yeah, that's how I would look at the situation. So I hope that helps a little bit. Let's see. Metaphysics in the house says, man, futures hurt me today. I lost 150 out of my 300 account. Couldn't figure out where it was going if my life depended on it. Yeah, today was Chop City, man. Today was Chop Suey, no doubt. And now it's going to be interesting to see. I'm sorry to hear that you had a difficult day. We've all been there, myself included, many, many times. And so you are not alone. You're in good company for sure. But man, it's like this market. I mean, I haven't really been watching the Dow. I have kind of been watching ES, NQ, and RTY. And what I've gathered, I haven't even really watched ES too much. I've been mostly watching NQ and RTY. And what I've gathered is NQ very back and forth, a pretty tight range for most of the day. It hasn't really done too much in either direction. RTY, on the other hand, it is just a rocket ship. It is just a SpaceX, Elon Musk rocket ship to Mars, like new civilization, like let's go, I'm ready. Up 44 points. Now it's knocking on the door of a 2% up move today. Pretty impressive stuff for RTY, I have to say. And so yeah, the Chop Suey days, there's a lot of cash to be made in the Chop Suey, in my opinion. But that's just one man's opinion on the internet that you should absolutely take with a huge, big block of salt. RC says, Dr. Jim, generally speaking, does implied volatility lag realized volatility? When you say lag, so that's an interesting word that you used, because normally when we think about the relationship between implied volatility and realized volatility, we're looking at the relationship in terms of, are they good, accurate reflections of one another? And that's not the same thing as lagging, because when you use the word lag, you're insinuating a time series. Like you're kind of insinuating some process, some a sequence of time, some duration of time. Implied volatility and realized volatility, I mean, the research has shown this over and over again. Implied volatility is on average greater than realized volatility. So in other words, implied volatility tends to overstate realized volatility. So there tends to be a little bit extra juice in the implied volatility that is actually not warranted when the realized volatility actually, unfolds. It tends to be on average. This is not a guarantee. This is not like clockwork. There'll be plenty of times when realized volatility is greater than implied volatility. That actually happened a lot in 2022. 2022, that year where the market was down and volatility was pretty high. I'm pretty sure the realized volatility was oftentimes greater than the implied volatility. That was an outlier. That doesn't usually happen on average. But the implied volatility overstating and being greater than the realized volatility, that's one of the things that we're trying to make our money on. That's one of the things that we're trying to, utilize to establish, our foundation as premium sellers, taking advantage of that, because when you sell premium, you're selling and getting paid for the IV. But if it's only the RV that ends up coming out, you're going to end up ahead in the end, regardless of what the direction of move is, in the market. Now, of course, for certain trades, the direction of move in the market matters a lot. So you need a lot of occurrences for this to kind of all come out in the wash. What about lagging, though? As far as the time series, I'm not really sure. As far as does implied volatility, tell me anything about realized volatility in the future? I mean, in a sense, it's kind of saying what I just said, because, I'm using the implied volatility now, right, to give me some indication of the realized volatility in the future. And again, the implied volatility now tends to overstate the realized volatility that will unfold for whatever window of time you're looking at. So for example, to put some concrete numbers behind this, if I go into let me go into just SPY. Let's see here. If I go into SPY and I go into the 28-day cycle, you can see here that for the 28-day cycle, the implied volatility is 16.3, right? When the 28 days actually, goes by, and we go back in and calculate what was the realized volatility for the previous 28 days, on average, that number will be below 16.3. That's actually the basis of the entire network. That's actually, it's super brass tacks, stripped down to the chrome. That's what we're doing, right? That is what we're doing. And we're trying to, be positive data. We're trying to, sell high IVR and kind of massage that and finagle that a little bit. But the basic idea behind where we think the most opportunity is it's in that differential between implied volatility and realized volatility. And so in a sense, the implied volatility now is kind of feeding into a time series of realized volatility in the future. But they're essentially the reason why I'm kind of trying to figure this out on the spot, and I don't know that I'm doing a great job, but I'm trying. I'm giving you at least a B- effort. The implied volatility now is trying to kind of, reconcile itself with a realized volatility that can't be calculated until 28 days, but it's still for the same 28-day period now. And so I'm not sure if I answered your time series question. I hope I gave you something to think about. I did try, though. I did try. And about a B- effort is about the most you can expect. In fact, that's me overperforming, to be honest with you. And so hopefully that helps you there, RC. So L Stam in the house. Jim, the hair is starting to look a little Back to the Future. Is it though? I don't know. It's back to something. I'll tell you what. Yeah, we're going way back. We kind of got the little, we got the little flakes back there. We got just a little bit of lettuce kind of flowing in the wind, and it's fun, man. I gotta be honest. I'm having a good time with it. And one of these days, I'm just gonna show up and it's all gonna be gone. I'm just gonna buzz cut it and we'll start over again. But we're not quite there yet. And so let's see. Andres, says it's a weird market today. I think I skipped that one. I didn't mean to. RC says, thank you for all you do for the Tasty community. Man, I appreciate you. Man, you need to be thanking yourself because you guys are the Tasty community. And without you, then it's, there would be no Dr. Jim at all. And so let's see, where else am I at? I'm missing, I just scrolled down and I missed my spot. There we go. So Andres, my dreams of seeing 6,000 today on SPX may be shattered. Nah, man, you got time. No, you 100% got time. We only have a couple. Speaking of having time, we don't have any left. But SPX, okay, you got your work cut out for you. It's not gonna. You're gonna have to just roll up the sleeves, man. And if it doesn't happen today, we know it's gonna happen over the weekend, and it's gonna gap up. Similar to the Bitcoin bros. But the Bitcoin bros, they don't sleep on the weekends. They're pumping it, man. They're pumping it Saturday, Sunday. So they're going to get their 100,000. Don't you worry about that. So Weiss, Dr. Jim, PLTR is expensive, but I want to add stock. I'm thinking of using ratio spreads in the meantime in hope of a pull down and assignment. Your thoughts? Yes, definitely. Wow, I am literally out of time. But yes, that's a great way to potentially add a long stock position, whether it be a short put or a put ratio spread. That's a great way to do it. And then, essentially wherever you set your extra short put strike, that's where you will potentially be an owner of that stock. And so wherever you are comfortable owning PLTR, then that's where you set your put strike. And if the stock stays where it is or it rallies, you keep collecting your premiums until that happens. And so I love that. I love that strategy. I love that strategy a lot. But man, I got to go. Man, look at you guys. Man, look at you guys. I got through a few extra today. It still wasn't nearly as many as I wanted to, man. But you guys, your questions are just so amazing. I see Smack Lovin in the house. I see Dave S in the house. I'm just scrolling the comments quickly. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. David Gallimore's in the house. Manny TP's in the house. Lobo in the house selling MSTR calls for income. You guys. Man, I'm glad I didn't see that one early because I'd have been all fired up. But, man, I got to go. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys are the best. If I can ever help you guys, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com. Or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal come up next with engineering the trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys on Monday.
I'm like the Tupac of economists, going out on top. And will I ever really be gone? Say bye to Ben Bernanke. Cry your eyes out past the hanky. Gone from the Fed, but still looks swanky. Bye, Chairman Ben Bernanke. Ben Bernanke, hardly knew ya. Ben Bernanke, glad we're through ya. Sayonara, Mr. Yankee. Closing bell tolls for Ben Bernanke. Now, say hello to Janet Yellen. New blood, maybe start some selling? All around the world like a market Magellan. Hello, Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen, Professor Shady. Janet Yellen, new chair lady. Welcome in the new Miss Yellen. Different from the old, there's no telling. And I'm out, like Tupac, in a peaceful transition.
What does it mean when you hear can't buy an uptick?
When a stock can't buy an uptick, it means that the stock just continues to go down every single day, every single minute, every single hour. It's a phrase to use when a stock just continues to go lower. What's it mean when you eat like a bird and shit like an elephant?
Eating like a bird, shitting like an elephant, that means you're probably picking up a couple pennies here and there on a trade. And then you might have one trade where you get a little too big for your britches. You have that big loss and it kind of wipes it all away. So you're pecking at profits and then you piss it all away.
What does it mean when you get whipsawed?
Ooh, when you get whipsawed, you are basically selling into the hole or buying into a big rally, and then the opposite happens. So let's say you have a strangle on and the stock rallies towards your short call. If you roll up the short put to add more premium to the position and then the stock drops, you have effectively been whipsawed.
Oh yeah. Tasty Nation, good morning.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Nick, I'm curious. On your birth certificate, I've always wondered this. On your birth certificate, is it Nicholas or Nick?
It's Nicholas, yeah, Saint's name. But I will say Frankie in the chat calls me Nikki, Nikki, like a woman's name. And I don't know where Frankie's getting this from. I don't know if it's like just a typing thing.
I had a friend at a previous firm. We were working on the technology development team with a Russian counterpart.
It is me talking to me.
Oh, he's talking?
Yes. Yes.
First of all, what is he wearing?
That's
3 layers.
Are those Corinne shoes?
Those are Corinne's.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
What's going on, everybody? Tesla has been mooning and Bitcoin has been doing the same, touching 100,000. We're going to talk about all that and more. But I got a special guest here today, the original Wicked Witch of the West in her 5th grade play, Julia Spina. Julia, how you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great. I went to Catholic school. We didn't have Wicked as our play. We did like nativity scenes and shit. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Are you going to check that out this weekend or what?
Oh, I'm not.
Wicked?
I'm not a big musical person myself.
No? Okay.
No, it's not pour moi, but
You know,
I
I'm
know.
actually a little surprised by that.
Really?
I thought you would be like into musicals a little bit. No, nothing, huh?
No, as a band kid, there was a very, very distinct difference between those groups of people.
I failed to see the. No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks, bro. Anyway, what are you gonna do? I'm trying my best. You know.
What about Gladiator? What about Gladiator? You interested in that?
What's Gladiator? The movie?
Oh, you don't know about Gladiator? So
I
there's
have not seen many.
these are the
movies.
two. So these are the two big movies coming out this weekend. It's kind of like Barbenheimer all over again. So Wicked is coming out this weekend. That thing's forecasted to possibly make like over 100 billion on the opening weekend. And then there's Gladiator 2. Have you ever heard of the first Gladiator? No.
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
So the first, it's one of my favorite movies. It's incredible. It's with Russell Crowe and what's his name? I almost said River Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix, yeah.
And it's just it's an incredible movie. And so they're redoing it, and Denzel is in it, and I forget the kind of the lead actor who's in it. I forget his actual name, but it's supposed to be awesome. Like, so this thing is supposed to be like think it's forecasted to make like, I don't know, between 40 and 60 million for the weekend. So these are the two big movies of the weekend, and they're kind of going head to head. And kind of like Oppenheimer, it's like very different audiences, right? So
sure. Yeah. I mean, I did I didn't do the Barbenheimer where I saw that you'd be in the theater for like 6 hours. I didn't do that, but I saw both of them. I don't really like either of them, too. Actually. Neither were for me. They kind of just didn't. Yeah, I don't know.
Really? Or entertained by either one of them?
No, well, no.
I was just surprisingly entertained by Barbie.
It had jokes that I thought were funny. It's just like maybe not my kind of movie. And then Oppenheimer, whatever. I was actually pretty excited about it. But it got a little too Nolan for me, if you know what I mean.
I do know what you mean. Yeah, for sure.
So, and I love a good Christopher Nolan movie. But sometimes it can be a little too much. I think like Tenet, I don't know if you saw it, was a really good example of that. It got a little too Nolanified for me.
Yeah, which is really funny saying because the one with Leo, I forget the name of it, in the dreams, like that
Inception.
one is like next level. Inception,
movie.
Like Inception is next level. And I thought that I'd seen enough, and then Tenet, I actually couldn't follow. Like I didn't really try hard enough, I think. So I never watched the whole thing. I don't think. I fell asleep.
Apparently it is an audio quality that is only reserved for the highest level of theaters. So if you I learned this like later, but apparently if you saw it in a sub audio quality theater, whatever you want to call it, a normal movie theater, it was actually really hard to hear, which is what I had the first time I saw it, and I was super confused. Second time I saw it, I'm like, I could follow the transitions better, but I'm like, it's still, Inception is a phenomenal movie, and also like the perfect amount of Nolan for me, if you know what I mean. Nolan tropes.
I mean, I love Inception. Inception's great. Obviously, the Batman is great. I mean, not the Batman, but Dark Knight or whatever.
It's phenomenal. I rewatched that movie recently. I'm like, damn.
What are some of his other ones? You know what? Am I tripping on? Isn't Memento his? Is that his?
I believe. Okay,
I think we talked about this once before, and I think you hadn't seen. I think I might have suggested Memento. I think Memento is his incredible movie.
He might have done Memento. I have not seen that one. He did, Interstellar. He did Interstellar, which I don't like for completely different reasons.
Movies. I don't know.
Oh, he did do Memento as well. So, Interstellar is, in my opinion, the most sci that fi can get while still being interesting, because you are experienced with this. Sometimes science can get a little in the weeds, and that makes it sometimes difficult to appeal to a wide range of audiences. It can get kind of boring. But they took scientific concepts that were actually pretty like complex and made them still really accessible. And I think if it got more sci than that, it might have been a bit boring. But I just can't be sad for that long, so I didn't care for it.
Speaking of sci-fi, we talked about two things at the top of the show that are kind of sci-fi-ish and eventually heading there. What do you think about Bitcoin? Do you have any? Are you doing anything? What's up?
I've been getting hardcore FOMO. I wanted to get so MSTR at a bunch of people in Bad Trader that were putting on shorts for MSTR. And instead of just doing, like, because the premiums were so juiced, I didn't want to do something that got bearish exposure with the options yesterday. I just kind of bought a bunch of 2x inverse MSTR ETFs, like 20 shares of it. I made a whopping like $20 and then got out right before it jumped another whatever it's at today, 5%.
What's that ticker?
MSTR is the name of the underlying. It's up 13%
right,
today.
But you said you did the inverse ETFs though.
Yeah, the inverse ETF was.
I saw it the other day, but I can't remember.
Well, there's a couple different ones. The one that I was originally going to do because it was cheaper was actually set to closing only yesterday because the volume was like crazy on that. It was I have to go look at my order history.
SMTR.
Yeah, that one.
I'm just making it up. Is that what it is?
SMST. You got very close.
Oh, okay. I mean, they always kind of do some play on the actual original ticker,
right?
So I'm just guessing.
So it was a nice little wuss short trade. SMST. That's right, half unit. Thank you. Yeah. So that. But otherwise, no. I've been getting the FOMO. Yesterday was my first FOMO trade. They never end well for me. So I've been trying not to get. Usually don't. And I'm also like, I'm kind of expecting maybe a little bit of downward pressure at 100K because Bitcoin at 100K. I'm like, why wouldn't a bunch of people cash out maybe in the short term? potentially. So I don't know. I'm just kind of still sitting and watching, and the FOMO is very hard, but I'm trying to be responsible. Yeah, a lot of those FOMO trades don't typically work out.
I don't have anything, so I don't really have anything on in general, honestly. I'll get into that in a second. But Bitcoin, I do have some of in a long-term account. I mean, I don't do anything with it. I don't even trade in and out of it. It's just there. And if it goes to zero tomorrow, it is what it is. And if it goes 500,000 tomorrow, well, we're gonna own the world. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have that much, but it's I just kind of like I'm a whatever about it. So I don't really. I don't know. It's like it's a long-term trade, so it's not like I'm like like right now what's going on. It's just one of those you kind of saw it coming after the election. But speaking of the election, I've wound down a lot of stuff. I'm not really trading much right now. There's not a lot of volatility. I did have some directional stuff on. I took them off because I just don't really understand some stuff right now. And I just feel like when you're like not, I don't really feel like strongly one way or another. And I feel like when you feel like that, it's probably not the time to be trading that much. So that's why I'm not doing anything. Like case in point, I got a chart. Can we pull up this chart real quick?
Let's pull up the chart. Let's do it. I can definitely relate to you on that because I feel the way that I've been talking about it with E when we've been doing bad taste is like it's the loudest quiet market ever, where the S&P will, maybe drop 0.5%, maybe jump 0.5%, 0.25%, really small moves. But you'll have these random pockets of volatility of like Google dropped like 5-6% yesterday, or Amazon will be popping off, or like, vaccine stocks will just tank, or Tesla will start popping up. Like you'll have these random pockets of things that are moving. And for me, the directional assessment of that has been very difficult in terms of even just assessing how things are moving after the fact and why they're moving that way. It's been difficult for me at least to rationalize a little bit as much as I try.
Yeah, I mean, like I know what most of what we do is volatility trading, right? But volatility comes as a result of big movements one way or the other. And so I guess what I'm saying is like a lot of those movements don't really, I can't say they don't make sense to me right now. I know things have changed, clearly have changed since the election. Like the Trump trade is on, right? Like markets have been up, like the Trump trade markets going up, bonds going down, dollar going up. And I was positioned right with markets going up, but I was definitely positioned the other way. And I was playing contrarian with dollar and bonds. And I just gave up that ghost in the last 2 weeks on both of those trades. Case in point, bonds right here, man. Like, I don't know how much you trade them. I really just started trading them the last couple of years. But I think the thought process and clearly the way bonds were moving before the election was the Fed's going to start cutting rates, and bond yields started going down, right? Treasury started going up. I was long ZN and ZB. I was long call spread in ZN and ZB thinking, okay, cool. I know this is at the short end of the curve, but bonds were generally going up as these yields were going down, as they should be. All of a sudden, Fed cuts rates, but that was around the time in October where people were like, ooh, maybe Trump's going to win. And you start seeing, obviously, the change in the betting markets for the election. And as a result, people were like, oh, there's going to be all these inflationary things. There's going to be government spending. Take these notes up. And clearly that's what's happening. And after a while, I was like, you know what? It just doesn't pay to try to be contrarian in here because there's a thing happening that I have no control over right now. And so I am out of this bond position. And you can just look at it. I mean, if I would have told you they cut rates and they haven't done another thing yet, but like literally the 10-year treasury's gone up, like 10-year yield has gone up 76 basis points, you would have said I was nuts.
It's weird too. It seems like really proactive. I don't know the right way to say it. It seems it's very reactionary, which I can understand, but it's also based on what he was running on. It was based on like platforming while he was trying to win the election, right? Which like the actual policies that we might get could be completely different. Or, and I feel like my way of kind of rationalizing this or thinking about it is that like the markets are probably ultimately going to dictate the severity of a lot of these policies. Everyone's concerned about these tariffs and how it can have like broader ripple effects on markets. And, Tesla, which we're going to talk about later. I'm kind of on the fence in terms of how to like whether or not to have directional exposure to that and what direction it can go. Because that's also potentially highly sensitive to a trade war between, like China and, Taiwan is mixed in there as well. NVIDIA is mixed in there as well because like Taiwan Semi is a huge supplier of NVIDIA. And then that, affects the broader markets as well. So But I don't know. I ultimately feel that, like, obviously, like, politicians tend to run on very strong, aggressive policies, and then what we ultimately realize, in my opinion, seems like it might be more dictated by what the markets are actually, how they respond. So, but I don't know. That's been my way of thinking about it.
I mean, his administrations are different though. Like, you started trading when? Like, did you start trading in 19 or really 2020? 2020 when you made like your first like real trade, right? I remember
my first real trade was in February of 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so you did experience, I guess, some of it until the 2020 election, obviously, and things changed. But like 2016 to 2020, that was a time period for me where basically I went from working in regulatory at SIBO, which was, again, always weird because I came out of trading. I went to regulatory. I'm telling you, I'm telling people, it's a trip to go from trading every day and trading, portfolios of millions of dollars to go into regulatory, where they always think traders are like stealing somehow and doing something wrong. It's a trip. Anyway, I went from trading and regulatory to both. It's still at SIBO, but in the educational side of the business. And so that whole time when I started doing what eventually led me to what I do now, most things you talk about, like most of the time I had to talk about something, which I do a lot of talking about what's going on any particular day. There was usually a story involving like the administration or the U.S.-China trade war because that's at the White House, or something else. A stock is moving on this because of the White House, or like it's really kind of been, and that's what we're getting back to. Why is Tesla moving, right? Why is Bitcoin moving? Why are the bonds moving the way that they're moving? Why is the dollar moving the way that it's doing? It all kind of ties back. So as a result, you got to reorient. It is really about the news. As much as we don't talk about the news, right, or talk about how things are moving because of news, it kind of is about the news. I just named 5 things that are basically moving as a result of the way the election changed the country. So that's just what it's going to be. And you got to get used to it. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, for sure. I think no, I'm inclined to agree, and it's been really interesting to see, especially like during this past earnings cycle, the past couple of earnings cycles, where like we've seen guidance and sort of like this forecasting play sometimes even like a bigger role in the price action compared to like the actual result of earnings, which has been really interesting just to see again how much like sentiment, not even necessarily going to be realized in a short-term period of time, just so dramatically move markets. And I guess like that's where the strategy comes when you set up a portfolio, which is like how do you, those random pieces of news that can move a company like Google, like 5-6% in a day. Like how do you build up a portfolio that's resilient to that kind of stuff? My portfolio has been pretty lean myself. It's a lot of shares and then condors on the on the same underlying as the shares to kind of generate some profits from sideways movement if the thing doesn't do anything, and then Boeing. But yeah, in a very lean portfolio myself, and I think like the indices, I think the last 2 weeks have been a really good example because we again seen single company names pop on to the upside or downside on pretty unexpected pieces of news, but the indices themselves will have much more muted movements. And for me, that's kind of how I've been becoming, I guess, a little bit more diversified, just by trading more diversified products.
Yeah, the only things I have on is gold and silver right now, and I don't even know how much longer I'm going to have those on. Anyway, I digress. Let's pull up our window here, and let's go straight to something that's more interesting probably than the markets right now. Paul, if we could pull that up instead of chart of the day, let's pull up.
Is it Tradle time?
Tradle time. Is this plenty big enough? You can see it, right?
I can see it, yeah.
All right, cool. You're the one who put me onto this game. I love
this game.
I will give you a first crack. How do you want to do this? Are we like?
Well, so I usually introduce it to people. We've been playing it on Bad Taste actually. Well,
introduce it to people.
Do it, yeah, do it. Okay, so for anybody who's joining us for the first time, we play this game called Tradle, usually on Bad Taste, and now we're bringing it over here. So it's very similar to Wordle, where you're given the export distribution of a country. So this country had $500 billion, almost $600 billion in exports. This is the distribution of those exports. We see crude petroleum is 20%. We see petroleum gas is 4%, and all these different industries of exports. Now we have to guess what country this is. So we'll put in an initial guess. It's pretty, it's a lot of petroleum. So we'll put an initial guess.
You know what sucks is that I was so good at geography, Julia. Like I really was, because I always had a good memory. So I literally could see everything on the map. I'm terrible at it now because I don't use it anymore. All right. Obviously, I know certain countries, but then there's a lot of countries I don't think about. Okay.
This one, I think, is going to be easier though, because 500
I mean, this
billion,
is pretty big.
That's
yeah,
pretty
right?
big, right?
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, this has to be
Yesterday
United
we
States,
had one that
right?
was like, we had one yesterday that was 25 million. That was hard. It was very hard.
Okay. Jeez. I mean, I don't know if this is. I feel dumber about doing this than like doing a trade on air. I mean, seriously.
Well, it kind of does become more of a geography question. Okay, so you guess the United States. Okay, so actually, I think someone in chat also got it. We're 89% of the way there, and it's directly north. What could that possibly be?
Canada.
It's got to be Canada, right?
I mean, I mean, now that you did it that way, I was gonna let you guess, but obviously it's close.
See?
Boom. All right.
See how easy that was?
It was very easy. Well, I just refresh and we get
We
a new
didn't even
one?
need to steal answers from chat, although chat did get it right. Harsha got it.
Wait, it's only one a day, isn't it? Is it like one a day?
It is only one a day. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
We could do connections.
Where?
New York Times connections. You have to like group things together. It has nothing to do with finance or trading. At least Tradel's a little bit more financially oriented.
New York Times connections? What'd you say?
It's just called connections from the New York Times.
Oh, but I don't know. Can I just get it?
If you just, it's the same as this, where there's just like a web. Yeah, that one.
Connections.
This is just fun. Nice little distraction from the market.
I just want to play.
On
I don't want to log in. I don't want you to have my information.
Nope,
I just want to play.
That's it. So you got to create groups of 4 from these words. And if you guys have never, over in chat, I've never played connections, it's a fun way to start. I play, start the day. Do your Tradle, do your Wordle, do your connections.
Groups of 4.
Yeah, so
Based
we got
on
like
what?
fantasy teams, love, based on how similar they are. So we got like lens, exposure, position, meet, zoom, shutter. So create a grouping of 4 from all these different cards. You have to create 4 groupings of 4. So what do we think? We got coverage, perspective, slack, angle, shutter. There's some kind of camera ones, right?
Yeah, right. Lens, exposure, shutter. Okay. So what? I'm supposed to click on those?
Click on them. Yeah, click on them. So we got lens, exposure, shutter.
Angle.
Yeah, maybe angle. And then you submit it, hit submit, and then they're going to wiggle a little bit, and you got it wrong.
That's
something
bullshit,
did not.
okay?
It is bullshit, but that did not. Something did not belong. Whatever that is.
Fine. You can have angles in your camera when you're zooming. You know what I mean? And that should have been fine. Oh, you know what?
No, you.
All right, I don't like this game. Okay.
We can go back to Tesla.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with lens, exposure,
Okay, hang
zoom,
on.
and
You
shutter?
gotta zoom out. You gotta look at the big picture. Okay. Let's start with something easier. You're gonna unselect those. Okay. Fantasy team, love,
what's
affection.
easier than lens, exposure, zoom, and shutter? Yeah, I'll take those all.
Okay. Here, look. We got perspective. We got press.
Fantasy, love. Oh wait.
Maybe like fantasy, love, treasure. Maybe.
Love, attention. This doesn't have woman on here though. Oh, sorry. What's next,
bro? Here, let's see. Okay. Here, look. Okay, zoom.
You guess some. You do this.
Zoom.
Okay, zoom.
Zoom. Meet. Slack. They're all for meeting, in teams. They're all corporate meeting software. And then we got
deep. Okay.
Okay, now you do one.
No, I'm not. No, you do another one first, and then I'll do one when it gets easier.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so we did Meet, Slack, Teams, and Zoom. Okay, lens.
Because I was not even thinking.
Let's see. Exposure could go with press, or it could go with a camera, right?
Press.
Because see, there's press.
To the press.
So if you do press coverage, exposure, because we had exposure in the kind of camera one. So do press coverage, exposure, attention.
Attention?
Yeah, because you're.
How do those go together? Break it down for me.
But because you're giving attention to something, you're giving it exposure. The press gives exposure and attention to things, and they do coverage, right?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You just got to make the connections.
All right. Jeez. Shutter,
yeah, press,
lens,
angle, exposure,
angle.
coverage. Yeah, see, that one I like. That works, right? Oh, you got it.
One away. Oh, there's. What do you mean?
Okay, hang on.
One away. Oh, it's letting me know. Oh God, we only got one mistake.
We only got one left. Angle. Okay, let's see what chat says. I don't want it. We got one left. Lens, angle, position, perspective, shutter. I know it's fun if you guys have never played it, although it can get a little frustrating at times. Okay, okay, so now let's do process of elimination, right? Because by clicking those four, we're assuming that love, treasure, position, and fantasy all kind of go together. And I feel like position kind of doesn't work with that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe shutter, lens, angle, and
love, treasure, and fantasy. Like, whoa, really?
RT has said this now 3 times in chat. Shutter, lens, angle, position. And then perspective goes with treasure. It's one left. Right. I can only hope for the best. Right. He said this 3 times.
Oh, no. Oh,
Did you see the rationale?
RC.
It was blank island, so it's like Love Island, Shutter Island. Oh no,
it makes sense. I know. Oh no, you don't get any prizes.
We didn't make the connections.
You don't get any prizes. None for you. What can you say? You know what happens.
We tried. I'm sorry, chat. These were good guesses, though. It's fun. You got to learn how to build the connections. I think the process
is fun. I like that. We'll have to do that again. We'll have to do that again the next time you come on.
Yeah.
You got any big weekend plans?
We got to redeem ourselves this weekend. What am I doing this weekend? We got D&D. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah. It's funny. I was going to say that earlier when we were talking about Gladiator. I was like, I bet you've seen every Dungeons and Dragons movie there is. Wasn't there one like a year or so ago?
I actually just got into D&D like a year or 2 ago.
What's the difference between that and the other games you play? Isn't it similar?
They're all, yeah.
Don't you love how I just stereotype you?
You did. But they are all that kind of strain of nerd, so it kind of makes sense. But the thing is, okay, so have you ever played D&D or any of those?
No, I never have, actually.
Or like Baldur's Gate, which is a lot of like the D&D mechanics in a video game. But it's such a complicated game, and you need someone to be the DM, the dungeon master, who knows the game really, really well. And it's just, especially like, I don't know how like kids do it, because I'm like, damn, bro, you got to know so much stuff when you're like 12 to be the DM. So, but a lot of my friends started young. We started older. I think that's just because we didn't really have somebody that could DM from us, at least that we knew.
Have you ever done like a live version?
What's a live version?
I don't know. Isn't there like live versions of like D&D and stuff like that?
That's how you play. It's a table game.
I meant like a live version, like dress up. Oh, you mean like actual, like real.
You assume we don't dress up. Well, we don't dress up.
Well, okay, yeah, you don't dress up. Oh man, you're ruining my dreams. Gosh, I thought I just assumed you guys dressed up. But you know what I mean, like dress up and actually go through the motions before more than just a board game, like real life D&D.
Oh, what's it called? I can't remember. LARPing?
It's called Ren Fair. No, I'm just kidding.
I've been to the Ren Fair.
I have too.
Don't try me. It's fun.
I know. I have too. It's great. No, it's a great time.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have the time to put a costume together. So, but maybe someday.
Maybe someday. I'm not really doing much this weekend either. Just chilling. I had a big weekend last weekend, so just chilling. And Thanksgiving's around the corner, man. So crazy how fast time is flying. But that's our time, I guess. It's great to have you on as always. Good to see you, and see you again soon.
That was awesome. Thanks for having me. We're gonna get the connections next time. We're gonna make those connections. I believe in us.
Yeah,
got it. Nice little distraction from the market. And yeah, so thanks a bunch for having me on. Was awesome to see everybody over in chat, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Folks, thanks for watching. That's the show. And as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small and trade them often. We'll see you.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
I know I got the bag. Everybody wanna be like me. Yeah.
asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Hello, everybody. Tim Knight here. Happy Friday to you. This is the last full week of the month. Next week will be rather truncated. I'll have a show Monday and Tuesday. No show for the rest of the week because Thanksgiving, So pretty quiet day. I guess Bitcoin 100K is the biggest deal, but that was only in the futures. We'll look at that in a sec. And you know what? I've just noticed I've got a kind of a long list of symbols here. No time for chatter. Let's just jump right in. Here's the spider, and we are banging around between lifetime highs and the election gap. This gap is completely closed, so I've dispatched with that line. So we're just range bound right now until such time as we break this trend line. The bulls have complete power over this market. That is, and of course, there's a lot of advantages the bulls have right now, besides the normal ones, that the corporate buybacks are flowing in full force, seasonal strength, the whole Santa Claus rally, all that shtick. Mexico, EWW, is down a little bit, and this ETF is really breaking down nicely. Got a complete head and shoulders pattern on this. And as I've said, the narrative behind the failure is easy to understand. And I'll mention as an aside, I took profits on my Brazil options for one simple reason. I am so tired of the ridiculous nature of those options. Any of those who have traded EWZ before, I don't know what it is, but the bid-ask spread, sometimes it's kind of normal, but a lot of times during the day, and definitely after the close, it's just ridiculous. It's like, 1.03 times 5.6. He's like, what? So I just got really weary of the nonsense. So I just took profits and have done with it. I've actually moved it to a watch list, so I don't even trade it anymore. That's how disgusted I am with it. So thinly traded markets and weird markets aren't worth the aggravation. Bitcoin is just at the cusp. It's just a whiskers width away from six figures. This history doesn't go back to the beginning, but it is awfully close. I mean, this chart goes back to when Bitcoin was literally a nickel. So it's had quite a gain since then. We've had several bull markets in Bitcoin, here and here. These are all punctured with brief bear markets. And then, of course, we had this major top, which coincided with not the financial crisis, with the brief bear market we had in 2022. And of course, the FTX wipeout. Since 2 years ago, it's been pretty much nothing but up. And we had a consolidation period here for a while. This peaked back in March and just consolidated for a long, long time. And that finally finished right after the election. And that cut right through that, and it's been blasting higher ever since. So we're like just a few $100s away from six figures now. So and in the futures market, it's already done the deed twice. We've got up to $100,170. This is performative at this point. It'll be interesting to see how it behaves if it can get deeper into that level. But they finally, the futures at least, have managed the six figures. And even secondary coins like Doge, this thing's been insane. Doge has gone up about 200% over the past month. And a big part of the reason, it sounds crazy, but the mere fact that Elon and Vivek Ramaswamy are running the Department of Government Efficiency, whose initials are DOGE, seems to play a big part in this. Look, you may think that's absurd. We live in an era where a banana taped to a wall sells for $6 million. It's actually pretty sensible compared to that. So that's Dogecoin for you. A little more real, we can look at gold, GLD. Although I've got to say, although gold's had a grand old time the past couple of weeks, it is nearing important resistance by way of this gap right here. We are getting closer and closer to that. The front month on gold is up nicely now, over $34. But as I say, that gap has power. And so it'd be interesting to see if it can manage to push past that or not. I would also add to that miners are already easing away from their own gaps. Here's GDX, the big miners ETF. The gap is right there where that dashed line is, and we came pretty close to it today and are easing away from it. So the miners are up only 0.33%, whereas say the front month in gold is up 1.29%, much larger. So I would say miners are probably done with their lift at this point. China continues to sink a lot. We talked about China a tremendous amount back in October because of the stimulus the government was just showering equity markets with, and because as we've discussed, the big difference between China and U.S. is that most everyday Chinese wealth is based on real estate, and real estate's been going down 10% year after year after year. And just try to imagine the United States. Let's say we were in our third solid year of a meaningful bear market in equities. How much screaming there would be going on with all the 401ks getting wiped out and all the rest of it. That's kind of what's happening in China. So the government keeps cranking out trillions and trillions of yuan to throw at it, and it works for about a week, and then it dissipates again. So we see here that October 7, the FXI was at 37.5. Now it's down under 30. And it sort of stung me because I noticed that I was looking at a post I did back on October 7. I did a specific post about PDD, which is PDD Holdings. And I suggested shorting it literally on this day, right here, just about to the penny of the top because of the trend line. We were just under the trend line. And I bought puts and I sold the puts on the 28th, I believe, roundabout here. And I was patting myself in the back quite firmly for making profits, and it just kept falling. So good idea, not so great close on that. Yeah, that's PDD, and it's been a dramatic drop of about $50, more than $50 since that idea was offered. And there's some less dramatic moves like YumC and JD.com. You can see JD here. It peaked also on the 7th. And it's moved from about $48 to the mid 30s. So Chinese stocks really weakening away. I know this week's been just ceaselessly about NVIDIA, but it merits another glance because as we've discussed ad nauseum, Wednesday after the close, they had tremendously good earnings, way above expectations. They had an intraday lifetime high the following day, which makes sense. But it was pretty lackluster move. Today, we have tossed all that away. In other words, we are lower now than we were the lowest parts of Wednesday before there was even an announcement. So that's what the blow, they knocked out of the park and they got nothing for it. They're lower now than they were before the earnings were out. That is astonishing. And it hasn't broken anything really yet. Nothing's really failed, but this trend line looms large, and it goes back to the start of 2023. And we seem to be, for lack of a better term, just kind of sputtering right now. It's been grinding away in this range for weeks and weeks. And, what else are they going to do? I mean, 96% annual revenue growth for a mature company. They have to do better than that. So I'd say the optimism is really baked into that pie. I continue to hold puts on ARM, which is annoyingly up right now, but it hasn't violated its stop loss level. And as I do an AMD, which is up, but just a little bit. It's up, 0.4% right now, so I can definitely put up with that. We've looked a lot at younger stocks that have good bases, and those continue to be doing well. The whole small cap world is really catching up, having missed the party for the past couple of years. Here's some odds and ends. Here's Affirm Holdings, AFRM. We spoke about this earlier this week. This has been, and let's change this to a candlestick, make it a little more clear. So this has been kicking higher. Honest Company, HNST, up again. And you can see here, zippity, zip, zip, zip. And it was basically basing underneath this zone for about 2.5 years. So it's been a very powerful release of all that energy. Laser Photonics, LASE. This one had blasted higher, fallen hard, and seems to have found, and let's adjust this a bit, seems to have found a pretty good base of support right about there. So let's just tweak this a bit, make the pattern a little more clear. And having done that, it's beginning to re-strengthen. The oddly named Intuitive Machines, which makes space vehicles like lunar modules, is having another good day. And I continue to believe that the lack of SpaceX as a public entity is what's driving people to find anybody with a rocket ship and buy that instead, because they want to get onto the whole space race rocket stuff, since they can't do it with the monster SpaceX. So they're compromising. Couple of others, SoundHound. This one had its first big burst when it was revealed that NVIDIA had invested in them. It's been basing for a bit here, and it seems to have found some support. And so it's lifted off nicely past couple of days. Today it's up quite a lot, over 18%. And then Sophie, relatively old one compared to these others, but it too had been basing beneath this line, and it's been kind of off to the races, pretty much up every day for the past 7 days or so. The beneficiaries of the election results continue to thrive, although they're very lofty right now. This is what I point out before. Axon Enterprises, formerly known as Taser, back in the day, TASR, but now AXON, and it is getting closer and closer to this very long-term trend line, the top of that channel. And so too, Geo Group, one of the two big private prison companies, the other one being Core Civic. And this fella was languishing around here in the mid-teens. It's blasted about to double that in the couple of weeks since the election. But it seems to have getting a little tired at these levels. It's you can see, even with this chart going back to the last millennium, it's been a very rapid rise, and I'd be surprised if it really moves any more than it already has. Tesla's having a good day, up about $14. And it is challenging the highs we had set here, basically at levels that haven't been exceeded that much in the company's history. It still has some overhead supply here to conquer, and it's about $60 away from its own lifetime highs. Palantir also continues to thrive. It's been a big friend of the new administration, and this has moved from around $6 to 10 times that much. And one that had been just battered to smithereens, but has had a very good week, SMCI. This has bounced from around $16 up to double that as well, although that's probably about it. I think this resistance here is very important. I don't think it's going to really get past that line. This bounce has been very rapid and very powerful, but it's just about done. Just to wrap up real quick, here's the silver-gold ratio. Silver is a relative bargain compared to gold based on this long-term chart. And that makes sense to me, because as we look at the silver contract, this is hammered out quite a nice pattern. It's not particularly dynamic right now, but it looks very well poised for a long-term lift to our target way up there. So that's the end. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you here Monday. Bye-bye.
First, Tasty Live united finance and entertainment, then probabilities and research. And now, we're uniting the symposium with the blockchain with this unique virtual event. 6 option strategies every trader needs to know, featuring legendary trader Tom Sosnoff and other Tasty Live traders. You can watch the presentations live or anytime you like, since the digital collectible is yours to own when you register. To learn more and register for free, go to tastylive.com/events.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your partner.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready? Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready?
Oh. He's got to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
I mean, for sure. Yeah. Like, I live in Italy. Yeah. Like we drive like. I drove a truck in New York City. I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed most? Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close. Like, you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Zosnoff? I have nothing.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
You just mentioned AI a moment ago. Would you like to see some of the evils of AI? All you had to do was look at this picture. You got the evil of AI.
This was very disturbing. So this is you and me as a mashup? I don't know who did that, but whoever did that should be fired.
Well, maybe you can get to it.
Please make that go away.
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Tom, when you're scooping the offer, what are you doing?
That means when you're scooping the offer, you are buying whatever you can get your hands on at the best available price.
What does it mean when something trades by appointment?
Trading by appointment is when, like, you're in a pit back in the day that had like one or two market makers in it, and if they were having lunch, you had to make an appointment to make a trade with them.
In the pit, if you said, I'm gonna buy your book, what did you mean?
If you're gonna buy the book, that means you're gonna buy everything that is posted in an electronic book. So every resting order that's posted in the book up until a certain amount.
If you say take a fill, what's happening?
If I'm taking a fill, that means I'm a broker, and if I'm a broker, that means I did something horribly wrong because I'm a market maker.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your partner.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready? Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready?
Oh. He's got to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
I mean, for sure. Yeah. Like, I live in Italy. Yeah. Like we drive like. I drove a truck in New York City. I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed most? Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close. Like, you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Zosnoff? I have nothing.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for the last call. Last call on Friday, Sadnoff, before the weekend. Even the S&Ps are up 12. NASDAQ has been flirting. My switcher's not working, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. NASDAQ is not working. Sorry. Let's start over again.
English. We do this show in English, okay? I know you want to do this show in multiple languages, but try English.
This is what happens. I'm sorry. NASDAQ is unchanged. Russell is up 38 and the Dow is up 370. Volatility is down by 65 cents. Volatility down all day long. Led to a little bit of a rally in the NASDAQ, but really nothing special, to be quite frank. Bonds 116.13 sound up. Every time I look at them, they look like they're going a little bit lower. What do you say?
Well, they're clearly not as strong as they were this morning. That's for sure. I mean, I'm looking at my bond position here, and in the D's, by the way, if you have a D's bond position on, so if you have Z's, today's the roll date, just as a heads up. So you want to roll to H's today because the Z's are no longer going to be around next week. I mean, they're going to be around, but you don't want to be in the Z's. So you want to roll.
Yeah, we're already looking at the H's 116.13.
No, I understand
correct?
that, but some people, as of yesterday, they were still trading Z's.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
I don't know. They're just all messed up. But yeah, the bonds are only up 4 ticks today. This morning they were up like almost 20 ticks. So
almost trade up to 117, or they did trade 117.
Yeah, they did early. So I got to tell you, so most of the day. I mean, here's the only thing I did right today. Every time the NASDAQ rallied, I just sold it. Because every time it went up, it went back down to unchanged. And
there was some good two-sided action in the NASDAQ.
There was, give you that, but you know what? The whole day today, I think we traded after the opening. I think the NASDAQ's basically trading like a $30 or $40 range the whole day.
I was going to say 30-point range. That's where I was going. I was going to say 30-point range.
The S&Ps have basically traded in a 20-point range from like up 5 to up 20 or 15 or 20-point range all day. It's been pretty quiet since after the opening.
On decent volume too. Volume's okay on the mini S&Ps.
Oh yeah. Well, volume's been good all week, and there's been a lot of interest and there's been a lot of jockeying for positions. I mean, we're in that scary zone right now. If you look, the
just complacent and at highs, that kind of thing.
If I had to make a bullish case here, it would be they haven't been able to hurt them yet at all, and B, the skew is still up around 155, 156. So what that means is there's still a lot of protection being bought, even though there's call skew all over the place and pretty heavy call skew. There's still a lot of people buying out of the money puts and out of the money options to protect themselves, as you can see from the skew being all the way up around 155. If the skew is down if the skew was down around 130 or something, I would think that's going to be there'd be a little more complacency out there. But with the skew at 155, I think that's there's still a lot of put buying going on.
Which as you know, really leads to if everybody's buying protection, it doesn't work.
Yeah. The other thing that I think is interesting today, and this was this is what I noted about today more than anything else. Today was the day of the reversal. So a lot of stocks that have been beaten up lately, I'll give you some examples, but a lot of stocks that have been beaten up lately kind of turned around a little bit today. Boeing up $5, kind of surprised, I think, everybody. A stock like Target, which hasn't had an uptick since its earnings, up like, $3.50 today. So there was a little bit of a turnaround. And then some of the stocks that got crushed yesterday, like Coinbase and MSTR, they bounced really strong today. And then some of the stocks that have been up huge recently, like Reddit down $12, Nvidia down pretty big, SMH, which has been, on an absolute tear, down almost $3. So things like that. I don't know.
Tesla was my worst performer today. Tesla trading up $13.
My worst performer too. Tesla up $13, and also a little vol pop in there today. So you did not get the benefit of, you did not get any benefits at all of any volatility, coming back down and
weekend or anything else, right?
No, you got nothing, Johnny.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was that. Yeah, you're right. Tesla was a tough one across the board.
Very good. And gold continues its upward climb, up $34.
Yeah.
Just when you thought it was falling out of bed, it's coming back in 27.
Well, gold continues its
change.
upward climb, but if you really want something that if you like buying stuff, I just sold some puts in the euro. I have been trying to avoid selling these for quite some time, but if you go out 42 days right now, the euro just got stomped today, and it's already been stomped. Like this is it's basically a crash. And
it is a crash. It's not basically a crash. It really is a crash. I mean, you're looking here since September. I mean, remember we're in November. You got 2 months of really just stomping on the throat.
Yeah. So this is, I got to tell you, yeah, I sold some puts in the euro. I'm offering some more right now, just to maybe just nibble a little bit more on the long time. I'm going to get too long in there. I don't like it. And I also sold to take home over the weekend. I sold some IBIT. So I'm a little bit short it. I sold some last night, bought it back this morning pre-market about $1 lower, and sold it back out at up a little higher than here. So we'll see what happens.
And Bitcoin futures traded over 100,000, 100,001 Sadnov. Now the cash only got as high as 9.5.
Yeah. Bitcoin futures. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. So today's the first day. Yeah, they're still up 675. Today's the first day that I sold some Bitcoin.
I saw that. And some Ethereum.
Sold some Bitcoin. Sold some ETH. Yes, I did.
Yeah, 32.7 or so. And some Bitcoin Cash around 99.2. It's 99 even right now. Man, you're unbelievable, man. You're a scalping fool.
That is not a scalping fool. Trust me, it sounds better than it is.
Understood. I'm just teasing.
It sounds better. I mean, listen, the one thing I'll say about Bitcoin is, yes, there's nobody that's short covering up here.
Yeah, right. This is just you got buyers and those that are taking profits.
God only knows what's going to ever happen if Michael Saylor has to ever sell some Bitcoin.
Yes, I do know.
If he turns into a seller, there's no number you're going to get out at.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, there's absolutely no number. But anyway, I sold a little bit up here. I think it's prudent to lighten up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah,
what do I know?
$100,000. Hold on. It's at all-time highs. You're saying it seems prudent to lighten up here. I mean, yeah, sure. At all-time highs, you could say that about anything. I mean, nobody knows what tomorrow's going to bring, but still, you're at all-time highs. Nobody's going to argue with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Does it seem like it's frothy? Because it doesn't seem frothy to me. Like price seems frothy to me, but the action doesn't seem frothy.
Well, the action doesn't seem frothy because it was super quiet. So the action does not seem frothy because it really was a little
at a big round number here. We've been talking about this forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. What do you think? Going to go home short then? You're going to step up to the plate?
No, and I haven't sold any either.
I'm trying to stay I'm trying to lean short in cryptos, and I'm trying to lean short in some of the indexes.
Well, you could throw a dart at leaning short anything here, Tom. I mean, just about everything is at all-time highs. I mean, it really is nirvana out here.
Yeah, you're right.
For the bulls.
Yeah. Yep.
Nvidia is down around $5. It's been weak all day, and it's going to be one of the largest options trading today, with just about 5 million options trading in Nvidia, per my Taiwanese source.
Yeah, our Nvidia position is really small, so I don't feel like I missed anything in there today. I mean, is there? The Ivy rank's low.
23. Yeah, it is relatively low.
Yeah. So,
not the first place. Not the first place I'd be looking to go.
I did not load the Flotola in there, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Some of these minor stocks odd enough, like Mara up $2 and change for the first time. That seems like eternity here. Back at 26 and change. This is a stock that was hanging out in the teens for quite some time.
Well, my guess, I kind of feel like they blew their brains out.
If I was looking to get short something with an IV rank of 59 and the last 5 days volatility up 30% in there, that might be something. If you were inclined to lighten up on Bitcoin, that you might look to do something in these products. I don't know if you've looked at Mara, Sadnoff, but again, you want to talk about call skew. The 50 calls with the stock, let's just call it 26, are trading $2. And when you go down to, whatever you want, go down to the 15 puts, only $10 away or $11 away, they're trading for $1, 76 cents. So a lot of call skew in all these miners, which have not performed well throughout this rally. On their highs, recent highs now, but not like doubles and triples in the stock price.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching some interesting tape action here on the close. It's funny. They just dropped MSTR $25. This is the
looked
second.
That up. It was up 42. What's it up now?
27. It was up more than that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it moves. This moves all over. I love watching this stock. I haven't traded any stock in there today, but love watching.
It almost trades like a future now, doesn't it?
I think it
if
is.
You're looking at the
it
stock
traded
price.
48 million shares. Yesterday, I traded like 85 million shares.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yep. No doubt it. Coinbase just dropped like $5 too.
That I don't mind so much. I got a 1/2 call ratio spread on there, doing okay, but giving a little bit of money back today with the stock up $7. It was worse when it was up $12.
And you should have made a little Uber money today. Remember we sold some puts in there this morning. Stock's up 155.
Mm-hmm.
Little Uber goober.
Look at you. You're on fire today. What can't you do?
No, not really. Not really. I would like to think I always like to think, but it's not really that good. It's not bad, but it's not that good. Considering the SPOOs are up 12 and I'm short, it's okay, but it's not like it's nothing special.
Well, you got volatility in 4%. That's a big move on volatility. 16, 15 in volatility.
Yeah, the VIX is down 140 today, which is crazy, but the futures are, what are they down, 66 cents? Yeah.
70 cents, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, we'll take it.
Understood. Anything going into the weekend in SPX or anything else like that? Dare you say anything if they're buying these wings?
I mean, I'm going home short this weekend, not like some insane number, but I'm definitely taking some short delta home going into next week. And I don't even know if that's a good play because, to be fair, holiday weeks, anything can happen. Yeah. I mean, we got
sure.
We legit have a 3-day week. I don't know.
What do you mean we legit have a 3-day week? Oh, because of Thanksgiving, you mean?
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
I don't know. I mean, they definitely took the weekend out today.
Brings up a good point. Will you be looking to roll on Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, following Monday?
Probably not next Friday, just because I don't know what kind of liquidity there'll be, but I don't think it'll be, I don't think it'll be blow the doors off liquidity.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Beautiful. You got 10 minutes to the close. What are you thinking here?
I don't know.
It really was a reset day. We didn't really do anything. We kept ourselves bid. They tried to knock down the NASDAQ a little bit. Everything else stayed bid all day long. They're kind of buying them a little bit into the close here. Volatility contracted all day long. Oil's been strong all day long. Gold's been strong all day long. I mean, hard case to make for the bears.
Yeah. I mean, if they sell them off at all into the close, if they rally the NASDAQ into the close, I'll probably nibble small on the short side. But if they get the NASDAQ futures up like 25 or 30 or something like that, not up 12 right here, but the S&Ps have been strong all day. And the Russell's been crazy. It's up 40. I mean, that's our biggest long, so I'm not complaining. But you know, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I'm looking for. I need a little rally into the close in some of these. I need a little rally in some of these Bitcoin stocks into the close.
Meta's down. What's that?
Nothing. I got filled in the euro. That's all I cared about.
You sold some puts. Yes, you did. Meta's down $4 and change. Google's been weak all day, down 290. Your Chinese stocks are getting hammered. Baba down 2 and change off of its lows. Baidu down $1.50 or so. TSM down $1 and change. On the upside, Lilly was higher earlier. It looks unchanged right now. But on the upside, you got Tesla up 13. That's my worst performer. CBNA, Sadnov up $9 and change, and Costco up $9. Sadnov, are you all ready for Thanksgiving? Thinking of Costco.
I am absolutely not ready for Thanksgiving. I haven't bought anything yet except my pork roast. So
I got my comp from Parsons Chicken. I'm all good.
That is the lamest of all the Thanksgivings I've ever heard of. That could be the lamest choice ever. I think that's a notch below Popeyes.
You should love Parsons Chicken.
You do not love Parsons Chicken.
You do.
You shouldn't even tell anybody that you're doing that because that's it's a little embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you.
My daughter wanted it. Thanksgiving is a time to think about, how thankful you are. And I'm thankful that my children are nice to me. They still talk to me. God knows they have a lot of excuses why they wouldn't have to talk to me. So if they want Parsons Chicken, I give it to them.
I mean, I can understand the concept.
She gave me a grandson. I mean, what do you want? I mean,
I understand the concept of the golden child, and she is the golden child.
No. She's nowhere near the golden child. Vinny's the golden child. The kids know it, and they just got to get in line. I'm not like you. You know what I mean? I call it the way I see it.
She's the golden child of that age bracket.
Oh, 100%. You kidding me? The other ones, we put them all in a boat and send them out in a river. Don't matter.
Yeah. She's the golden child.
100%.
If Nick wanted Parsons Chicken, you'd be like, go get it yourself.
You're going to pass right by it on your way up here. Pick it up.
Oh, poor kid.
No, I got to keep Nicky because I got a feeling you're breaking down. I'm going to have to replace you with somebody. He's my first choice.
No, I'm not breaking down. I'm good. I just need a little. Come on, boys. Just get on your horse here. Rally up a little bit on the close. Let us get some.
Just roll down some calls in MSTR also.
I know. Because I didn't want to go home. I wanted to make sure I go home shorted.
Understood.
And whatever I do, I don't want to be long that pig when it crashes.
No, not you. Do you have a gold position?
Yeah, but it's just short strangles, and they're in GC.
I can't make a dime in gold.
You can't make a dime in gold because
I really can't. I got a few emails about it. I've got basically going to be sitting almost with a straddle now. I don't make money on the way down. I don't make money on the way up.
The reason you can't make money in gold, I figured it out. There's a couple stocks you can't make money in. One is Tesla because the premium never comes in anymore, and the other is gold. And the reason
got to be directional in Tesla. I agree.
The reason you can't make money in gold is because the expected move for 30 some odd days is like $100, let's just say. And I feel like it moves $100 every week.
Yes.
Now, I know right. The expected move.
Monthly implied volatility of 17 is not great.
Yeah. Look at this. They are going to goose up the NASDAQ a little bit here on the close.
And you're right. Gold is up $100 this week alone.
Yeah. And the expected move for the next 35 days is $100. So, that is the challenge. I'm going to start to offer some stuff, little futures above the market if we get a little, if they pump them up here in the next 5 minutes or so. I don't know if they are. Doesn't look like it. But we'll see. Yeah, MSTR sold off about $20 on the close. Coinbase sold off about $5 or $6. Tesla didn't sell off at all.
Tesla did not sell off at all. You're right.
And that's about it. It's a big fur ball of nothing today.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, I was busy. I made 90 trades, but I don't think I guess scalps were okay.
You did make some good scalps.
Yeah,
You started out quick with that. Yep.
But my positions are kind of all over the place this week. It wasn't the greatest position week ever, that's for sure. Hopefully we'll take some juice out next week. We need to get a little vol out next week. Suck a little wind out of this.
Yeah.
Take a little wind out of the sails type thing. Let's see.
Well, volatility keeps contracting. You're going to get your wish. I just don't know if you're going to get your wish in the direction you need. Not if volatility keeps contracting.
That's
right.
That's very possible. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, I think the day is done. I think the damage is done. I do think they took a lot out today. I hope there's some action Monday, Tuesday, and maybe half of Wednesday of next week. Let's just hope. Fingers crossed. A little bit of two-sided stuff. There's still enough stuff going on.
Even the S&Ps are going to be sitting at 6,000 in a second for the weekend. I mean, you're talking about doom and gloom. Come on, for crying out loud.
I'm not talking about doom and gloom at all. I'm just saying I want some action.
Action. We got 6,000 hats going on. We got Bitcoin 100,000 hats going on.
You might.
What's wrong with you?
I'm happy Bitcoin's up here. You know what's funny, though? ETH hasn't really moved that much. I sold Ethereum at 4,000 when Bitcoin was like 55,000, 60,000. Now
you should have done that. You should have done that pairs trade.
Should have done that pairs trade is right. Now Ethereum is the same. Ethereum's lower. It's 3,300 or 3,400 somewhere. I don't know where it is right this second. But I sold some today. I want to say I sold at around 3,300 or something, and it hasn't really moved. And Bitcoin's rallied $30,000. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who has that spread on, but remember we talked about it in the past. It's not really a spread anymore. You don't want that sucker.
It's not a spread. Remember we were trying to figure it out. We were doing it with a bunch of our research team. We really couldn't come up with a good ratio for that.
Yeah, you don't want it.
I agree.
Yeah. Got a minute and a half left. I want to see the NASDAQ futures trade up to 66. Don't forget, by the way, we will have a show on Sunday night at 4:55. Myself, Victor, and Pete Molmat and the amazing Ilias Spivak will be on Sunday night at 4:55 for first call. I got to rush out of the Bears game and
still haven't gotten your tickets yet. I'm waiting.
You think the guy's going to stiff me?
No. I think he's getting you the best deal he can get with indoor parking. That's what he's doing right now. He's like Santa Claus. He's checking his list twice.
He's getting me such a good deal. He's going to take a loss on it, right?
He is. It's just a matter of how much right now. That's all he's looking for. Just wants to get out with a small loss. He's trying not to get out with a big loss.
Your guys are such givers. It's awesome.
You seem to use enough of them.
All right. We got about 2 seconds left and I never got filled.
Well, there you go, my friend. Another week in the record books. Even the S&Ps, a skosh under 6,000. Bitcoin cash, a skosh under 100,000. Sadnov, all is good in the world. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with whatever comes up next. Peace.
So yeah, there we go. So Bitcoin. So that is going to be one to watch this morning in an otherwise relatively quiet session. We had Baidu got smashed after they came out with numbers yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get that one. But
also the dollar strength continuing as the euro versus the dollar tested the previous session's low, still below the 1